Let's change his name. Maverick, be nice, Maverick. Be nice. All right, my people, get in here, y'all. You guys, sorry, I'm a little crazy today. Today's my wash day. Oh, gosh. I have to wash my hair today. Then I got to do a live today. Then I have to manage a baby. Is he okay? Okay. I meant to show you this product, you guys. I bought this. It's a bond repair thing. Product. It's a bond repair product, not a thing. Right? It's called Ipre. Okay. There's this young lady I follow on here on YouTube. Her name is Abby Young. She's white. She has like this gorgeous, long, healthy blonde hair. It is so pretty. So she put me onto this. It is so amazing. This is amazing. It's a bond repair treatment. Okay. I bought the kit that comes with the bottle. Okay. It's amazing. It's phenomenal. Because I'm not gonna take care of my hair. You get these little hey Val, oh, you're finishing the other line? Yeah, come here, boo. Child, he's with James. It comes in these little vials like this, and you have to mix it. You mix this with water, and then you spray that all over your hair. You leave that on your hair for a while, and then I'm gonna use Olaplex number 3. Okay, I have to wash my hair. Because I'm watching this video. I was watching the video so I could do my hair. I was like, I might as well make content, right? Oh, you guys, I look a mess. Do not judge me, y'all. Do not judge me. I'm the mother of a new baby. Right there.
Here's your new baby.
Yeah, can you hold him for a little bit, please?
Marlene, I gotta go.
Oh, that's not nice.
Gotta go.
Thank you.
Little
Little baby.
Here, change his diaper.
Say hi, little baby. Let me have to do her hair. I am really trying because I don't want to have say hi, Maddie. Say hi, everyone. I do not want to have postpartum shedding. Okay. Hey Janet, I'm not trying to lose my hair. I've worked hard to lose my hair. I'm not even trying to lose my edges. Okay. So I wash my hair every week. I never thought I was gonna be that person. What? Y'all. I never thought I was going to be the person to wash her hair. Natural hair at that. Wash my hair every week. How much we have grown. Okay. No, baby, just stay right there then. Good pleasure. Hey, Louisa. Hair and more. What's up, everybody? Right? No, I know, Val. That's why I used to get my hair braided. Like I used to do like braids, quote unquote, protective styling. And I would just leave my hair up there for like 3 months, like 2-3 months, because I didn't want to take care of my hair. Because I'm like, yo, this is too much work. Like natural hair is just way too much work. Oh, really? Yeah. But you guys, like, I'll show you guys, like, because I cut my hair and I started washing my hair every week and stuff. My hair grew so much. I was like, wow. So I took the hair out. You know, I had the twist, right? Because I just keep my hair in the twist. It's a lot easier. It makes my life easier. It's very kiddish, like it's a child, like, you know, style, but it's very easy for me. It works for me. Yeah, I have a whole journal because I'm like, I am not losing my hair. I refuse to lose hair. Like I refuse to have postpartum shedding. Let me cover this baby up. Get baby here. Mommy's gonna cover your face. Okay, so you get this one. It's the Ipre right here. I had so many codes. I had like a 15% off code. I had points, so I got it for pretty cheap though. So you spray that all over your head. It's a bond repair treatment. Okay, so you just like spray it like this. It's like a nice little mist. Oh, you guys, it's so amazing. Because I don't shampoo my hair directly. I never shampoo my hair directly. Yeah, it's gonna come off because our natural hair, like black people hair, it does not like to be dry. It is very thirsty. It's always looking for water. It's always looking for hydration, you know? So I went from doing these crazy protective styles and like leaving my hair up there and not taking care of my hair. Oh, you know, it's fine, whatever. Child. So much damage. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop doing the braids and like wash and condition, like deep condition my hair every 2 weeks, right? Then I was like, okay, maybe I'll try like every week. I didn't think I could. But the thing is, see, I blow dry my hair though. So that makes it a lot easier. You know, Because leaving my hair in its natural state, I can't. It's just way too much mess. I get the fairy knots, I get the tangles. It's a lot. And then Fumi sent me a little cream. I'll show you guys later when I get to that point, if I get to it on this live, right? So I use that to do my twists. So it came out really nice. Okay. Yeah, so now I wash my hair weekly. She has a routine. So you just like spray it on like this. So nice. This diffuser bottle is really, really nice. See, because I'm working on my edges too. I'm like, I'm not trying to lose my edges. I think I'm losing a little bit of my edges, but it's not super bad. Yeah. And I'm still taking my prenatal. So, all right, you guys. So I was watching this video, right? Yeah, I was watching this video with Angry Man about this girl. And I was like, well, this sounds like a good video topic for today. So we're going to watch this stuff and I'm going to do my hair. Look, I'm trying to do everything at once. So let's go. Let's start.
I'm going to try to hold my composure.
Okay.
But I ain't going to lie to y'all. I am so frustrated.
Why? Tell us why.
I am so frustrated.
Why?
And the only reason I'm even sharing this intimate moment is because I feel like somebody else is going through this. And this is just to show them, like, you're not alone.
Okay.
This is real conversation, real life. And this really happens behind the scenes.
Okay.
I feel like I'm at a point in my life where everything else is going beautifully. It's going right. But this one area of my life, it just shooting blanks. And I don't understand why. And I say all the time on my page, I'm spiritual, not religious. And I know God. I'm in relationship with God. I know Jesus. I know the Lord. Like I'm spiritual, not religious.
Okay.
But I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like, I'm frustrated with God right now. I'm so hella frustrated with God. Because I can't understand why everything else in my life makes sense. It's blooming and blossoming beautifully. But this one area, it's just like, God, like, what is we doing? And the real spill nobody tells is you see the beautiful moments and the beautiful relationship aspects of being in relationship with God, but people don't show the angry moments, the frustrated moments, and 90% of it's all good, but that other 10%, like, people don't show that 10% because it's too hard, it's too rough, it's too edgy, and it's too real for some people. Like, I'm at a point, it's just like, God, like, what is we doing? Like, and I can talk to God like that because that's how me and God's relationship is. I know God on an intimate level. We have these real conversations. It's just like, God, like tell me the plan. Give me the plan. Because at this point, I don't know what else to do. Like, every other area of my life makes sense.
Yeah,
blossoming. But this one area, like I don't understand. And I know there's gonna be some moments where I don't understand the full plan. I'm okay with that most of the time. But it's just like, bro, in this area, can you at least just give me the plan? Because I'm not understanding why I gotta keep learning lessons in the form of people. Why I got to keep dealing with stuff like that. Like, bro, not like, this doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. And God knows I'm the child that's gonna ask questions, because if it don't make sense to me, then why are we doing it? Like, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I'm so tired. I am so tired, bro. Because it feels like I show up to take an exam. I do the work. I study. I do my homework, and you still flunking me. You still flunking me. And I don't understand why I gotta keep flunking in this one area of life. Because I know your ways are not my ways. I know your thoughts are not my thoughts. But it's like, bro, just give me the plan. Because I feel like you having me navigate a ship with no navigation. I don't know where I'm going. And I remember having this conversation with my therapist, and she broke it down and basically and plainly told me, Vicky, you got to be okay with God not giving you answers sometimes.
There you go.
And it's just like, I get that. But if God knows his child, i.e. me, I'm the child that's going to ask questions. He knows it. Like, this ain't new. And then she broke it down further and said, think about the broad scheme of the plan. If God really told you the full plan and what it took to get the end result that you want, would you really still do it? And I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I was already on the phone earlier, just crying, frustrated, like it was a lot worse than what it is now. And I'm just like, shit, I don't know. Like, hey, wait, can I at least get an option? I just want to know what it feels like to get it right in one time. In one area of my life, like, God, just let me get it right. At least let me know how it feels to get it right, because I'm a master at getting it wrong. I'm a master at picking the wrong people. I'm a master at that already. I don't want to keep being a master at that. I don't know, but I'm frustrated. And if you remember the emotional wheel, when you spin the wheel to get to the deep-rooted actual emotion that you do feel and put a name on it. I'm not even angry. I'm just frustrated. And this is what it looks like to have a relationship with God. There are some moments where you frustrated as hell because it don't make sense. But yeah, I'm gonna need a moment. So yeah.
Okay. Hold on, you guys. You know what's so funny with people? You see B. Marlene. Hey guys, what's up, everybody? Hey T, Louisa. Did I miss anybody? Abigail, who's in here? Bruna, what's up? Sorry, y'all. Okay. Today is, if you're coming in, sorry. Today is hair day. Okay. So I need to make a live for y'all. I have to hold the baby and I have to wash my hair. That's a non-negotiable. My hair is, I'm doing my hair today. Okay. I gotta start early to finish early. But my thing is, right? For me, Marlene, one issue I have with ladies, I really do have this issue with y'all. It's the tears. It's the tears. Like, I can't stand that stuff. Like, and maybe that's why God only gives me boys. I don't know. But I truly cannot stand it when you cry for everything, right? I feel like tears need to be for serious stuff. Like, do you have cancer? No. Did your mother die? No. Did you lose your dad? No. Any of your siblings are dead? No. Are you healthy? Yes. Is your dog alive? Yes. Why are you crying? Like that part, like I'm like, it really I need to get one. It truly triggers me. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Right? I'm like, nobody's dead. I feel like tears need to be reserved for things that are actually serious, right? But when you start crying because you're not getting your way, to me, honestly, it's giving manipulation. I would tell you, T, why are you crying? Did somebody hit you? Like, did you hurt yourself? Are you sick? Do you have cancer? No. Is your mom alive? Yes, she's fine. Your dad's okay? Yeah, why are you crying? Like, do you really want bad things to start happening to you since you want to cry? I'm like, let the devil give you something to cry about. Why are you in tears? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you crying? You're perfectly fine. You're not getting something that you want. Wumpty wump wump. It's life. Welcome to being an adult, right? Like, dry your tears. I'm like, seriously, when have you ever seen tears fix anybody's problem? If it was so easy to cry and to get your way, oh my gosh, I would sit here and just cry every day. But tears do not fix problems, right? Your logic, the way you think about stuff, right? Your problem-solving skills are going to solve your problems for you. There's no reason to cry. Like, she doesn't have underlying depression. She's spoiled. Not just that, too. It's like I'm like her, when I'm watching her video, I'm like low-key, high-key thinking like she might be an Aries. Because I think she's a person, she's very stubborn, and she has a lot of pride in her life. Hey, R, what's up? You have a lot of pride in your life. You like humility. Because the thing is, let me tell you something, right? Sometimes in life, you might feel as though, hey, to attack this problem, I'm going to go this way. Because, right where you stand based on your perspective, it seems like, okay, that's the most obvious route. Like, just go straight ahead. Like, I have a problem, attack it straight ahead. Fine. You try it. It don't work. Do you cry? No. You take a step back and say, okay, why did I think it was a good way to go that way, right? Well, it seemed like it was a nice window. I didn't see like too many hindrances. Ask yourself, why did you initially think that this was the right way to go? Okay. So this is how you assess the first option. And that's when you told yourself that this was the right way to go. All right. So then what did you do next? Well, then I tried this, this, and this. Okay. So why do you think you were not successful? Right? Why are you crying? All you have to do is take a step back, right? And ask yourself, okay, why did I think this was the best approach? Number one. Number two, when I thought it was the best approach, what tools, what did I do? What was what method did I use, right? To go once I decided to go this way. Okay. When you're not successful your first time around, you got to say to yourself, okay, why was I not successful? What could I have done better? You know what I'm saying? But I don't know why a lot of people refuse to have introspection, like look inward, right? Admit your mistakes. Ask yourself, how could I have done better? Is there something I missed? When I first looked at this approach and I thought it was the best approach, could I have considered something else, right? Because, we all have blind spots, right? You say, okay, now that I know what I could have done better, or now that I can feel, okay, maybe this was not the best way to go, let me try this other way. Amen. Right? Then you might try this other way too. You might not be successful. Do not get frustrated. right? It's part of solving a problem. It's like the fact that people think, oh, because I tried something once and the first time I tried something, right? Oh, I heard JD speak yesterday. I was quite impressed, right? The fact that people think just because I tried something once, I'm owed success. That's what I said yesterday. I cannot deal with people and entitlement. Nobody is owed success on the first try, right? But what you get from trying something the first time, the second time, the third time is that you get to learn from it. And it's like so many people are so consumed with the outcome of, oh, if I try something the first time, I got to be successful the first time. Who said that? Where? Who promised you that? Who? And then she talk about, oh, I got a relationship with God. You obviously don't. You obviously do not. Because when you have a relationship, if you truly have a relationship with God, if you truly know God, then you should know he will not be trying to hurt you. So if you were not successful, maybe there's something that you missed, right? Do you understand? It's like yesterday, right? Because, you know, I stayed here because I do the live in the room. So Jimmy could not come in here, right? Because I was talking and he feels like I'm really loud. So I think he was like on the couch or something, right? And then he said he touched poison ivy. So I was long story short, I was like, child, he might have poison ivy on his skin. He's already downstairs. So I said, okay, let me bring him a blanket and a pillow because he's already down there. And we sleep with the baby in bed. That's another part, right? We sleep with the baby in bed. That's just what I do. I like to sleep with my baby. Like, it's a thing. You don't, if you could roll over a baby, you shouldn't do it. Okay. I'm a very light sleeper. So I sleep with my babies. I've always done this. Like, it's my thing, right? So I was like, well, he could still have poison ivy on his skin. So maybe he should stay down there. I don't know. So then he took offense to that. He said, oh, why would you bring me a blanket instead of telling me that it's okay, I can come upstairs? And I was like, well, you have poison ivy on your skin. So I don't know, right? But I'm like, I always come and get you though. Like, I never forsake you, right? So the one time, because I didn't tell you to come upstairs, you're looking at it as you take it as I'm trying to forsake you, like, or I've forsaken you. But I'm like, I've never abandoned you. I always come and get you. Sometimes I even come like 3 times, 4 times until you wake up, right? And I come and I get you, right? So I'm like, so the first time I don't get you, like, why would you automatically go and assume the worst for me? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I would think our relationship is a lot deeper than this. I don't know, right? But I just feel like, and when you say you have a relationship with God, it shows that you should know the person, right? You should know what they're capable of, and you should know what they would never do to you. So when you're saying that, oh, I have a relationship with God, right? Then it goes, I would assume that you understand that God has no reason to hurt you. So if you ask God for something and then you try, you put yourself out there and you were not successful, you shouldn't be like, well, I'm upset, I'm frustrated, why didn't it work out? You should be like, no, he has my back. So if I went there and I was not successful, maybe there's something I missed. So you go back to him. Not like you're owed something, not being frustrated, not stumping your feet and stuff, right? But you go in a friendly posture, like, you know what? I tried, but maybe the way I went about it, it wasn't the right way to do it. What do you think? Okay. What do you think? Yeah, I always, oh my gosh, I hold him like he's my person. You know, the thing is, like, because with babies, like, I used to have this fear. I still do. Like, I have a fear of like infant death syndrome. Like, you know, some people, like, they put their babies in the crib and when they show up in the morning, the baby's dead. Like, that thing has always like scared me. So I've slept with all of them. So I can make sure they're breathing at night. Like, it's a thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a thing for me, right? So it's like, you should say to yourself, he would not hurt me. So if I tried something and I was not successful, I need to go back to him. I have to go back to him and I have to ask him, like, okay, here's how I went about it. Here's what I did, right? And here's the outcome. I wasn't successful. Do you have any advice for me? Right? But you don't have to get upset. You don't have to get frustrated. You don't have to cry, right? You have to think. We all need to learn, like, there's no need for me to cry. Everything you need to be successful is inside of you, right? But you have to do the work. For you to become better at hearing the voice of God, for you to become better at like knowing how to get the things that you want, you have to learn that, first of all, it's going to take you many tries to get there, right? And then you have to learn to draw wisdom from all your mistakes, but do not get frustrated. There's no reason for you to be frustrated. There's no reason for you to be sad. There's no reason for you to cry. Because when you start crying, it's giving like, well, you want to manipulate someone into giving you the answers to the test, right? Well, I don't really want to study. I want to get a straight A. I want to have straight A's. I don't really want to study. So just tell me how to get the A. No, I can't tell you how to get the A, right? I'm not going to give you the answers. Because if somebody gives you the answers, they're not going to help you become better. And your power is you have to become like a little thinking machine. Gotta know how to think. You have to know how to solve problems, right? And you don't get frustrated. That's the beauty in everything, right? There's a problem, I gotta solve it. And then you gotta start being super creative with how you solve your problems, right? But there's no reason to be upset. There's no reason to be sad. You know? That's the thing. Gotta be very careful with that, right? Because to me, it's really giving like you're very entitled. You're way too entitled. So because you didn't get your way, or you didn't get your way as fast as you thought, you said, "Oh well, I'm upset at God," right? And then it's like, okay, so are you only a Christian because you want things, right? You understand? And one thing I've learned also, I'm gonna play the video again, right? But one thing I've also learned, I think sometimes God would intentionally watch you fail to see, or for you to also see what's truly inside your heart. Why are you here? Right? Why are you here? And a lot of people are there. A lot of people are here with God, not because they want to get to know God, have a better relationship with God, but they want what they want. Right? They have ulterior motives. It's not like, oh, you know what, God, you're a good God. You keep me safe. You've helped me, like you pay, like I'm okay. Like you keep me healthy. You've kept my family healthy, right? I just want to get to know you. I just want us to fellowship. No, a lot of people have ulterior motives. They have ulterior motives. And God knows you better than you know yourself. And sometimes it could be that God's going to have you fail the first time or the second time, maybe up to the 20th time, to see how badly you want this. Like, are you the type to get upset when you don't get your way? Right? Because if you do, then it shows. Right? Like they say, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Right? But I'm like, if you trust God, if you know God, if you claim to have a relationship with God, then you should know who he is and who he's not. And a God who just wakes up just to make you sad or to just, cause you harm for no reason, obviously you don't know him. Right? And I'm like, did you ever consider that you might be the problem? Right? I'm just saying, like, did you ever consider that you might be the problem? Because I listened to her and I'm like, I could tell that in her personal life, she's very stubborn and she's very prideful. She's not a person who takes advice really well. And because she doesn't take advice really well, because she's very prideful, she's very arrogant, right? She takes failure really, really hard because it's her ego. She has a big ego about herself. Right. And then you know what? That's one thing I've also come to realize, right? If you notice between people who are successful and people who are not successful, especially like in business, for example, but in life in general, right? You'll have somebody who dropped out of high school, or you'll have someone who dropped out of college, right? And then in life, they'll be utter successful. Like they'll be so successful. And then you'll come to realize like, wow, this person, oh, you little baby, this person is so successful because nobody has expectations for them. Like, oh, well, nobody expected me to be anything anyway. So whether I make it or not, I don't care. They're more likely to try again because they don't care. Because in society, nobody has that much expectations for them. They're like, you know what? Ugh, nobody thinks much of me anyways. So they don't fear looking embarrassed. They don't fear embarrassing themselves, right? Then you'll take someone who's very, very intelligent. You'll take someone who has like amazing grades, always has the honor roll, right? That person is more likely to be afraid of failure because of their ego. What will people say? What will people say if someone as smart as me is not successful, right? What will people say if someone just like me, I don't have the answer right away, right? You understand? I mean, it's a good thing she came to the internet because she's not the only one. Right. And so when I see people, I've had to even look at myself for that. When I see people who have a hard time with failure, people who have a hard time with setbacks, right? It has to do with your ego. You have too much ego about yourself. Take yourself lightly. Okay. Start laugh it off. It's not that deep. Right. And that's why a lot of people who are not super intelligent, didn't have the best grades in school, right? Really silly, dumb people, they become crazy famous because they don't take themselves too seriously. They'll try over and over and over. They don't care because it's like, well, you know what I'm saying? Because if you feel as though people think of you as a bum anyways, it's like, well, I lose nothing by trying because no one has higher expectations of me, right? So I don't mind trying something. Whereas like when someone is like really like obsessed with their image, who they are, their grades, their, you know, what people think of them because they've always done so well and they're always accustomed to like receiving praise and stuff like that, right? When they don't become successful the first time or they don't have the right answers right away, they get crazy frustrated because it's tied like that's like, oh my gosh, how can I say this? Like their identity is wrapped up in like who they are. So like their identity is, I'm the one who always gets it right. I'm the one who always has my stuff in order. I'm the one who always has, you know, I have like my ducks in a row. Like I'm always the one, right, to have everything in order. And that's how I get people to praise me. And that's how people see me, right? So when it doesn't work out that way, they don't know what to do because they feel as though, wow, what does that say about me, right? Because I'm so used to having things right. I'm so used to having things right. I'm so used to having my way. Like I just know how to do everything. But when it comes to this one thing, I don't know how to get it right. And so their ego stops them from like, you know what? Are you supposed to be good at everything in life? Probably not, right? Just because you're accustomed to always getting things your way the first time you try them doesn't mean that as you keep going through life, you're not going to encounter challenges, right? That do make you recognize that, yo, maybe you're not as smart as you think. Right? Maybe this problem requires a different skill. Maybe it requires a different part of your brain, you know, many things like that. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Oh man, what do you want? So let me play it again. Hold on.
Real men.
Where's she at?
But I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I am so frustrated. I am so frustrated. And the only reason I'm even sharing this intimate moment is because I feel like somebody else is going through this. And this is just to show them like, you're not alone. This is what, this is real conversation, real life. And this really happens behind the scenes. I feel like I'm at a point in my life where everything else is going beautifully. It's going right. But this one area of my life, it just shooting blanks. And I don't understand why. And I say all the time on my page, I'm spiritual, not religious. And I know God, I'm in relationship with God. I know Jesus, I know the Lord. Like I'm spiritual, not religious. But I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like I'm frustrated with God right now. I'm so hella frustrated with God. And because I can't understand why everything else in my life makes sense, is blooming and blossoming beautifully. But this one area, it's just like, God, like what is we doing? And the real spell nobody tells is you see the beautiful moments and the beautiful relationship aspects of being in relationship with God, but people don't show the angry moments, the frustrated moments. And 90% of it's all good, but that other 10%, like people don't show that 10% because it's too hard, it's too rough, it's too edgy, and it's too real for some people. Like I'm at a point, it's just like, God, like what is we doing? Like, and I can talk to God like that because that's how me and God's relationship is. I know God on an intimate level. We have these real conversations. It's just like, God, like tell me the plan. Give me the plan. Because at this point, I don't know what else to do. Like every other area of my life makes sense, blossoming. But this one area, like I don't understand. And I know there's gonna be some moments where I don't understand the full plan. I'm okay with that most of the time. But it's just like, bro, in this area, can you at least give me a plan? Because I'm not understanding why I gotta keep learning lessons in the form of people. Why I got.
And my question is like, when she said, God, I wish you just like, tell me the plan. But I'm like, I don't know. And in the Bible, like, I know the plans I have for you and it plans to prosper you, right? You know what, what this reminds me of also, because I used to have I had the same issue too. Like when I started working out, like in New Orleans, right? Especially when I started working out with Jasper, I didn't understand Jasper. I was like, this man is trying to kill me, right? So y'all remember I used to work out doing like the quarantine and stuff. And I was like, this dude's trying to kill me because I'm like, this is just insane. Like, does anybody need to work this hard? Like, this is crazy, right? Because you don't know what it is. Like, oh, I've never worked with you before. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, what is this? Like, this is a lot. It really is a lot. Understand? But at the same time, it's like, you have to trust the process. Like, that's the whole point of having a coach. And a lot of times it might not make sense to you because you're like, oh, it got to be done this way, or I think it should be done this way, right? A lot of people think they know better than their coaches, right? You have people who have no experience. Don't meet someone that has like 5 years experience, 10, 20 years experience, and then they want to start arguing about everything. You say, okay, try this. Well, what about this? Try this. Well, what about this, right? And it's like, sometimes you really have to learn to submit to a coach. You really do, right? So then I was like, okay, maybe he, like, I guess, because like Jasper's like really fit. Like, he is really, really fit. So I'm like, well, he definitely is fit. So I guess he knows what he's talking about, right? But initially it was really hard. Like, running was really hard. Lifting weights was really hard. I mean, everything was hard. It was like, my gosh. I remember I would have to, when I used to get up in the morning, be like, oh my gosh, I'm about to be tortured, right? Because I just knew going to the gym was going to be torture for me. Because I'm like, and I was out of shape, I was really out of shape. And I was like, what is happening? What is happening, right? But then you stick to it. I remember the first time, let me tell you this. I remember the first time he put me on the, you got to slow down, little baby. Hold on. You good? Okay. All right. Hold on. You got to be a good co-host, little Maverick. Yes. Okay. Let's do it again. Okay. I remember the first time he put me on the Stairmaster. Oh my gosh, you guys. I was like, this is so unnecessary. Like, because at that point I got used to like running on a treadmill and stuff. I could do the inclines on the thread. I could run a treadmill and stuff. So I was like, this is extremely unnecessary. Like, this is nothing more than torture. Like, you're really trying to torture us, right? Because it was hard. Like, it was so hard. Because I used to see the Stairmaster at the gym, but I'm like, who in their right mind would just want to walk like endless stairs forever for the sake of exercising? Crazy, right? So we tried it out. And I was like, oh my gosh, never again, right? But then you fast forward, one day I was like, you know what? Let me start doing the Stairmaster just in case he wants me to do it. So I'm not going to feel like I'm being tortured, but I'm actually going to enjoy it. Does that make sense, you guys? Because the way we used to work out, it was like every exercise, like every time I would go in there, like every session was like super intense, right? Hey, Lacey. So mentally, I had to prepare myself for that, right? And then I was like, okay. And I used to challenge myself to start running because I'm like, okay, if I run more, when he has me run or he makes me run faster, instead of being upset about it, I'm actually going to enjoy it because I'm practicing so that it becomes easier for me, right? Because one thing about exercise, right? The reason why most people don't like to exercise is that it can be very painful. It can be very uncomfortable, right? But if you practice or if you learn to be uncomfortable, right? When your coach asks you to do something that's uncomfortable, you're not actually going to be uncomfortable because you're trained to be uncomfortable. Do that make sense? Sir, you need to calm down. Yes, it's okay. Breathe, right? Am I making sense, you guys? For example, if you work for someone, right? If you have a boss, and you know that your boss is like extremely demanding, right? You can either be upset about it or you can rise up to that. Like, you can rise up to that expectation, right? And you can even be more demanding on yourself than your boss. So then moving forward, when your boss is asking things that seem to be demanding, they're no longer going to be demanding for you because you've trained yourself to go above what you would consider to be demanding. Right? So if your boss is asking you to say, let's say, okay, send like 100 emails a day, right? If you say to yourself, right, instead of being upset about having to send 100 emails a day, I'm going to challenge myself to send 150 emails a day, right? So then when your boss is asking you to send 100 emails, you're going to have a good attitude about it because you've trained yourself to not just want to send 100, like, no, I want to send 150 emails, right? If you have a coach, right? If you have a personal trainer, right? And you know that your personal trainer, like, he's usually going to make you start running at like speed 6, right? If you ever try speed 6, it's pretty fast. It's like, that's where you get a mile like at 10 minutes or something like that, right? So if you know that your trainer is going to make you run at speed 6, right? You might want to start practicing running at like 6.5 or 7. Now, you don't have to let him know that you can run at speed 7, because then he might want you to run at like 7.5, right? But it's like you would practice to be able to run at like 6.5, 7, and up, right? Because then when he puts you on the thread and he's hitting the button to go at speed 6, it's like, well, that's nothing for me, because I practiced for this, because I knew you were going to try to make me run at speed 6, right? So don't try to make speed 6 like your standard. No, do 6.5. Right? Because once you can't handle 6.5, 6 is nothing for you. Right? And then it got to a point, it's like we had to run before, like we had to run when we started a session, and then to close out the session, you would have to run a few more sprints. So I started practicing sprints on my own, because I'm like, expect what he's going to do. And instead of being in a bad mood about it, stop practicing for what you expect him to put you through. Am I making sense, you guys? Right? But it's like a lot of people, like, see, I think what happens with a lot of people, because that used to happen to me also, what happens with a lot of people, it's like, first and foremost, they feel as though the standard is too high, right? Because especially if you live here in the States, like, you know, we've gotten accustomed to, you got to make sure everybody doesn't feel left out. You got to make sure everybody feels included. So we have a culture now of, what happened? I don't even know what's happening. Don't told you, you know, you can only troll me and some people are sensitive, baby. Okay. But it's like, we got into a place now in society where we've lowered the standards too much. Right. So when people try a thing and it's challenging, they're confused. But why is this so hard? Right? Because society has told people that everything you try should be easy. Right? I'm like, no, that's why I tell you I can't stand DI. Okay. But it's like, if you understand that things are supposed to be challenging, do not be afraid of what challenges you. Practice to be challenged. Like, expect to be challenged, welcome being challenged, and practice for the challenge. And if you can, practice harder. Right? Practice harder. Like, if you run track and you know that your coach is going to make you run like 2 miles a day, start practicing 3 miles a day. Like, increase your volume on your own, so that when the coach says, okay, y'all got to run 2 miles, it's like, okay, well, I'm used to running 3. So it's not a big deal, right? When the coach says, okay, now y'all going to start running 3 miles, you might want to start running like 5 miles a day. Like, you increase the volume. So like, whatever the standard is, you want your standard to be higher. And then you practice for a higher standard. So that way, you're not going to get frustrated. You're not going to get mad, because you expect to be challenged, right? Do I make sense to y'all? Really quiet. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? You know, because it's like, if you go to class, if you're in class and you study, right? Professor might cover certain things. Your teacher might cover certain things, right? But don't just assume that on your final exam or like on the test, you know, you're not going to have questions that he never talked about in class before. You know what I mean? And I feel like, to me, the way I would explain it, that's what makes the difference between a B student and an A student, right? Is that a B student, they just want I went to class, I took my notes, right? I did the homework. They just stay on what the professor talked about during class, right? And they feel as though, okay, as far as what he talked about in class and like quizzes, homework, and things like that, I mastered that, so I'm gonna stop right there, right? But if you want to be an A student, you got to master everything you did in class, just like the B student. But you also got to ask yourself, but what if he throws a crazy question in there, right? What if he's asking me to write an essay about another topic? Because yeah, you could prep for like, how you call it? True or false, right? You could prep for a true or false. You could prep to like have a Scantron, but you should always prep for, what if you're given an essay and he wants you to go deeper into a particular topic, right? So it's like, okay, I can do the true or false, right? I can do a true or false. I could do multiple answers, right? But you should say, okay, this whole, like, this entire course, like, not this, like, how can I say this? Like this section of the class, right? This, like, section 1, section 5. So let's say we're doing section 5, right? What were the 5 biggest topics of section 5, right? So it could be, let's say you're studying like the American Revolution, right? Don't just be like, okay, Thomas Jefferson wrote this. Okay, those are easy things, right? But for someone who wants to have an A, you could have an essay that says, okay, what do you think were the top 5 motivation for these people to won their independence from Great Britain, right? And you got to be able to talk about 5 motivations for these people to want to be free. So when you write your beginning statement, like, okay, when you write your main paragraph, right, you would say, okay, for this note, like, for example, like taxation without representation, right? They felt like they didn't want soldiers in their homes. Like, you need to be able to have like 5 solid reason as to why you feel those people led the American Revolution. Not just be able to do a true or false, not just be able to do a multiple choice, right? But you should be able to ask yourself, what were the 5 biggest topics of our section, right? And if I was to be asked an essay, what kind of questions do I think the essays will be about, right? And then you should try to write those essays yourself, right? So that when you go, when you finally go and take the test, right? He told you it's going to be true and false, so you're ready for that. There could be some multiple choice questions, right? But then when you get to the essay part, it's probably going to be a whole lot easier for you because you expected an essay. Most kids in the class did not, right? You practice those topics, right? Because you actually wrote out your essay, right? Or you wrote out your essays. So you have something to go off of. You know, oh, now I got to start thinking about what should I say? No, because you thought about that before you came to class, right? And to me, it's like that's what makes the difference between a B student and an A student. Is that the A student tries to think like a professor, right? An A student will try to think like the teacher. Like, okay, if I was a teacher, how would I write this test, right? If I was a teacher, how would I test to see if my students actually knew what we talked about? So an A student, they go above and beyond. They don't get upset that there's like this crazy question or like, you know, they're being asked to write an essay when you were not told there's going to be an essay, because that's an A student. They prepare, like they think about what could be and they prepare for that. They're not lazy. They go above and beyond. That's why it shouldn't be easy to get an A, right? Whereas like the B student, it's like, okay, I'm just going to do the minimum. Like I'm going to do just what I have to do to get a B, because you're not thinking ahead. You're not trying to put yourself in your professor's shoes, in your teacher's shoes to say, okay, if I was a teacher, what would I expect from an A student, right? If I was a professor, right? What would I expect from my A student? So hopefully I'm making sense, right? So if it comes to like, when it comes to dating, right? You said, okay, God might test me this way, or I might encounter this, but what happens if I encounter this as well? What am I going to do? Right? What am I going to do if God says go this way, but maybe he intends for me to fail? He's like, okay, well, he might have me try the first time, but if I'm not successful, I have to remember I got to work on my attitude, right? Because if you have a relationship with God, okay, and if you read your Bible, right, you will know that many times when God told people to go do something bad happened, right? Like when he told Moses to go, like, oh, go tell Pharaoh to let my people be free and go worship in the desert, right? Pharaoh said no. And not only did he say no, he increased their labor, right? Look at what happened to Daniel too. I mean, like, you know, a lot of times when you read the Bible, right, it is not transactional. You didn't hear what I'm saying, right? I never said that. I didn't say, oh, if I do this and I get that. No. Because I feel like, to me, the way I look at the way I look at spirituality, right? Spirituality, having a relationship with God, it's not so much to get the things that you want, but it's to build your character, right? That's the real thing. I feel like, to me, that's the real gift. It's not what you get. It's how you got it. So if you want, let's say you want to make more money. You say, God, I want to be a wealthy person, right? But God's not going to make you rich overnight. But he will have you go through like trials and I guess like tests and stuff like that, right? That challenge you to become better at managing money. So one might say, oh, look, she asked God to be rich and now she's rich. But that's just an easy way of looking at it, right? To me, it's very diminutive. Like you would say to yourself, it's not just so much that she got money. She learned how to manage money. She learned how to multiply money, because that's the real gift. Because in all honesty, if you were to really think about it, the majority of people make money. Even the people who say to God, oh God, I want to make more money. I wish I had more money. They have money. They just have poor money management skills. They poorly manage their money. They are horrible at finances. Right? But then it's like, start living below your means. Guess what? Now you have money left over. I wonder why. Right? And then you keep going. Okay, so first you start living below your means. You start cutting down your expenses. You're like, oh wow, I actually have money left over. I wonder why. Right? Then you say to yourself, oh well, maybe I'm going to start listening to these podcasts about money. Now that's another boon, right? Then you start reading books. You start reading books about money, etc., etc., etc. So then you ask, then you have to look back. Once you finally get to your goal, which is to make more money, right? You start to recognize like, wow, it was never about making more money. It was just more so about learning to manage my money, right? You've always had money. You never not had money. You just didn't know how to manage the money. So while you think the answer is to ask God for money, God's like, no, I'm not going to just give you money. I'm going to teach you how to manage your money, right? So to me, it's like, that's the thing. It's like when you ask God for something, you think you're asking for things because God is like, okay, how can I change your behavior? How can I change your mindset? How can I make you a better steward? How can I help you with your attitude? Like they say, your attitude will determine your altitude, right? But if you're someone, like I said, if you've read your Bible and you studied like the major people of the Bible, they've had multiple failures. And usually the first time they try something, it doesn't work out the way they expect it to go. So it's like, okay, after reading all of that, if I read from the story of Moses, the story of Abraham, the story of Jesus, the story of Gideon, the story of Jonah, it's like these people have had failures. So I have to expect that I also might have failures, right? Who am I to think that I'm not going to experience what they experience, right? When you look at the story of Jacob, right? Jacob makes an agreement with the angel. He said, okay, whatever I make, I'll give you 10%. Sure. When he goes to his uncle's house, it's not smooth sailing from there. He gets scammed, right? So he has to go back and work another 7 years to get Rachel, because the first 7 years, he thought he was going to get Rachel, but he got Leah, right? He doesn't get mad. He doesn't get frustrated because he knows he has a covenant. Like God has made a promise to him. You're going to be successful. Because he said, if you make me successful, I'll give you 10% of everything I earn. So like now that you know that you and God have agreed to, why would God not want you to be successful? Right? Because he stands to also gain from your success. However, one thing he didn't plan for was for his uncle to be a very dishonest person. It's okay. He wakes up in the morning. He realizes that, oh, it's not Leah, it's not Rachel, it's Leah. He doesn't get mad. He goes back to God. Right? And so God puts a thing in his head, like, this is what you're going to do. So then he goes back to the uncle and he says, okay, fine, no problem. You got me. Okay, it's on me. Next time I get married, I'm not going to get drunk. Okay, so then he says to the uncle, okay, I'm going to work for you for another 7 years because I want to marry Rachel. But this time, here's how we're going to do it. Right? I will watch over your sheep and your cattle, but the babies that are born with specks on them will be mine. The man looks at his flock. All his sheep have the same color. He's like, this boy is crazy. So he's thinking, like, okay, it's not a problem. Sure, let's do it. Because he does not know about genetics. Right? But in his dream, God had showed Jacob what he was going to do to these animals. But he didn't get mad. He didn't get mad. Right? He got smarter. He got smarter. And because he got smarter, he got the dream because he had the right attitude. So God gave him the dream. So then he started putting sticks or something in the water. And so when these animals started drinking the water and they got into heat, right, their babies came out with specks. So when the new babies are born, you have more babies with spots than you have cattle without spots. And that's how Jacob builds his wealth, right? When they leave the house of Laban, there's all kind of drama, but fast forward, he gets to meet his brother Esau. Early on, like I guess 14 years ago, like 14, 15 years ago, he scammed Esau out of a blessing. So Esau was looking for him to kill him. When he meets Esau, he doesn't start crying. No, he got smart. He said, brother, I know I stole from you. Here's your cut. He gave his brother some money. Because you got to think on your feet, right? It's the same thing with Joseph. Like when you read the story of Joseph, he doesn't say, oh my gosh, what did my brother sell me into the slavery? He makes the best out of it. Right? He becomes such a good slave. Because the thing is, you can be a bitter slave. Right? Because I'm like, I don't even deserve to be a slave. Like, what the heck? Because he comes from a very wealthy family. Right? He's a wealthy kid. And now he finds himself into slavery because his brothers are a bunch of haters. Right? But he doesn't get mad about it. He makes the best of the situation. So even in the house of Potiphar, the Bible's the way they write is like, okay, this man, he was so good that the man put him in charge of everything. And I'm sure that's what Potiphar was a hater, because most slaves are mad. Most slaves are bitter. Most slaves, if they can sleep or cheat, they will do it because they don't want to be enslaved. But because Joseph, in his mind, he understood, I'm free. I mean, technically, I'm your slave, though, but I'm not really your slave, because instead of waiting for you to wake me up, I'm going to wake myself up, right? Instead of you telling me what to do, I'm going to do it before you tell me. So when you put yourself, like when you have the right attitude and you put yourself on a regimen, you put yourself on some discipline, you put yourself on a schedule, right? You're actually free because you don't wait for another man to tell you what to do. Whereas like the other slaves, they don't want to be slaves. So they drag their feet, right? They do things halfway, half-ass, because they're mad. They're mad. And as long as you continue to be mad, you will continue to be enslaved, right? When you accept your fate and you make the best out of it, you will find freedom. Like you will actually find real peace. Like, you know what? This is it. This is what my life is, and I have to make the best out of it. Right? Compared to a person who always wants more. They are always going to be suffering. Like a person who constantly wants more and they want more and they want more. They will continue to live in agony. What has he done? Right? Because they don't know how to be content. And so they're not free. Because as soon as you go on Instagram and you see that somebody bought something else, now you want to go buy it. Right? As soon as you go on TikTok and this girl bought this dress, now you want to buy the same dress. You come on YouTube, this girl bought all this stuff from Sephora, now you want to go buy the same stuff from Sephora. You are always going to be sad because you don't have discipline, right? You lack the discipline to say, you know what, that's her life. I'm happy for her. And I'm also happy for what I have. I'm content, like I'm good. You got to work on your attitude, right? Because once you have the right attitude, you will actually be free. I hope that makes sense, right? If you know that you work for a man who's a very harsh man to get along, right? The sooner you learn to not take his ways personally, the sooner you learn not to internalize his bad ways, you're actually going to win him over. Because most people get turned off by his bad attitude. But you already know that this is how he is. And I've made up my mind to not be mean to him when he's being mean to me. You've won. You've actually won, right? And then you'll notice that a lot of people might quit because they just can't put up with this man because he's insufferable. But the moment you say to yourself, I know he's insufferable, but I'm going to overlook his bad behavior and I'm actually going to try to get to know this boss, you'll see that you'll be very successful. And I hope that makes sense, right? Do not be upset. Like, don't be upset. Do not be dismayed because the standard is high. Right? Be glad. Like, okay, maybe it's so high because it's actually really good. Right? So instead of like letting your heart grow faint because the standard is so high, be encouraged by that. Like, wow, I'm honored that God would choose me for something so difficult because I guess it means I got it in me. Perspective is everything. Right? But a lot of people will see, wow, this is what I have to do to get this. Oh my gosh, they start crying. Why are you crying? Right? If God doesn't choose you for things that are hard to get, then I don't think that means he thinks a lot of you, right? But if you are chosen to do things that are difficult, it's because maybe there's something great in you. So why are you crying? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's life, right? Oh, you know what I'm saying? So hopefully that makes sense though. And a lot of people, when if they pray to God, and then as they come out of prayer, there's a huge, like, there's something crazy happening. They freak the F out. Like, oh my gosh, why would he do this to me? Womp, 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 womp. Because they see it as something harmful. As opposed to see it as, this is what's going to build me up. Because he just heard my prayer. Right? You understand? Like, for example, there's someone I knew, right? The person was told that because the person was bleeding and stuff like that. And so the person was told that, it's like cervical cancer, I think, not mistaken, right? So they did the whole biopsy, and then it came out that it's cervical cancer. I forgot what stage it was. I don't think it was like stage 4 or 5, right? So then the person told everybody, like, okay, like, it's cancer or it's cancerous, right? And then I told y'all, like, everybody started crying. And I'm like, but why y'all crying? The person's not dead. Like, she's not dead. Like, she's still standing, right? Okay. But I'm like, imagine if you never found out. Imagine if you didn't have health insurance, right? I'm like, imagine if you actually lived in a village. Like, then you should really cry, because like if you're somewhere in Botswana, somewhere in a village somewhere, and you have cervical cancer, yeah, you're going to die, because what are the odds that you're going to get treatment? And even if you could get the treatment, what are the odds that you could actually afford it? Right? But the thing is, if you live here in the States, if you have insurance, if you have doctors, if you were able to spot it early, right? If they were able to realize what it was, then you actually, like, it's a good thing. Don't be sad, right? And say to yourself, like, God, what you're presenting me with today, I'm kind of glad you chose me, because that means I have what it takes to overcome. And not just to overcome, I have what it takes to be a testimony for other people, right? You understand? Like, don't let things that are hard scare you. Things that are hard are actually good for you. Things that are too easy are a waste of your time. And not just that, they're a waste of your destiny. Because when it's too easy, right? I feel like it destroys the soul. Because when people start to get comfortable, when people start to get complacent, bad things start to happen, right? So if you go, like, let's say, for example, like, let's say you pray for your I was watching what's her name, Priscilla Shirer, right? And she said that she had to do this movie, The Prayer Room, right? And so the people told her, like, be careful, because every time we do a movie, whatever the topic of the movie is exactly the very thing in your personal life that the devil is going to attack, right? And since the movie Prayer Room was about marriage, right? As it would have it, her marriage started to be under attack, right? You're signing up to do a movie that talks about marriage, right? And in the process of that, your peaceful marriage goes upside down, right? One will say, oh my gosh, what is this, right? I'm a Christian woman. I'm trying to do a Christian movie, right? And as I'm doing a movie that pertains to marriage, now my marriage is under attack. Some people start crying, be upset, lose their shit, blame God, etc., 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 right? But that's what the immature people, you got to grow up in the Lord, right? But when you're mature, you say to yourself, I knew this was going to happen, right? You understand? Because the devil is never going to attack you with the things that you don't care about. He will attack you with the things that you love, right? And that's why when you get to a certain point too, like when you get to a certain point in your life too, like when it comes to your family, your husband, your children, you should always pray for them. Not just that they be successful, but you pray for people also that they, in the day of temptation, they shall resist, right? But many of us, like, we don't pray. We don't pray for people that we love, that they might resist in temptation. And then when bad things happen, we say, oh my gosh, you betrayed me, right? Oh my gosh, you cheated on me. Oh my gosh, my husband's growing distant. But I will say to you, have you ever prayed for your husband to not be unfaithful? Most likely not, because you just expect him to be faithful. But people fail to realize that he's also flesh. He's also a human being, just like you're a human being, right? People might say, oh, I want my kids to be successful, right? But have you ever prayed for your children to resist temptation? Like when they're in high school, if somebody offers them weed, that they shall resist temptation. If someone asks your child to go get in a random car, to go do random things, that your child will resist temptation or peer pressure, right? Do we pray for our children, not that they might just be successful, but in the day of temptation, that they might resist temptation? Because anybody can come short of the glory of God. All of us can, right? And I'm like, when in the Gospels of Jesus, like you have that commitment, like you have to pray for people. Not just pray for them to be who you want them to be, not just pray for people for them to be successful, but you also have to pray for people that they might resist temptation, even the temptation to hurt you, because they might not mean to, but they can't hurt you if they don't resist temptation, right? But a lot of people don't think to pray for people. They just expect people to be strong. How? We're all human beings. Anybody can be tested. And a lot of people can fail, especially if you have no one who prays for you or you have no one who intercedes for you, right? So you understand. If I decide, like, if I say to myself, like, good example, right? If I say, oh, you know what, Marlene, maybe I should have a YouTube channel where I just talk about marriage. What do you think is going to happen? Okay, take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. If I say from now on, I want to turn my YouTube channel into a channel that just talks about relationship and marriage, what do you think is most likely to happen? Y'all can write in the comments. Right? The day you say to yourself, from this very moment, I want to have a ministry that focuses on relationship and marriage, what do you think is most likely to happen to me? Right? Okay. I don't know. Type in the comments, right? I don't know. You take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. Right? If you say to yourself, from this very moment, I want to have a youth ministry, and say that you have young people yourself, like you have, like say your kids are also teenagers, right? And you say to yourself, oh, I want to have a youth ministry. I want to help young people. I want to help young people to be successful. I want to help young people to grow in the Lord. What do you think is most likely to happen to that person's children? Exactly. Right? Because the devil says, not that you, like, because it's really simple. Like, it makes a lot of sense. Right? It makes a lot of sense. That's why I've always been very careful and very leery of going to like ministry full time. I'm like, I don't know about that part, because I know exactly how it goes. Right? Because when you say, if you say, oh, from this moment, I want to have a women's ministry, I want to have a marriage ministry, right? The devil says, I have to destroy your marriage. So people be like, you know what? Look at her. She preaches about marriage. She barely can stay married. She talks, she gives all this advice, but look at what's happening with her husband, right? That's what he does. That's exactly what he does, because he needs people not to trust, right? He needs people to not believe in you. He needs people to see you like you're crazy, see your whole life like you're crazy. So he will do everything to attack your marriage, because he wants you to go and retreat like, oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't do this little ministry thing. Because anytime you say that you want to bring someone to Christ, you want to start saving people, you want to help people, you want to help other people remain married and overcome whatever they're going through in their marriage, right? You just offered your marriage to sacrifice. You truly have, right? And a lot of people, when they think about ministry, they're just so excited because they're thinking about, oh, I get to have a congregation. I get to have love offerings. You know, I get to have people hear me talk and ramble, you know, because a lot of people have ego about themselves, right? So they have blind spots, right? But when you're truly sober in the Lord, you understand anytime you're going to do something for God, you're going to be attacked on that very thing. And so you will have to be brave, because your marriage will go under attack. But if you are mentally prepared for that, you will pray accordingly and you will learn to let things go, right? Because you recognize, like, even my spouse, even me, it's not really him. It's like, we're going through it because I decided to have a marriage ministry, right? And this is why for the longest, I never really put my marriage on the internet, not because I think I'm better than other people, but I just know how stuff goes. I really do, right? Because the devil knows what you like, even for young people. You want to start helping young people? Start watching your kids act out of order. Watch your kids start doing all kinds of drugs and weed. Now they want to drop out of school. They want to act a fool. That's why most pastor kids are crazy, right? And a lot of times people don't pray for pastors' children. People make fun of them. They point them out. You know, people talk about them, right? But it's like spiritually too. These young people are under attack because of the work that their parents are doing, right? If you do bad things, very seldom is the devil going to attack your kids. When you decide to pray for other people's children, help other people's children, womp, 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 there you go. Now you have the devil coming after your kids, right? And so you got to start praying even harder for your kids. You have to prepare your children, but you also have to prepare your heart for what's about to happen to your children. And you have to trust that no matter what happens, I cannot believe what I see. I have to believe what I know, which is my children might go left and right, but ultimately they're not going to die. Like David said, I was young, now I'm old. Never have I seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging for bread. But it doesn't mean that you're not going to see some crazy things. And it doesn't mean that it's not going to hurt you to see your children acting like they're crazy. But it's part of the plan. But coming out of this, your kids will be okay. You understand? Your children will be okay. God's going to take care of your kids. But you're going to, oh, thank you, Kevin. But you're going to see some things that will have you questioning if the God you serve is actually real. And that's why today we have a litany of pastors who are divorced because it's a way of attacking their ministry, right? And it goes to show that many of these pastors too, the man and the woman, right, who go through divorce while having a ministry, it goes to show you they didn't really prioritize their prayer life, because you should have known that this attack on your marriage, it was imminent. The moment you decide to serve God, whatever ministry you choose, it's going to be some spiritual decree to attack you on that very thing. So you got to be mentally ready, right? You got to be spiritual. You got to be spiritually ready. And you also need to have a strong routine. Like when it comes to your prayer life, right? When it comes to your prayer life, when it comes to your, like your meditation and stuff like that, you're going to have a strong routine, and you're going to have to stick to it, because the things you're going to see, they're going to make you want to give up. Like you guys, I promise you, the devil will put things in front of you. If your heart is not strong, you might pass out. You might even have a heart attack, because the stuff you're going to see unfold in front of your eyes, you're going to ask yourself if you were born and you were cursed. Because how can I serve God and this happens to me? And you see, and that's the story of Job. That's the story of Job, right? For when you decide to serve God so much, you see what happens? Everything that touches your life. And one day, the man lost everything. And on top of that, he started having boils on his skin. And the Bible said that he had to use broken glass to scratch himself because he was itching so badly. I said, my God, imagine that. Right? And so a lot of people don't understand. The moment you declare that this is what you desire, the devil is going to weaponize that against you. And you have to be brave. But because for a lot of people, it seems as though only God is real. And they tend to forget that the devil's also real. Right? And a lot of people forget also that when you pray out loud, huh? A lot of people pray out loud. When you pray out loud, everybody heard what you said. Anybody in the spirit world, like any type of spirit, has heard what you said. And that's why sometimes it's best not to pray out loud. You keep it in your heart. Right? I've often told y'all this. I said a lot of times it's best for you to want nothing. Let life, you should have a plan for your life, but desire nothing. Because when you don't want nothing, it's hard for the devil to weaponize that against you. Right? When the devil knows that you want something so badly, he will do everything in his power for you not to have it. And the long suffering, the long awaiting time, it's going to start wearing on you, like wear and tear. Like it's going to wear you out because you want it so badly. Right? And that's why the best thing you can do is desire intimacy with God with the deepest way possible, because the God that you want, he's in a place where nobody can corrupt him. But when you want marriage, especially marriage, like you want it so badly, when the devil knows that, oh, so that's the thing, that's her weakness right there, right? He will hold that against you so long that the expectation of it, the waiting for it, it's like when you get on social media, it feels like everybody but you is getting married. You go over here, you see nothing but marriage. You look right here, marriage. You go to the store, you'll see a big ad for some bridal dress, right? You go on Google, there are ads for wedding bands. He's gonna have you in this a matrix echo chamber, right? Where you see the desire of your heart, but it's like you can't have it, but everybody else is having it. It's intentional. It is so intentional because he wants you to curse God. Right? And that's if we go to because I gotta put this hold on, let me get some water for this kid, right? But if we go to the story of Job, what did he say to Job? He said, touch this man, touch his money, touch his kids. You'll see he'll start cursing you. Right? And for me, that's one thing I learned about. When you pray for stuff and it doesn't go the way you expect it to, keep your mouth shut. That's why I say, she claims she has a close relationship with God, but she doesn't. She needs she needs a proper coach, okay? But the devil said to God, touch him. He'll start cursing you. He'll start questioning everything about you. And God said, go ahead. Just don't take his life. Right? And so here we are. Right? And the devil has proven, if you don't give her what she wants, this is what's going to happen. Right? And that's why I say, when you truly understand how it works to be close to God and to have things with God, you understand, like, the first thing I have to do is my attitude. I got to understand, if it doesn't work out the first time, and if it never works out at all, God is good. Right? God is good. And even if when you feel sad or you feel disappointed, keep your mouth shut. keep it shut. Don't let it be known. Because once you air out your grievances, the devil's heard you too. When you pray for things, the devil's heard you too. So that's what the Bible says. Like, it's better to pray quietly. And even the Apostle Paul said that sometimes even a sigh or a murmur is comparable to a prayer, because it's not everything that should be said out loud. It is not every prayer that should be made out loud. Certain things you keep to yourself and watch God. And that's why even people pray in tongues, because they used to say, when I was like being brought up, whatever, they used to say, like, when you pray in tongues, it's the one language that the devil cannot hear. So if you truly have something that you want to pray about, if you truly have something that you only want God to know, that you should pray for that thing in tongues. You should not pray for it in your, like, in proper English, whatever. You should not. You really should not. Right? You should not. But if I pray for something, I need to understand that I might not get it at all. I might get it eventually. I might get it on the first try. But whether I don't, or like whatever happens, right? Ultimately, God is good. Right? But never allow yourself to want something so badly that it becomes like nefarious to your health. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because here's another thing. Hold on. Let me show you this. If I can find it, right? Hold on. Hold on. Or is it Daniel 10? Hold on. Let me see if this one, if it's this one. Okay. So if you remember this too, right? If you go back to the story of Daniel, for example, right? This verse right here. This is Daniel 10, chapter 12. No, chapter 10, verse 12, right? Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me close this, right? Then he continues. So I guess that's when Angel Gabriel comes over him. Okay, let's go here. So chapter 10, verse 10, right? A hand touched me and set me trembling on my knees. He said, Daniel, you who are highly esteemed, consider carefully the words I'm about to speak to you and stand up, for I have been sent to you, for I have not been sent to you. And when he said this to me, I stood up trembling. Then he continued, do not be afraid, Daniel. Since the first day that you set your mind to gain understanding and to humble yourself before God, before your God, your words were heard, and I have come in response to them. But the prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me for 21 days. Then Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me because I was detained there with the king of Persia. Now I have come to explain to you what will happen to your people in the future, for the visions concerns yet a time yet to come. Oh my gosh. Okay. So if you remember, if you do remember, hopefully you do remember, right? But in Daniel chapter 10, right? In the book of Daniel, like, it got to a point where Daniel was expecting a prophecy, because he was like, well, God had made a prophecy and the time has come, but then he didn't see anything moving. So he went into prayer and fasting, right? And so on the 21st day of the fast, not the first day, but the 21st day of the fast, right? Finally, Archangel Gabriel got to him. And Archangel Gabriel said, I want you to know that God has a lot of esteem for you. God truly loves you, right? But the problem is, he said, God has love for you. God has a lot of esteem for you, right? And the very moment that you prayed, your words were heard. So it's right here, right? right? He said, your words were heard, and I have come in with a response. Some versions are even better than that. So it was saying, like, as soon as you prayed, God agreed, like God heard you, and he agreed with your prayer. However, on my way to come to you to deliver your message, I was held by the prince of Persia. So technically, that's like a demon, but he's not just a demon, he's a principality. But he had to wait. So Archangel Gabriel was held back. He had to wait for Archangel Michael to come and to set him free, right? And I remember I've always told myself, that's why, number one, when you pray, right, especially the harder it gets, you should always pray and fast. Because Jesus said it, you can't rebuke all demons just with prayer alone. Like some demons out here, especially principalities, like you really have to go into prayer and fasting. A lot of people just want to pray. They think, well, I pray, I want to fast, because it's hard to fast, right? But you kind of have to. If you want it bad enough, you should fast. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you have to recognize that in your life, there are things that you want that honestly you might never get because it's just not for you. You just want them because maybe society tells you you should have them. But honestly, like that's just not the plan for your life. Make peace with it, right? B, right? So that's low A. B, there are things that you want that might not come to you at all, or might not come to you as fast as they should, because they're being held up by evil entities, okay? By unclean spirit, demonic spirit. You frame it how you want to frame it, right? They're being held up. And there's a passage where Jesus says that what you loosen on earth shall be loosened in the heavens, and what you bind on earth shall be bound in the heavenlies, right? Meaning that when you also pray, you need to make sure that so let's say someone wants to get married, for example, right? First of all, ask God if it's in the plans for you. Start there. Number two, if you do get confirmation that marriage is in the plans for you and it's taking a long time to come, you might really want to pray and fast. And when you pray, right, make sure that you loosen, not just loosen the husband, but you have to also loosen your understanding, right? Because there might be things that you don't comprehend physically, like in the physical realm. There might be things that you don't comprehend that you need spiritual help for you to comprehend, right? Because right now, where you are in your maturity, in your journey, you might not be as wise as you need to be to understand the things that you have to understand. That you might correct your behavior, that you might know what curse to pray against, that you might know what prayer to even make, right? So pray for a deeper understanding to be loosened, right? Pray for your spirit. If you feel like, let's say a woman has been single for a very long time, right? Single for a very long time, sufficient for a very long time. In your prayer, along with your fast, you would also pray for God to give you the spirit of a wife, because it is a transition, right? You've been single for so long that even though you might want marriage, right? You might not give off the vibe. You might not give off the energy of a wife because you've been single for so long, and without even realizing, that's the energy that you give, right? So God help me to also receive like the spirit, the anointing of being more of a wife, or becoming a wife, or becoming more wifely, if that makes any sense, right? Number three, you would also pray for the husband, because although if it's for you, right, your husband could be held back. He could be held back somewhere. I don't know where, but he could be held back, just like here, right? There could be some entity, principality that's also holding back your husband. So you also have to pray for him, that God, wherever he is, if he's being distracted, if he's lost, confused, I don't know. Okay, but I pray that you help him. I pray that you release him. I pray that you break shackles away from him, etc., etc. Like y'all, it's some deep work. It really is some deep work, because based on your family, okay, hey Mark, based on your family and based on your family's culture, based on your family's tradition, hey boo boo, based on your family and maybe curses, no curses, I don't know, right? You might have to pray those types of prayers. And for me, I find that it's a lot easier to write those types of prayers out, because just saying them out loud might be a little bit hard. Okay. But if you write out your prayers, it'll probably help you to be more organized in the way that you pray. And how would you know if you have to pray for a husband to be released? Okay. Because he might be held up. Or you are, right? If you come from a family that does not have marriage, maybe there's a problem there. Okay. Like no one's ever been married. Like no one has ever been married. You know, most likely you will definitely have to pray for him to be loosened up. All right. If you come from a family where there's like marriage, but it's not really consistent, okay, like it happens, but it's not like, it's not a thing. Like it's not a tradition. Let's say it's not a tradition. It does happen, but it's not a tradition, right? You definitely have to pray those prayers also. If you come from a family where there's also been divorce in the family, there've been like a lot of divorces in the family, you would also have to pray against, you would also have to pray that way as well. Makes sense? But I'm trying to tell you, like, it's work. It's work. And many times people are under the impression that, oh, well, I prayed about it, because they think prayer is, oh, Father God, I love you so much. I want to get married. You see, I'm getting old, and now I want a husband. Amen. Right? People think that's a prayer, but that's not really a prayer. It's just spoken words. Okay. Yeah. So that too, right? At that point, you will pray. If you, let's say you come from a family that has marriage, like a history of marriage, like a traditional marriage, but they usually happen to be toxic, I will not say to pray for the husband, because you will find one, but most likely he would also be toxic. So your prayers will be different. It's not to pray to find the husband. It's that when the one I find, let him not be toxic, right? Because like it's real. Like I'm like, it's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Do I make sense to you guys? Because y'all really quiet. Maybe you're taking notes. I don't know. I should have done a PowerPoint. Maybe I'll do a PowerPoint for you guys, and I'll put it all together so that, and then I'll give you like the Bible verses so you know exactly what I mean, right? Because this notion of prayer is, oh, Father God, hey, how you doing? I want a husband. Okay, thank you. Amen. Okay, that's not a prayer. And even for me, for the longest time, I did not know how to pray. Y'all, hold on. Let me get this baby some water. I'm going to play the video for you guys. I'm going to get him some water, right? But I'm telling you this, I challenge you to really think about what exactly is a prayer, right? And then number two is like, what exactly does a prayer life truly look like? Is it, oh, Father God, thank you so much. You got to have a husband. Thank you. Bring me a husband. Father God, I want a husband. I want a nice husband. I want a husband who reads the Bible, right? That's not really a prayer. And a lot of us, we don't know how to pray. Because even me, I didn't know how to pray, because I thought prayer was you close your eyes, you said, Father God, thank you. You know what I mean? Give me some money. Amen. Gotta go. Right? And a lot of people too, like they're not, I'm not saying you should pray for 3 hours, but if you can only pray for 15 minutes, it needs to be an intentional 15 minutes. Right? Because if you're just in there, Father God, thank you. I want to have a husband. He needs to be tall, dark, and handsome. He needs to read the Bible. He needs to buy me flowers. Girl, if you don't go somewhere with that, that is not a real prayer. Okay? I don't know what that is. Right? But a lot of us, we don't know how to pray. So I want to play this for you guys.
I'm like, bro,
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Not like, this doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. And God knows I'm the child that's going to ask questions. Because if it don't make sense to me, then why are we doing it? Like, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I'm so tired. I am so tired, bro. Because it feels like I show up to take an exam. I do the work. I study. I do my homework.
I really wish you would stop crying. Let me go back right here real quick. Let me show you something, right? Let's go back here.
But I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I am so frustrated. I am so frustrated. And the only reason I'm even sharing this intimate moment is because I feel like somebody else is going through this. And this is just to show them, like, you're not alone. This is what, this is real conversation, real life. And this really happens behind the scenes. I feel like I'm at a point in my life where everything else is going beautifully. It's going right. But this one area of my life, it just shooting blanks. And I don't understand why. And I say all the time on my page, I'm spiritual, not religious. And I know God. I'm in relationship with God. I know Jesus. I know the Lord. Like, I'm spiritual, not religious. But I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like, I'm frustrated with God right now. I'm so hella frustrated with God. Because I can't understand why everything else in my life makes sense, is blooming and blossoming beautifully. But this one area, it's just like, God, like, what is we doing? And the real spill nobody tells is, you see the beautiful moments and the beautiful relationship aspects of being in relationship with God, but people don't show the angry moments, the frustrated moments. And 90% of it's all good, but that other 10%, like, people don't show that 10% because it's too hard, it's too rough, it's too edgy, and it's too real for some people. Like, I'm at a point, it's just like, God, like, what is we doing? Like, and I can talk to God like that because that's how me and God's relationship is. I know God on an intimate level. We have these real conversations. It's just like, God, like tell me the plan. Give me the plan. Because at this point, I don't know what else to do. Like every other area of my life makes sense, blossoming. But this one area, like I don't understand. And I know there's gonna be some moments where I don't understand the full plan. I'm okay with that most of the time. But it's just like, bro, in this area, can you at least give me a plan? Because I'm not understanding why I gotta keep learning lessons in the form of people. Why I got to keep dealing with stuff like that. Like, bro, not like this doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. And God knows I'm the child that's gonna ask questions. Because if it don't make sense to me, then why are we doing it? Like, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all, I'm so tired.
Because I have Mavericks, it's a bit hard. But even when she says like it doesn't make sense, right? I'm like, imagine when God also told Noah to build the ark of Noah. Like, okay, build this ark because I'm about to destroy everything, right? It doesn't make sense. But what did he do? He did it anyways, right? Just because something does not make sense to you does not mean it's not valuable, okay? Because right now where you are, because, okay, when you're asking for something because you don't have it, right? Okay. If you don't have it, it means you don't have experience in getting it, right? So when you're trying to get something you've never had before, of course it doesn't make sense to you because you've never tried to get it, you've never had it, and you've never done this before. It makes sense that it does not make sense. You don't have experience, right? Does that make sense, right? It's like when I was telling people who are trying to lose weight that in order, first of all, to go far, you have to go slow, right? To run fast, you have to run slow. You look at people who train like for marathons, et cetera, they don't run at their full capacity. You don't do that. You save your full capacity for the day of the event. Like even people who run sprints, a lot of time when you see them, they're not running sprints. They're doing drills. Like they practice this, they do all this, they go lifting, they lift a lot of weights up. I just want to run fast. Yes, but to run fast, you need muscle, right? And to run fast, you have to go slow. Because if like somebody's trying to go to the Olympics, if you run fast every day, all the time, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have wear and tear on your body. You have more wear and tear on your body, you're more likely to get injured. So by the time you get to the Olympics, you'll be hurt. You'll be harmed because you are hurt because you've done too much, right? To go fast, you have to go slow. It's like when I tell, there's a video I did on TikTok and it got like over like 2 million views and people were trying to argue with me. I was like, but I don't understand why. And I was telling people, when you want to lose fat, you have to eat fat. It doesn't make sense. Because you're like, but Marlene, if I'm trying to lose fat, why would I eat fat? I'm glad you asked, right? Because fat doesn't have sugar in there, right? Fat, when you eat fat, like not the goofy fat, but like avocados, coconut, things like that, salmon, things that are actually naturally fatty by nature, right? Fat has a lower glycemic index, so it does not raise your blood sugar, right? When you don't raise your blood sugar, you're also not raising your insulin. You don't raise your insulin, you're also not raising your cortisol, right? Because in order to burn fat, you have to keep your blood sugar low. So the way to keep your blood sugar low is by eating foods that don't have sugar, meaning sugar or carbs, right? So then what's left? Then what do you have left when you look at your macronutrients? You have protein and you have fat, but proteins also do have some sugar on the inside, right? That's why if you have not eaten food, and let's say like a person wakes up, they didn't eat any food, and they start running like crazy, like you're running super fast, right? Your body is going to get the sugar from your muscle, right? So when you actually when you actually eat sugar, they call it glucose, right? Your blood glucose, that's the sugar. When your body has to get sugar out of your muscles, like get sugar out of your protein, it is called glycogen. Okay, there is sugar in protein. All right, makes sense. So there's the sugar that you eat. So you can have sugar in carbs and in sugar food, right? But you also have sugar in protein. So in the absence of sugar, like carbs or sugar in your body, that's what most like workout, like most like energy drinks or workout drinks are like super sweet because they're trying to get you to have sugar that you have energy in the gym, right? So in the absence of extra sugar, or a carb in your body, right? The next thing to take care of this crazy ass workout you're doing is to break down the sugar inside your muscles, right? So that's going to retrieve glycogen. So you have glucose and you have glycogen, right? But fat doesn't have sugar, right? There is zero sugar in fat. And that's why keto works. That's why you see, how can a fat person who gets on a ketogenic diet, eats all this fat stuff, is losing weight? Because fat has a low glycemic index. Most fats have no sugar. If you don't eat sugar, you're not raising your blood sugar. If you don't raise your blood sugar, you're also not raising your insulin. You don't raise your insulin, you're also not raising your cortisol. So it doesn't make sense to say, if you want to lose fat, you should eat fat, because you're thinking like, if I'm trying to lose fat, I should not be eating fat. No. You're mistaken, right? So if you've never done it before, it doesn't make sense, right? If you've never taken the time to look into it, it does not make sense. But if you've done it and you've done it successfully, it makes a whole lot of sense, right? If I'm trying to lose fat, I need to eat fat. So you prioritize your fat. Then after fat, you want to have more protein, and then you want to eat the least amount of carbs and the least amount of sugar possible, and you'll see your weight is going to come down, right? Another thing also is with exercise, right? Because a lot of people, they like, okay, I need to lose weight. They see all these very pretty, very handsome, very muscular, nice body people on social media. They're running all these sprints, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, so if I'm fat and I'm trying to look like her, I need to start running sprints because she has a nice body and she's also running sprints. No, right? Hey, Haisa, she has a healthy body. She has a healthy metabolism. You don't. You're overweight, right? Your metabolism has been damaged. So you cannot compare yourself. Like, she might be a goal for you because her body looks nice, right? But in the beginning, you can't work out the way she works out when it comes to cardio, because she's healthier than you, right? So what you have to do, you don't want to start running sprints, because sprints are anaerobic, right? Sprints are done without oxygen. That's why the body breaks down your muscles to take out the glycogen, right? However, an overweight person who wants to lose weight, who wants to burn body fat, right? They need to walk, right? Because in order to burn fat, you need oxygen. So when you're working out, right, you got to be able to do exercises that enable you to breathe. The more you breathe, like, right? The more fat you're burning, right? If you're exercising and you can barely breathe, you're not burning any fat. Instead, you're destroying your muscles. And it's really hard. It's really hard to build muscle, so you're not trying to destroy it, right? So when they study heart rate zones, they've come up with the fact that in order to burn fat, you need to be in your zone 2. So your zone 2, this little man. Okay, fine, we get it. Thank you. Okay. So your zone 2 is the most optimal zone for you to burn fat. And for most people, that's a walking pace. It's not a running pace. Okay? For most people, unless you're like super healthy, then your zone 2 be like really high because you're healthy, right? Okay, right? But you look at it right here, right? So for most people, their zone 2 is like 60 to 7%. It's very low. It's a walking pace. But it doesn't make sense because, like, but I gotta work so hard. I gotta work so hard. Because a lot of times when we have TV shows, like when they have TV shows, let me see if I can show you. Okay, this is a good picture, right? A lot of times when you have TV shows, like you'll see people, when they have a fat person, they'll make them run like crazy. Pretty much abuse them, because people feel like, well, you're fat, you're lazy, so we have to torture you into weight loss. That's not how it goes. They're going to get injured, okay? An overweight person, an obese person, a person is overweight and insulin resistant, right? Who's trying to lose weight, who's trying to burn fat, who's trying to lose visceral fat, they need to go slow and take a lot of deep breaths, okay? Make sense? But if you've never done this, it doesn't make any sense, because everything you see, especially on TV, tells you that when you're overweight and you want to lose weight, you have to kill yourself in the gym. No, you do not. No, you do not. You have to go slow. You have to go slow. You have to go really slow. And you want to be right here in your zone 2, right? You see? Because this is where you're actually burning the most fat. When you get into here, like this zone and this zone, yeah, you're not burning fat, you're burning sugar. And if you don't eat a lot of sugar, lots of carbs, you will destroy your muscles. Because then your body is going to take the glycogen from your muscles. And so that's what they call protein breakdown, right? It's like so your metabolism breaks down your muscle protein to extract glycogen out of your muscle protein, right? But in this zone, not only are you walking slow, so it's doable, it's manageable, right? Also, you're not breaking down your muscles, right? Because you don't need, baby, can you stop? You do not need, sorry, y'all, I apologize. You don't need any sugar to walk, okay? Because it's very, very slow. So your body has enough time to metabolize your fat to sustain you as you're walking, right? There you go. Okay, sorry, you guys. Another thing also, when you walk, you'll realize that you're not going to be super hungry. Okay. When you exercise super hard, super fast, after every workout, you are extremely hungry. Like you just want to eat and eat and eat and eat. But the problem is, to lose weight, you have to be in a caloric deficit. You have to eat less, okay? You have to eat less and you got to burn more, okay? But if you eat like crazy, status quo, right? So you want to work out slow. So you go slow to go fast, right? You want to work out slowly. You want to breathe so you can burn fat, right? And also you want to do an exercise that allows you to do it and not be super hungry after you're done exercising. And for that, walking is the best way to go. So fat loss, anyone who wants to lose fat, they need to walk. The more you walk, the more you're going to burn. Okay? Make sense? But if you've never done this before and someone explains it to you, it doesn't make sense until you take your time to actually read more into it and also try to apply it. Do it for 3 months, do it for 6 months. You will see you're going to start melting fat. Why? Because that's how it goes. But off the bat, it truly doesn't make sense, right? Hold on. Well,
I am so tired, bro. Because it feels like I show up to take an exam. I do the work. I study. I do my homework. And you still flunking me. You still flunking me. And I don't understand why I got to keep flunking in this one area of life. Because I know your ways are not my ways. I know your thoughts are not my thoughts. But it's like, bro, just give me the plan. Because I feel like you having me navigate a ship with no navigation. I don't know where I'm going. And I remember having this conversation with my therapist, and she broke it down and basically and plainly told me, Vicky, you got to be.
And then she says, I study for the test. How are you studying for the test? Right? How exactly are you studying for the test? A lot of people do not know how to study. And even the stuff she says, I even wonder if she has like a prayer journal, if she writes down her prayers and if she writes down what's actually happening so that she can go back and retrace her steps. But it's like, just because you say you studied, that doesn't mean that you know how to study. Okay. I had to go through that with my own son. He's doing homework right now because school starts back in like 2 weeks. I'm like, you got to start preparing yourself before school starts, right? But just because you study doesn't mean that you know how to study, right? Number one. Number two, right? Some people do better when they are part of a study group. I repeat, some people do better at studying, right? When they are part of a study group, right? But a lot of people just like her, oh, I'm not religious, which means I do my own thing. No problem, right? Sometimes you have to study with people who have better grades than you so you can learn how to study, right? If you are a C student, you don't know how to study, okay? If you are a B student, you could stand to learn how to be a better studier, okay? If you have an A+, if you're like an A+ student, you don't need to really study with people unless you feel like it, right? But if so, you've never done this thing, it's your first time taking this class and you're not getting the grades that you want. Sounds like you need help, right? I'm like, sounds like you don't know how to study, and it sounds like you could benefit from a study group. But once again, you got to humble yourself to say that you need help, right? Even me, I've had a lot of people, in college and grad school, I've had a lot of people help me. Because one thing about me, if I don't know something, I'm not about to sit here and suffer. Okay? I know how to seek help. You better seek help from people. Because there's always someone out there that is smarter than you. Humble yourself and go ask for help. Because I told y'all this before. I said, everybody needs a coach. Have you gotten a tutor? When I started, like when I had to do like computer science, I was like, what is this? I never coded a day in my life. You better believe I had me a tutor. I told my mom, she paid for it. And from that moment, he was like my tutor my entire time he was my tutor until he left. And then his sister became my tutor because she was a PhD student in computer science at George Washington. So sometime I would get on the bus, I would get on the metro, go all the way to DC and have this girl tutor me. Okay? Because I was like, how you do this? Okay? Because sometimes when you see someone who's done it, you're like, oh, so that's how I'm supposed to do it, girl. Back, right? Have you ever tried to put IKEA furniture together? If you've never bought IKEA furniture, and the first time you buy IKEA furniture, yeah, you're gonna be confused. Like, what in the world? Because you've never done this before. But then people who have so much IKEA furniture, they're so good at it now. Those APAC, they have these closet units, like these modules. Some people are so good at popping them things together, right? Because they bought so much stuff from IKEA. Not just, oh, I know how it works, right? Like we went and got a bed for my son. Like we got a bed for Stefan. When I tell you James put that thing up so quickly, because there's so much of my IKEA furniture that James has put together. Now he's like so good at this stuff, like pop, 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 pop. Right? But if you've never bought IKEA furniture, the first time you have to assemble your own furniture, yeah, it is daunting. Like, what is this? Right? But the more you do it, it's like, oh, I got this. Right? But it helps to be honest with yourself. Like, yo, maybe I'm not a good student. Right? Maybe you never learned how to be a good student. And that happens a lot in college, because when you go to college, you also encounter kids from other types of high school. And some people went to a better high school than you, right? Some people studied more than you. Some people, they did summer school. Like when you go to college, it's like, yo, a lot of people are smart. They are seriously smart. So you can either get frustrated or you can make friends with those people. Hey, can I be part of your study group? Right? And when you see how smart they are, don't be mad. Be like, dang, like I want to be like that, right? Be encouraged. Be motivated. Don't be a hater. I'm telling you, statistics. When I tell you these Chinese kids, the Chinese, like they had a whole clique in the department. Like them people were smart shit. But I'm like, yo, they're Chinese though. They are exposed to like advanced math at a very young age. So you can't be mad. Just try to keep up. Right? And that's why we have a passage that says, which is like, oh, I'm so tired. I'm like, girl, you need to go back and read the Bible. Okay? But the passage goes like this. Hold on, give me a second. Okay? This is one of my favorite passages because they read this one at First Baptist Church of Glen Hardin. That's their thing, right? So it's Jeremiah 12. Let me show you the scripture, right? It's Jeremiah 12, verse 5-6. Okay. It says, so Jeremiah, if you're worn out in this foot race with men, what makes you think that you can race against the horses? And if you can't keep your wits during times of calm, what's going to happen when trouble breaks loose like the Jordan in the flood? Those closest to you, your own brothers and cousins, are working against you. They're out to get you. They'll stop at nothing, right? So this is like the I guess like the motto of like First Baptist Church of Glen Hardin. They always say, how will you what? Little baby, you make it hard for me to work. I don't like that. Okay. Yeah, let me be great. Oh my goodness. You love me a little too much. Okay. Let me see if I can find the King James Version. Hold on. Let me see. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that. Thank you. Why do you keep taking it out then? Maverick, you are. Okay. Like he won't let me be great. This little baby. He's a little Gemini hater. Stop, little man. Yeah, you're doing too much. Is everything about you? Huh? Is that what it is? Okay, so Jeremiah 12, verse 5, right? If thou hast run with the footmen and they have worried thee, then how canst thou contend with the horses? Right? And if in the land of peace wherein thou trusted, they worried thee, then how will thou do in the swelling of the Jordan? Okay, so they're pretty much saying, like, if you can't even keep up with the footmen, like, how you gonna keep up with the horses? Okay, so that was the NIV version. Hold on, where's the NIV version? Hold on. No, hold on. Let me see this version. Okay. Okay. So if you run with the footmen and they have worried you, then how can you contend with horses? And so let's stop right there, right? So this right here, where she's like, oh my gosh, I'm tired. I'm tired. If you're already tired and you are not even married yet, how are you going to keep up when you do get married? Right? Because I don't know, people think like, okay, when you're not married and you pray for marriage, okay, fine. I can see how you think marriage is the prize, right? But is marriage really the prize, or staying married is the prize? I'm going to say it again, right? When you're not married and you are praying for marriage, right? I can see how you would think that marriage is like, oh, that's it. I've made it. I've arrived, right? Like it's the end all be all, right? Because you're not married yet. Okay. So I can see how for you, a non-married person who wants to be married, I could see how marriage could look like the end all be all, the grand prize, the grand finale, and things like that. But it truly is not. It's just the beginning, right? Because the real prize, the real flex is staying married, right? But right now, you're not even married yet. You're just praying to be married. And because it hasn't worked out for you just yet, you're losing your shit, right? Okay. Now, when you do get married and you start to see what marriage life truly is, you're going to file for divorce, right? And I feel like sometimes, yes. I feel like sometimes too, the reason why some people have to go through what she's going through, okay, the tears, the snot, whatever, is to maybe realize that maybe it's not for you. Right? Because when you want things bad enough, no matter how hard it is, you keep forging ahead. That's why I told you one time I was watching Dear Future Wifey podcast, right? It was the one with the judge lady, and she was like, oh, I'm not going to settle. I didn't want to settle. She got married like 43, had her first baby at 44. I'm like, yeah, you're crazy. I mean, I'm like, you settled in a way, though. Right? I'm like, me, I'm not having no kid at 44. Like, that's just pure math. My first baby at 44, y'all crazy. And I was reading the comments, right? And the ladies were in the comments like, oh, I have a PhD, but I'm waiting for God to bring me my husband. Oh, I have a master's degree, but I'm waiting for God to bring me my husband. And I'm like, then you're not meant for marriage. Because when you're married, if you think that problems gonna solve themselves, you are crazy, right? When if you get married to a person and you think, oh, it's just gonna work out, or oh well, he's upset, I'm upset, I'm just gonna wait for God to fix it. I'm just gonna wait for God to touch his heart. I'm just gonna wait for God to make him a better communicator. I'm gonna wait for God to make me a better communicator. Then you're not meant for marriage, right? Because I will say this, and I will say this with my humble ass experience, right? Which is that marriage requires people who are problem solvers and people who are not easily in their feelings, right? Because if you think, oh, my husband and I had an argument and we keep having these arguments, you think God gonna come from heaven and teach you guys how to argue? How to know, how to learn to not go below the belt, how to learn to not be disrespectful, how to learn to give each other peace and space to actually think about it, right? How to learn to become better communicator. God's not going to make you a better communicator. You're going to have to want to become one, which means do I buy books? Do I listen to podcasts? Do I take classes? Do I have a therapist? You're going to have to be self-motivated to like, you know what? I realized that me and my husband, we're always arguing about the same thing. Maybe I'm the problem. Wow. Self-reflection, accountability. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe he's the problem. But you know what? And I'm not going to sit here and wait for him to realize that he's the problem. I'm going to do my part to fix myself, right? Like I told you about my story about like this morning, right? James took it the wrong way. I don't even know why he took it the wrong way, but I'm like, you know what? He's having a moment. I'm not going to react to it because when he wakes up later, he's going to realize that I meant no harm by that. You know, so when somebody is at a stink, you know, vibration, I don't have to be at a stink vibration because I meant no harm, right? But I'll give you your space to see, like, I meant no harm. You say you touched poison ivy and then you passed out. So I'm thinking, okay, he has poison ivy. We share the bed with the baby. I don't want the baby to have poison ivy. Okay, so I said, okay, I'll bring you a pillow and a blanket. I meant no harm by it because, you know, I don't leave you. I always come and get you. If I do a live and I'm running late, like it goes like late to the night, like, yeah, I'll come get you. You know what I'm saying? But I've never left you. But you told me you had poison ivy. You cut the poison ivy in the backyard. So I'm like, child, I don't know. Okay, you have poison ivy. But I'm like, you have a choice to also not be like, well, since you want to be upset, I'll be upset too. I'm like, I don't know why you're upset. But I'm not upset. You know, but it's okay. You're having a moment. People have a moment. Like everybody has the right to have a moment, right? The problem is to stay in a funky moment. Okay? But then he's like, oh yeah, you're right. My bad. I was like, yeah, I'm like, what the heck? So then the day went on. It wasn't a big deal, right? Because you have to learn to become a better communicator. You have to learn to pick your battles. And you have to learn sometimes it's really not that deep, right? Maybe you misunderstood me, but if you know me well enough to know I meant no harm by that, like, why would I no? So I'm like, why would your feelings be hurt? I'm like, you can't do that, boo. You can't be intelligent and be emotional at the same time. Like, you're gonna have to pick one, Gemini. Which one is it for the day? Right? So I guess he decided to like be hyper logical. So there you go. Let's go on about our day. And then life went on. It's not a big deal, right? But it's like, I think when I'm listening to her, it's like she really thinks, yeah, oh no, Mav is the king though. Child, this little baby is too much. But I feel like this baby came by force. I'm like, you come in your dad's birthday month, like, you know, you almost had the same birthday as your dad. Like, he come a little too strong. Okay? He come a little too strong. But my thing is, right? I think for a lot of ladies who are not yet married, they really think being married is the prize. Like, this the end all be all. And that's why they spend so much money on their wedding day. The dress, the makeup, the outfit. Because they're like, yes, I got what I wanted. But it's like, no, I think to me, the biggest flex is to stay married. Right? Oh, Maverick he came in hard, right? He was like, I don't want him to have my birthday. I was like, well, okay. Makes sense. I'm gonna put a star so I can answer it later. Right? But the real goal is to stay married. But staying married too, you're gonna have to learn to deal with what? Frustration. And to deal with frustration with a positive attitude. Because maybe you two don't have the same love language. Maybe y'all don't know how to communicate just yet. You're gonna have to learn that, right? So if just getting to step one is causing you to fall apart like this, like you cry like this, you have snot like this, you're mad at God like this, girl, what you gonna do when you with the husband, when you get married and then you and your mother-in-law have issues and you feel like he's picking his mother's side? You gonna go file for divorce, right? What you gonna do? File for divorce? Okay. That's why I say sometimes you gotta look at your attitude. Why am I reacting like this? Right? And maybe God is testing you. How do they call it? Like sifting, huh? Sometimes people say like, oh, he's sifting you, right? You know how like people do with rice? Let me show you if I can find a video for you. I'm gonna let hold on. Okay, let's look at this video right here real quick, okay?
I'm on a limited budget.
Because some of y'all just used to buying rice at the store, okay? Some people, they got to deal with rice the old-fashioned way. Okay, where's the lady? She's right here, right? Okay. But it's like, do you see what she's doing? That's what you call sifting rice. Like you put on the thing, French would call it tamis. Like you put it on that thing, then you just like pound and like pow, 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 pow. And the more you do that, like you get out the dirt, like you have like little pieces of like rocks in there. You have dirt in there. You have like the skin of the grains also is going to be in there, right? But you have to sift the rice. So like the stuff that stays on that plate is the actual rice. Everything right here is just debris, right? So sometimes it's like when you, let's say you, because I do feel like marriage is for very mature people. You know, I do feel like marriage for very mature people, right? And a lot of people, I don't think that they are mature enough to be married, right? As of yet. So the process is, if you say to God that you do want to be married, we got to sift things out. And that could be your immaturity, right? It could be your bad temper, your immaturity. You like to cuss people out. Don't know how to argue, right? You get frustrated easily. When you get frustrated, you want to give up. So what happens if you're married and then you have kids? And not because you're frustrated, you want to file for divorce, break up your home, have your children live under two different roofs. Now your kid's going to be over here on Wednesday, over here on Thursday, right? You see, I think sometimes too, like, I wish a lot of times, like, people would realize that God knows you better than you know yourself. So it might not be the fact that he doesn't want marriage for you, it's that you're not ready yet until he sifts the F out you. Right? A lot of people need to be sifted. Like your whole person needs to be sifted just like that. Because there's too much debris in your person. Right? But the problem is, not to be offensive, okay? But I might be offensive, but not to be offensive. I don't mean to be offensive today. Right? We live in a society where you can't tell women that they're wrong. Right? We live in a society where you have to constantly tell women that there's nothing wrong with them. They're perfect. They're amazing. They're so smart. They got a PhD, one. Right? We live in a society where you constantly have to stroke a woman's ego. So when things don't work out for her, I can see how it's debilitating because she's so arrogant because society gassed her up. She's like, but what's wrong with me? I told you I was the same thing. Like, I'm the shit. Like, who you think he is? But you see, even my behind, I had to be sifted. My sifting process was called Columbus, Georgia. Okay? My sifting process was called Columbus, Georgia. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because that place, I was sifted indeed. Okay? No, I'm serious. I was sifted too because I was very arrogant. I was like, what the heck? Shoot, I'm the prize. I'm amazing. I'm fabulous, right? But no, I was not. I was a little spoiled little brat. Okay? So my sifting process was Columbus, Georgia. That's what I don't think I got sifted before. I got sifted in the marriage. Okay? I know that's right. You understand, right? And it was not a comfortable process. Now her sifting could happen before she meets the person. That's even better. Because it's a lot better that you check your foolishness before you enter into your marriage, have children, and now your kids will have to suffer because mama is foolish and now you're breaking up the home and your children have to live over here on Wednesday, over here on Thursday, then back to daddy's house on Saturday. It is too much. It's too much. Right? Makes sense? So God could be sifting you because you need to change. And that's why many times also, yes. I don't mean to be offensive, but I might be offensive. God will cut you off from your sisterhood. Okay? Because the sisterhood is the reason why the sifting process is not working. There are a lot of ladies in your life, and it could even include your mom, that you're going to have to stop listening to, or that you're going to have to maybe not share as much because they're part of the problem. Okay? Because in their culture, in their mindset, in their bag of rice, it's okay to be rambunctious. It's okay to be argumentative. It's okay to want to lead all the time. It's okay to have the final word every single time. It's okay to argue all day. It's okay to tell a man, oh, well, it's between me and your mom. You got to choose who you going to choose. You don't ask nobody to choose. What if somebody asks you to choose between them and your daddy? How does that make you feel? Don't you dare. Okay, my dad is my dad. You are who you are. You're not in competition with my dad. Me, I would never ask somebody to choose between me and their mother, because don't ask me to choose between me and my Libra. And I know I talk about Libras all day, but I do love my dad though, right? I just like roasting him. It's just what I do. Okay, makes sense. But nobody should ever ask you to choose between you and your mom. That's crazy. That's really, really crazy. All right. But that's the process. And it's not a pretty process. Right? Yeah, I love my dad. He's just a Libra. Like, he's a socialist. I can't stand him. But I love him though, but I can't stand him. But I'm like, you couldn't tell me, oh, Marlene, don't talk to your dad. Like, oh, it's between me and your dad. I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Right. But vice versa too. You can't tell somebody, oh, well, you gotta choose between me and your mom. You can't say that. That's his mom. Right. But you should say to your husband, I would love for you to talk to your mom, because I would love to have a healthy relationship with her. So please talk to her, because this, and that. But like I said, one thing about, like, a few things about marriage, like one of them I will say is that you got to understand that marriage is about politics. Okay. Marriage will teach you a whole lot about politics, because you have to pick your battles. And a lot of people you can't get rid of. Right? It would be nice to be like, well, I don't like his mother-in-law. Okay, like little genie. Okay, what's the name of the witch lady? I forgot her name. Bewitched, right? Remember? Then she would go like this. Okay, it would be nice to do that. I don't like his mom. Okay, but that's not how life works. In real life, when you're an adult, you have to learn to get along with people you don't like. I dream of Genie. Was it Bewitched? Is that what it was called? Right? You have to learn to live, to coexist with people you don't like. Right? Because you could have the perfect husband, and then you could have a interesting mother-in-law. You want her to die? Like, what you gonna do? Kill her? Say, oh no, I don't like your mom, so I don't want to see your mom. I don't want your mom to come to our house. Like, that's not possible. Right? So you're going to have to learn to grow up. And then in life, you have to deal with people that you don't like. But thank God, she has her own house. You have your house. God is good all the time. God is good. Right? Because that's what marriage is. Marriage, I'm like, it's very political when you think about it, right? But you have to learn to deal with stuff. Right? You got to learn to pick your battles. And you also have to learn the time that you pick your battles, because not every day is a good day to fight. That's why I told y'all last time too, like, if you have a disagreement with someone, especially if you have a disagreement with your spouse, right? You don't say to him, oh, we got to talk right now. He's not your child, right? Or she's not your child, right? You might be ready to talk, but maybe are you ready to talk, or you want to yell at someone, right? So no, you need to ask the other person, hey, is this a good time for us to talk? You got to level up, right? And a lot of people want marriage because it's a status symbol. It's a way to not be alone. It's a way to check something off their, the little checklist, whatever. It's the way to show to your friends, like, yeah, I got somebody who loves me too, girl, right? But it's like, you're not really especially if you're coming from a Christian perspective, I don't think that you're looking at marriage like, oh, it's a ministry, right? It's a ministry. So it's not really about me or just me. It's about us. It's about the whole thing, right? And so right now, am I even a good steward of my own feelings? A lot of people, men and women, are not good stewards of their own feelings. A lot of people are unhinged. And you have a lot of unhinged people who want to be married, right? You have a lot of people who are seriously emotionally unhinged. But for 3 months or 6 months or 9 months, they're going to start being fake. They're going to start trying to be, fake ass submissive, fake ass religious, fake ass, spiritual, because they want to finesse somebody into seeing them for who they're truly not. You're crazy, right? So out of nowhere, now she's Christian. Out of nowhere, now she's spiritual. Out of nowhere, she's going to church, because instead of truly learning submission, she'd rather pretend to be close to God. Stop playing with me, right? You can pretend to be a little nicer, a little bit more feminine for 3, 6 months, even 9 months, even a year. But in a marriage that's supposed to last for a lifetime, eventually who you truly are is going to come out. right? And so when you go in prayer with God, he knows exactly who you are. He knows exactly why you're here. And he knows exactly if you're pretending or if you're being real, right? And that's what they say, like, what's it called? A leopard can't hide the spots, right? You understand? So the thing is, if you know that you are a prideful woman, I would even say before you ask God for marriage, you ask God to break your pride, right? If you're someone who has a hard time saying, I'm sorry, you truly struggle with apologizing, you might want to learn to apologize to a lot of people, right? If you're someone who has a hard time having reins over your emotions, start practicing ruling over your emotions. You can't change them. But what I see, because I see it a lot on YouTube, like, oh, how to be more feminine, how to be your more feminine self. And it's always buy clothes, wear makeup, do your hair this way. But real feminine energy is not clothing, right? It's not, oh, I'm going to lower my voice and talk like Janet Jackson. It's on the inside, right? And so unless you're really ready to do the work to change on the inside and change your mindset, change your culture, you can buy all these nice clothes. But when something bad happens, the crazy you go pop out. Because you are nothing more than a perpetrator. You're an imposter, right? And there are many people in the faith who are nothing more than imposters. They're pretending. I'm going to pretend to be wife material, but you're really not a wife. You're not wife material. I'm going to pretend to be humble. You're not really humble. I'm going to pretend to be kind. You're not really kind. I'm going to pretend to be patient. You're not patient. So as soon as your scam don't work, you start crying like this. Right? Now, and I'll show you something else. Okay. This one, right? So what? Matthew 25, verse 1 to 13. Let me see if I can find it for you guys over here. Okay. So let's look at this one. Oh, they're so fake. Let's read this one. Okay. So at the time of the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish and 5 of them were wise. Okay. The foolish ones took their lamps, but did not take any oil with them. I wonder why. The wise one, however, took oils in jars along with their lamps. The bridegroom was a long time in coming, and they became drowsy and fell asleep. Right? So remember this one, what they say? If you run with the footmen and they worried you, then how can you contend with horses? And if in the land of peace in which you're trusted, they worried you, then how will you do in floodplain of the Jordan, right? Okay, so let's go back to this one. What happened over here? Right? It took a long time for the bridegroom to show up. So what happened? They got worried. They got tired. Okay? Became drowsy and they fell asleep. Because you have people who are truly wise, right? And then you have people who are pretending to be wives. Okay? The ones who know how to be wise, they're like, yeah, you got to think ahead, got a plan. Let's bring the jars, but also we'll take our lamp, but we'll bring extra. And that's one thing you'll notice about most people who are wifely, like people who are wifely material, they think about other people. They think about other people. Like you can really tell a woman who's gonna make for a great wife, because usually she's the type to share. Like she shares a lot. She's not mean. She's not selfish. She's not spiteful. She's always a woman of service. If you've ever met, I mean, I'm sure some of you guys know people who are great wives, right? But think of somebody that you know. Think about ladies that you know that you feel like, well, that she's a great wife, or like, it could be your mom, could be your grandma, could be your aunt. I don't know, right? But think of someone that in your life you can say, like, that lady right here, she's a great wife, right? And usually you'll see she's not self-serving. She thinks about other people. If she makes food for enough. Like, just in case somebody else comes, I'll make extra. You know what I'm saying? She usually thinks of other people. Very maternal. Very, very maternal. She's not self-serving, right? She always thinks about other people. She plans because she's a mom, she's a wife. Like, she just knows, like, you know what? Let me just bring extras just in case, right? And then you can tell the people who are pretending to be wives, they don't know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always say, like, to me, being married, like being a wife, it's a ministry, and it's not meant for everybody, right? And some people will be married, but they're not going to last because it's just not who they are. They'll pretend for a season, but eventually their true self is going to come out, okay? And so it's going to lead to divorce. Then you have other people who are truly meant to be wives. This is who they are. And like, they've had wifely mindset even before they got married. They've always been that way. Right? So it's like, for them, it's a lot easier for them to get married. Okay? Let's keep reading the stuff. Okay? So, at midnight, the cry rang out, "Here's the bridegroom. Come on and meet him." Okay. Then all the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. The foolish one said to the wise, "Give us some of your oil. Our lamps are going out." "No," they replied. "There may not be enough for both of us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves." Let me be great, okay? Oh my goodness, this little baby is too much, right? But while they were on their way to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived. The virgins who were ready went him to meet him to the wedding banquet, and the door was shut. Later, the others also came. "Lord, Lord," they said, "open the door for us." But he replied, "Truly I tell you, I don't know you. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour." Right? There's another one. Hold on. Let me give you the other one. Oh my gosh, right? There's another one. Let me see. Let me see. I need to find that one, but it will come back to me. Right?
Be okay with God not giving you an answer sometimes. And it's just like, I get that. But if God knows his child, i.e. me, I'm the child that's going to ask questions. He knows. It's like, this ain't new. And then she broke it down further and said, think about the broad scheme of the plan. If God really told you the full plan and what it took to get the end result that you want, would you really still do it? And I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I was already on the phone earlier, just crying, frustrated, like it was a lot worse than what it is now. And I'm just like, shit, I don't know. Like, hey, wait, can I at least get an option? I just want to know what it feels like to get it right in one time. In that one area of my life, like, God, just let me get it right. At least let me know how it feels to get it right, because I'm a master at getting it wrong. I'm a master at picking the wrong people. I'm a master at that already. I don't want to keep being a master at that. I don't know, but I'm frustrated. And if you remember the emotional wheel, where you spin the wheel to get to the deep-rooted actual emotion that you do feel and put a name on it, I'm not even angry. I'm just frustrated. And this is what it looks like to have a relationship with God. There are some moments where you frustrated as hell because it don't make sense. But yeah, I'm gonna need a moment. So yeah.
You know, and I have this. Let me show you guys this. Because years ago, hold on. Years ago, my friend gave me this book, right? Y'all so cute now. We can just sit here on live and just do it. It's fine. Let me show you this. Okay. So like I told you, my sifting process was Columbus, Georgia, right? So in that season, my friend gave me this book. The cover was different. I really believe it's her, right? So this woman right here, if I'm not mistaken, her husband was like an alcoholic. He was crazy. He was really, really crazy. And she was like, God, You need to change this man, right? Because you know when stuff goes wrong, you're like, no, it ain't me. It's him. He's the problem. He's the problem. He's the demon. Okay, he's the evil man. God, why would you send me a husband like this? I think this is her. I think so. I believe it's her. I feel like it's her, right? Let me show you something. Okay, so she was like, I think it's her. She was like, oh, no. God needs to change this man, you know, but I mean, she eventually left the house because I think he was an alcoholic, whatever. But in her trying to change him, like, cause she would really go to prayer, like, God, you got to change him. Like me, I'm so perfect. Like, there's nothing wrong with me. Like, this man's a demon. Okay. And she was like, in the process of her trying to pray for God to change him, she realized that she needed to pray for her to learn to accept, like, not the alcoholism, of course not, right? But she needed to pray for herself. Because once I change myself, or like once I become better, I guess, like more humble, more kind, I don't know. But then he's going to be able to look at my behavior and he's also going to want to change something like that, right? Because a lot of times you think somebody else is the problem when in all honesty, you're the problem. Just like with this young lady, I'm sure she means well, right? But when you listen to her, you would think that God is the problem. Oh, but I study so hard and I show up for the test and you keep failing me, right? And a lot of times, even in school, you'll have a lot of students who will say it to a teacher, like, but why do you keep failing me? Why are you taking points off? Why do you give me a bad grade? It's like no teacher is failing you. No teacher, for the most part, is giving you a bad grade. This is the grade that you've earned. But because you're so impressed with your mediocre study habits, because you probably study like you've never studied before, whereas like for most people, your new way of studying is like the norm for them. Okay. Right? So you feel like, oh, this is the most I've ever studied my whole life. Okay, I'm happy for you. Right? But realize that other students, they've been studying this way the whole time while you were goofing off. You understand me? Right? And what do I mean by that? Remember how I told you that if Dr. Dennis had not said, when my daughter called me to say she wants to get a PhD, and I told her daughter, if you decide to go get your PhD, you're not going to have a husband. And then in my head, it was like, why would he say that? I was like, this is weird, right? I'm like, why would he say that? But then I understood why he said it. And I said, oh, if that's the case, then I need to get a husband before I go to graduate school because I don't want to be without a husband and a PhD, right? That's how my mind became because he said that. So once he said it, I was like, alert, 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 right? You have a lot of ladies. They might not mean harm because, again, it's a cultural thing, right? You have a lot of ladies. They might not mean harm. But the thing is, they never thought about marriage, right? They never thought about marriage. They never cared about marriage. They were goofing off like, oh, I don't care. I'm focused on my money, degree, because it's the culture. No problem, right? But meanwhile, there were other girls who were like, they learned to balance, right? You have girls who are a lot better at balancing because those girls also have a different culture. I keep telling y'all, culture is everything, right? So the girl who learned to balance, they can do both, right? They can learn to be hardworking, but still remain, I guess, like feminine, I don't know how to say it, right? They can learn to go to school, but at the same time, not be, everything is just school. Like I have to learn to balance, right? And there are people that like, nope, that romantic side of me, I'm going to shut that down. I'm only going to focus on this, and that, right? And then by doing so, you lose certain attributes that make you more feminine because the things you're focusing on are a bit more masculine, if I could say it that way, right? So then when you recognize like, oh, wow, now I want this thing into my life, it's like, well, girl, you never cared for that. I don't want to call it goofing off, but it's like, it was never a priority. But because now it's a priority and now you care about it a little bit, or you've prayed for 10 days, or now you've been going to church for 3 months, you expect the same result as the girl who always said to herself, I have to be a wife. I hope I'm making sense, right? A young woman who said to herself, especially if you've ever said, oh, I don't need a man. I don't care about a man. I don't care about being married. I don't care about being a wife. I don't care, right? No problem. That was always your mindset, right? You have a young lady who said to herself, I do want to be successful, but I also want to be a wife. You never saw her say, I don't care about a man. I don't need a man. Women who are married are weak. She never said those things because she's like, yo, I'm not going to talk bad about it because one day I too want to be a wife. or I hope to become a wife, right? You understand? So for her, most likely it happened a lot easier. When you've never cared for it, and then all of a sudden you're trying to change like drastically to care about it, it's not going to be as easy for you, right? Because there's a lot that you have to learn. But because it's the most you've ever cared about it, you feel as though you should have this great result. And it's like, no, boo. Because the level of effort that you are now putting into this thing, though I think it's good that you're putting effort into it now, there are people who have put in way more effort for way longer. Do I make sense, right? It's like, we start a class, right? We start the semester. The entire time, you don't care. So you're like, you have a C. Sometimes it's like your grade goes between a C and a B, but it's more so like a C plus. It's a stronger C giving like a B minus, right? Cool. Now we get to the final exam. All of a sudden, you're like, yo, I want to apply for this internship, or I want to apply for grad school. So now you want to start caring about the grade. Like, I got to have an A on the final. Got to have an A on the final. But it's like, okay, try your best, but what are the odds of you actually getting an A on the final, right? Because that's crazy. Not only you gonna have to get you're gonna have to get a perfect score on the final and extra credit because you're like a strong C, right? That's how like some people. That's the way I wish they would understand the situation, right? So it's like what you feel as though is so much effort. Like I'm praying and I'm this. It's like yeah, but you started 3 months ago, right? But then you want to have the same result as somebody who's always cared about marriage since she was 12 years old or 16 years old, right? She's way further along, right? It's the same thing. You say, oh, I got to work out. I want to start exercising. I want to start losing weight. And then you feel like in 6 months, you should be just as strong, just as fast, just as muscular as somebody who's been working out nonstop for 6 years. I mean, I think it's awesome that you care about your health. I think it's awesome that you've been consistent for 6 months, but to expect that you will have the same body in 6 months as somebody who's been working out for like 5 years every day or for like 5 days a week for 5 years, no. You got to temper things out a bit, right? Because there's so much yet that you have to learn. But because like it's the most effort you've ever put towards that thing, you feel as though you are deserving of this crazy output. Like I deserve an A in this class because I worked so hard for the final. But it's not about working hard for the final. It's about consistency, right? And in the matters of the heart, especially as it pertains to the matter of marriage, you've never consistently wanted marriage. You've never consistently yearned for marriage, right? That's why I told my son, right? Although, you know that school I told you, like him and his dad applied for this one school and he didn't get to the school. I wasn't upset. I was like, child, listen, right? But some of his other friends, they got into the school. Why? Because they were consistent for 2 years. 7th grade, they were super consistent. My son said to me when he got the bad grade, he said, oh, mommy, there's no grade worth worrying so much like that. It's not worth stressing over a grade, mom. Because like when I go to freshman year, I can always start over in high school. Remember he said that, right? Because he didn't know that all his friends were applying for that school. And I told you, I don't even think he saw himself having an A in that class. So because he didn't see himself having an A in the class, he's like, well, what's the point in worrying? Because that's not a level I can reach. You understand? Right? But then when we start working together and then like his grade goes super, super high. And now he caught up to those kids. He caught up to that. So now my son felt like he was deserving of going to that school with his friends. I said, no, because although you caught up with them and now you also have an A, you have a strong A in the class, but baby, you were not consistent for 2 years. They were consistently getting A's in 7th grade, right? So most of them had A+ for honors algebra 1. You did it, right? And then when you were not getting A's in algebra, you never came and got me because your dad made you feel like I'm so hard. I'll make you do all this work. So you did everything to hide from me. No problem, right? And then they were also consistent 8th grade with honors geometry. So when people look at the report card, they got because when he applied, you had to apply with the grades, the transcript from the 7th grade, right? I'm like, you don't have an A in algebra 1 honors. But these kids, they had A's consistently. And then the first semester, like I guess like it wasn't the first semester, but it's like the half of the quarter, right? he was at a B or like a B plus, whatever, those kids were having A's. So I said, Trey, it's not a matter of getting A's now. It's a matter of getting A's and being consistent for 2 years. You were not consistent. Right? And if you remember, you told me it's not worth stressing over. And now you realize that your friends, they were always stressed. And because they were always stressing over it, they perform exceedingly well. And because they perform well consistently over 2 years, they let them in. Because that school is so challenging. If you're not self-driven, if you're not self-motivated, you're going to be miserable. Right? But you can always try again next year, right? But this is why when you start something off the gate, you have to care about it. Because if in the middle of the year, right, in the middle of a semester, you're like, oh, now I want to be an A student. You have a higher hill to climb than most people because you started off not caring. Now you care. But the efforts you're doing, that's just to catch up. It's not even to be like the standard. I hope I'm making sense. Okay. All right. I hope I'm making sense. But this is why consistency matters. Even in your prayer life, consistency matters. But when it's your first time actually caring about something and you go above and beyond, because for you in your head, you think that's going above and beyond, right? Because you don't know how other people pray, right? And you don't know how long other people had to wait, because it's always perspective bias, right? So for you, it's like, well, this is the most I've ever prayed. This is the most I've ever cared about a relationship. This is the most I've ever cared about marriage. So how come it's not working out for me? But it's like, yeah, it's the most you've ever put in effort, but it doesn't mean that it's the best effort, right? Because there are other people who probably prayed way harder than you, right? Who fasted more than you, who waited more than you, who had more frustrations than you, right? But because this is something they wanted for such a long time, they had a better attitude than you. I hope I'm making sense, right? So this lady, I don't know, because I've never listened to her story, but this lady, this is one of her books. I mean, I recommend that you get the book if you want to get the book, right? But it's a great book though, because I read it and it really helped me. Like, no, sis, okay, you have a lot of work to do. And the work you have to do is the work that starts with you. So if you feel like you studied and then you take a test and you don't like your grade, you didn't study well enough. And it's not the teacher, it's not the professor being mean to you. It's that you studied, but you didn't study for an A, right? You studied for this grade. So now you say, oh, professor, are you free for after, are you free, like you have office hours, right? You ask your teacher if they have office hours, because I would like to go over the test, right? You don't say, man, F that. I don't care anymore. Then you didn't want this A bad enough, right? Because if you really want to A in the class and it didn't work out the first time, you say, okay, maybe there's something I missed. So you ask your professor, is it okay if I come to your office? Like, do you have office hours? When can I come for office hours? Because I would like to go for the test. Then you go there on the day that he agrees, the time he agrees, and you sit there with your professor and you have him go over the test and you'll see. This is how you solve the problem. This is how you get an A. This is how you study. Right. And I promise you, after that, maybe your next test, you might get a B plus or an A minus. Right. But eventually, if you keep working hard, you're going to get an A. Right. But just because you didn't get an A the first time and you feel like, oh, my gosh, I studied so hard. I did all this. I did flashcards and this perfect. Right. But an A is not just about memorizing stuff. Right. You got to also be able to think on your feet. Right. Anybody can memorize, but you got to be able to like think outside the box to solve the problem, because A students, they know how to think outside the box. They don't get frustrated. When they have a problem, they try it this way. It don't work this way. Okay, let's try it. You keep moving things. That's like algebra. You keep moving things around until you find a way to solve the problem. But there's a way to solve this, right? Right now, you might not see it. And that's why you have to practice more. The more you practice, the more ease you're going to have. It's grease for your elbow. The more you practice, the more ease you're going to have when it comes to that thing, right? Like yesterday, my son and I, we spent almost like 20 minutes trying to solve this problem. We didn't give up though, but we got to it. Oh, okay, so that's how you do it. You don't give up because it's getting hard, right? You get more creative. And then and to be creative, you got to fix your attitude. You really, really need to work on your attitude. A lot of people, they truly need to work on their attitudes, right? It's not the end of the world. Because if you think that marriage is the end all be all, you're going to be in for a surprise, because once you get married, you have to stay married. Sorry, you guys. And the best way to stay married is having an attitude that allows you, enables you to have a successful marriage, right? If you don't have the right attitude, you could be married to the most amazing man, the most amazing woman. If you do not have the right attitude for this relationship, y'all not going to stay married. You will not stay married because you do not have the right attitude. And you got to have an attitude of partnership, right? You understand? It's like they were, when I was watching the whole political stuff, because they were talking about Kamala Harris and how she went about picking Tim Walz. And they were like, well, the reason why she went with Tim Walz and she didn't pick what's his name? Rob Shapiro, the governor of Washington. No, Pennsylvania, right? So Rob Shapiro is the governor of Pennsylvania, and then Tim Walz is the governor of Minnesota. So they said during the interview process, Rob Shapiro said, okay, as a vice president, what are going to be my duties, right? What decisions do I get to make, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So ultimately, they felt as though he's not a man who knows how to play second fiddle, okay? He got to be the top dog. And there's like, nah, we can't hire someone who's going to try to outshine our president, because they want Camilla to be the star, and then you're like Michelle, right? But Rob Shapiro, he doesn't want to be Michelle nor Kelly. He also wants to be Beyonce. When they interviewed Tim Walz, he was like, well, I'll do whatever she needs me to do. They're like, okay, so you know how to be in the back, okay? You know how to be a supporting cast member. So they said ultimately that's how Tim Walz got the job, and that's why Ben Shapiro did not get it, because he doesn't know how to be behind the person. He has to be the person in the forefront. And they've already chosen the person to be in the forefront. Okay, so there can't be two Beyoncés over here, right? And that's that. When you decide if you they did 2 interviews, right? Y'all know I'd be like, I'm in that stuff like heavy, right? It's the same thing. I'm sure JD Vance also had an interview. They said it was the same thing also with Dick Cheney and George Bush Jr. Like when Dick Cheney went in there for his interview, he's like, yeah, I don't mind being in the back. But I guess, the part he forgot to say was, I don't mind being in the back because I'm going to take everything from you. So off the bat, George Bush Jr., he felt very comfortable with Dick Cheney because he felt like that's a man who doesn't want to be in the spotlight. So he's not going to try to compete with me, right? And I'll say the same thing with this relationship. If you look at marriage from a spiritual, like religious perspective, right? If you're going to be the wife, you can't be the main character, right? Because if you go from a Christian perspective, right, the wife doesn't lead the household. The man does, right? You understand? If you call yourself a Christian now, right, you are supposed to be the helpmate. You're not the main mate, okay? The man leads the wife. The wife leads the children, all right? Makes sense? So you also have to make sure that that's something that you're okay with doing. Are you okay being behind a man? Or do you want to be like the man, the woman who leads the man, right? You got to think about that too. Because like low-key, high-key, like you're auditioning for that position, right? Are you okay to come second to a man? Because in today's culture, that's a no-no, okay? In today's culture, the wife is in the front, the husband's in the back. Because that's how people do things, right? But from a spiritual perspective, like from a Christian perspective, right? The way it goes is the man is in the front, the wife next, the children after the mom. So husband leads the wife leads the children, right? So it's like, do you have that in you? Are you going to be okay with that, right? Are you going to be okay with your husband leading and then you leading the children, right? You also you got to be honest about that. Or do you want to be in the marriage where the wife leads and the husband follows? Like, oh, well, my wife is voting for Kamala Harris, so because my wife said so, I'm going to do it. Is that the type of husband you want? I don't know. You got to ask yourself that, right? But if you say, I'm going to pray to God to get me a husband, I will assume that you're going to get a husband that also reads the Bible that you read. And in the Bible that he reads, the man leads and the wife follows, right? So are you going to have a hard time with like, quote unquote, technically submission? Yes or no? Got to think about that, right? And you don't have to. But if you don't want to, most likely it's not going to happen for you. Okay? So you got to think about that part too. Right. So hold on. What is he saying? Hold
He said it's no coming back from this level of stupidity. Shout out to the lowly one. He said plot twist. God is the answer.
Why is he so loud?
Shout out to Troll with a Soul. He said problems. Well, first of all,
Let's see what he said.
the reason why every other aspect of your life is going fine is because those decisions when you are single does not include another adult that you have to respect their opinion as much as you want them to respect your opinion.
Oh, baby.
So when you're single, yeah, everything is going to go the way you want it to go for the most part, because you have the ability to take it or leave it. You have the ability, you know, if you go to a restaurant or you live in a neighborhood or you're congregating around certain people, if you don't want to deal with it or you feel like it's not good for you or it's toxic, you can abstain from it.
Why'd you leave?
Okay. So you have a certain level of control when it comes to, you know, the interactions you have in the world when you're single. You have a certain level of control. If you have a job you don't like, you can quit the job. You don't have to put up with the job. Or you have a job you don't like, you don't have to be at that job 24/7, right? There's a number of things that you have some degree of control over. But when it comes to being in a relationship with another person, you can't control that person. You can't control what they do. You can't control what they say. You can't, you know, you can make suggestions. You can ask them to do things, but if they don't want to do it, you can't force them to do everything, right? So when you say you're not having any, you're not.
You know the part where he says you can't force him to do anything? I'm like, that's exactly what we were saying yesterday about, what's his name, Big Sean? If someone does not want to marry you, you can't force them. You shouldn't even force them, because if they do so, it's going to be to shut you up, not because they really want to do it, right? Don't force people.
Have any problems in your life except that one area, which is romantic relationships. All it tells me is that you don't know how to get along with someone in a relationship. That's all it tells me. And here's the thing. If you keep noticing that every time you get into a relationship, there seems to be a problem, it doesn't mean that every dude you encounter is raggedy, or every dude you encounter is problematic, or every dude you encounter is a narcissist. Because in that situation, you are the common denominator, which means there is something that you're doing wrong. There's something you're doing wrong. Okay. And bringing up God, that's not really, that's not really going to help as far as making an excuse, because as the good book says, faith without works is dead. So you can sit around and have conversations with God all day. You can pray all day, but until you get up off your ass and actually do something different, you're going to keep getting the same result. Okay. Me being a person that believes in a higher power, he will assist you, but he's not going to do it for you. Okay. Now, another reason why.
So, you guys, I'm with the baby here, right? And this part, I will say I do agree with him on this part, because I've told y'all, especially the New Testament, I feel like the New Testament, the way it encourages entitlement, the way it encourages socialism, the way it encourages people, oh, you'll just pray and get a miracle. All I have to do is pray and get a miracle, because Jesus prayed for people and they had miracles, right? So a lot of people feel like, well, Jesus prayed and a miracle occurred, right? So I'll just pray and have a miracle. I'll just pray and have a miracle, right? Makes sense. And so we don't know that. You pray, but you have to go work, okay? You pray, you have to go learn. You pray, you have to go practice, right? Prayer is not going to absolve you from learning how to deal with people, right? Prayer is not going to absolve you from having to do the work. I used to do the same thing, right? I used to hide too. I used to pray and go into hiding. No, you got to go face your fears, right? Because you're asking to be, yes, you pray to God and everything, but you're asking to be in a relationship with a human being. You're not trying to date God. You're trying to marry God. You want to marry a person, right? So if you're going to marry a person, you have to learn to deal with people, right? And you have to learn to deal with people of the opposite sex, right? You got to be able to say what you want to say, but let them say what they want to say. You got to be able to understand other people. You have to be able to understand their perspective, how they see things, because you're not a man, right? So let him tell you how he sees the situation. You tell him how you see it. He gonna tell you how he sees it, but you have to understand, like, okay, I got to make room for, we are all so different. Like, people are different. Men are different than women. Women are different than men, right? And a lot of times I feel like when I hear people always use God, and try to use, like, everything is God all the time. I'm like, yeah, you're running from life. Like, you are seriously running from life. You are running from having to do the work. You're running from having to die to yourself, right? You're dying from having to compete. A lot of women do not want to have to compete to have a husband. Okay? Because they're prideful. They're like, oh, I just wait for God to bring me my husband. Girl, where? Okay? The same husband you want, you know how many women want the same man? Right? And that's why I said yesterday, the stuff that Tony was saying about, oh, there are so many ladies, like the ladies are out here, fellas, you better get you one before it's too late. I'm like, no, Tony, do not lie to people. Okay? Do not lie to people. We know exactly what the numbers are. Out of the world population, you have more women than you have men. Right? So ultimately, men are going to be in more demand than the women. It's the truth. Okay, I don't know why people struggle with things, right? But you look at the numbers of the world, there are more men, there are more women than there are men. So not every woman will have a husband, right? It's a reality. Not every woman is going to be married. It's facts, right? Also, some women who do have a man, they will have to share a man, right? And then you'll have ladies who want nothing to do with men at all, because some are lesbian and then some are asexual, okay? But of those who do want a man, some will never have one, okay? Some will have to share one, and some will have one that's just committed just to them. It is the reality. The world is not a perfect place. Because when you think about men who are eligible, who are like, oh, I'm a man and I'm heterosexual, right? There's less of them than the women who are heterosexual who also want to have a relationship, right? Then you got to find the one that you want, like the man that you are attracted to. From that pool of man, which is an even smaller pool of man, then you got to find a man who's also attracted to you. You know what I'm saying? That's fine, Abigail. Let me put up what Abigail just said, because Abigail said it's quality rather than quantity. Even if there are more women, there aren't a lot of quality women. I think that's what he meant. But baby, right? The thing is, quality is something that you appreciate over time, right? I just told you about people who are fraudsters out here. There are people who are perpetrating, right? You have a lot of women today who know how to position themselves as quality women, but yet they're not quality, right? But because they understand how men operate, she's more likely to finesse a husband before the woman who's actually quality. I hope I'm making sense. Like, think about designer goods, right? There are a lot of things that are called luxury. They're actually not luxury, but they're expensive, right? And then there are things that are actually luxury, you know what I'm saying? That sometimes they do cost a lot of money or not as much, but people don't go towards things that are actually real luxury. Like, for example, let's say you want to buy, hey, forehead, let's say you want to buy a bag, right? You want to buy a purse. You say, okay, I want real leather. You would think a person would be like, okay, I want real leather. I want a bag that can last for decades. I want a bag that I can give to my kids, my granddaughter, right? Because that's also real luxury. It's something that can last. Luxury is not just so much the price you pay for, but because of marketing, due to marketing, and so many corporations having so much money, they can throw so much money at marketing, like towards marketing, to bamboozle people to see one thing as quality, right? And luxury, when honestly it's cheap, right? Take the whole fiasco with the whole Christian Dior bags, right? Because those tote bags are like $3,500, right? But is it because it's worth $3,500? No. When you use marketing, when you have a huge company like LVMH with their trillions of dollars, right? When they spend all this money towards marketing, right? It's to make people perceive the tote as if it's a quality bag. It's a luxury bag, but it's not. Because recently they were exposed The tote only costs $57 to be made, right? But for so long, a $57 bag was perceived to be a quality bag worth $3,500, right? Meanwhile, you have other bags on the market made by great companies, right? Who work with quality canisters, and the stuff actually really is expensive, right? People are not going to buy it. But yet that's exactly what they want. That's exactly what they need. But they're not going to buy it. Why? Because you can have great quality, right? You can be a woman of quality. You can be a woman of worth, but you don't know how to sell yourself, right? You don't know how to still, like, you can still be a quality woman, but you still have to compete. Like, just because you're quality does not mean that these dudes, these husbands, potential husband, gonna be lining up at your door, Abigail. That's not how life works. And I think, like, where ladies have been misled is to thinking that, oh, if I'm quality, somehow he gonna find me. No, because on the way to finding you, there's probably like 200 ladies that he has to sift through. And he's going to have enough wherewithal, discernment, experience. Well, oh, no, she's not really quality. Oh, she's setting me up. Oh, she's fake. I got to wait for Abigail. No, because by the time he gets to woman 50, you know what? I'm tired. She's good enough. I'm going to marry her. Right? Because a lot of girls, too, who are not quality, they're also learning to market themselves as quality product. I hope you understand me. Right? Do you get me, Abigail? Right? So imagine this, right? Figure of speech, right? Let's say you're right here. You are the wife. Like, you are the quality wife. Like, over your head it says, anointed by God. She is the wife of valor, right? That's you. Then here's the husband, right? Now imagine that between you and him, there's like 20 miles. Those 20 miles, okay? Those 20 miles. On that road to the 20 miles, there's temptation. He hasn't met you yet. He don't know you exist. You know you exist. He doesn't know you exist. He knows he's looking for a wife. But between where he is, so that's the start, right? He's the start. You're the finish line, right? But on the way to get to you, there are going to be a host of women before he gets to you. Some are going to be an obvious, yeah, like that's a red flag, like she's a no, right? Some it's an obvious, okay, she's not wife material. Some is going to be a question mark, like she could be, I don't know, right? But there are some who've mastered the art of deception, right? There are a lot of ladies who know how to sell themselves as quality. It's not until you marry her that you recognize that you got scammed because she was pretending to be a church woman. She was pretending to be this, but she's not really wife material. And unfortunately for a lot of men, because a lot of men too don't know how to really look for a wife, because a lot of men also get scammed. They get scammed. And then so they have to pay a lot of money once they have to go through a divorce, because you also didn't know what a real wife is, like what a quality woman is. So you were bamboozled. You understand, right? That happens too. And I think a lot of times people are under the impression of, well, if I'm a good wife, if I'm a quality woman, he'll just find me. He might not. Because on the way to finding you, he's going to make a lot of stops, right? On the way to finding you, he's going to meet other women. Not some he might go, okay, off the rip, I know she's not the one, right? Some is going to be a question mark. Some is going to be like, she could be the one, right? So that's why even if you have a quality product, you still have to market yourself, right? Like there's like a brand called Lowy. Is that like Lowy or something like that? It's a really popular brand right now, right? It's like they don't spend as much money on marketing as like an LVMH, right? As Dior, as like Louis Vuitton or Chanel, for example, right? But they still have to spend money on marketing because you still have to let people know that you exist, right? You still have to let people know, like, hey, I have a great product, right? I'm probably better than Louis Vuitton. I'm probably better than Dior, right? You still have to. Like, is Hermes really the best bag in the world? Is it truly? I don't know. But the marketing around it, right? The hype around it will have you thinking that if you have a Birkin bag, oh, you've arrived. But have you really arrived? Well, you've been scammed. You know what I'm saying? And that's my thing. It's the marketing. So like he's saying, which I also agree too, when you just lock yourself in the room, oh, I'm praying. No. At some point, you got to go out there and compete. You can't lock yourself up in the room and just pray, right? Because he won't find you. And he might be deceived by someone who knows how to look like you. Because the devil is good at that, right? You understand? Like, look at the rapper guy. What's his name? Little Baby, right? Little Baby bought this watch. He thought he was buying a real one. He spent $700,000, and it's a fake. So I'm like, if somebody that famous and that rich can get got, right? Imagine how many other people get scammed. But I'm like, $700,000 for a watch, and you thought it was a real one, right? Even today, when you look at designer bags today, and you look at a lot of the knockoffs from China, knockoffs like them fake bags today, they've come such a long way. They have come such a long way. There are some fake bags out here between the fake bag and the real bag. You really can't tell the difference, right? And that's the same thing. Today, you have social media, you have videos, you have podcasts, you have TikTok videos. I mean, you have a lot of resources, right? Teaching a lot of women how to pretend to be quality material, to pretend to be wifely, right? And some of them are good enough that they can do it. They know how to do it until they get the ring. Once they get the ring, then they show their true colors, right? Because we live in an age of deception, and most men don't go past what they see with their eyes. So men are not going to be as spiritual and discerning as a woman, right? So a lot of times, if a woman knows how to be fake for at least a year or two or even 3 years, she might get this man to propose because she's going to become who he wants to be. And a lot of ladies, like, you have a lot of frauds. You have a lot of fraud, right? You have a lot of fraudsters out here. They know how to mirror a man, especially if he's very wealthy, right? You have a lot of ladies out here who know how to mirror a man. They will become exactly what he wants. The entire dating period, she will be so like moo, you won't believe it, right? Because she's like, okay, I've studied him. I know exactly how to get him, right? And I feel like that's the stuff like girls like Drea and Miss Nikki Baby. I feel like they're really good at that. I think they're really good at mirroring what a man wants, like that. Those type of men that they go for, like the basketball player, they understand these boys. The same way, I remember one time Brittany Renner was in her car and she was like, yo, if you understood basketball players, they're the easiest lick. Like, you can make so much money off of them, right? Because these girls know how to study these boys, and they truly study their insecurities, right? And they cater to their insecurities. And before you know it, he's so comfortable having unprotected sex, and she's pregnant, and now you gotta pay child support, right? But one thing I have issue with is like people that are telling people, like, if you want this, you're gonna have to compete for it, because it's not just gonna come at your door. You're not gonna have a bunch of suitors lining up at your door like, oh, I can't wait to, can you be my wife? Can you be my wife? That's not how it works. You're gonna have to put yourself out there, and you're gonna have to learn how to read people. You're gonna have to learn how to win. But it's not obvious off the bat though. But it's like the more you do it, the more it's gonna come to you, right? But you have to make it your business to learn people. It's not enough to pray to God. You have to learn to read people. It's a powerful skill, because once you know how to read people, then you know what to do, right? And that's what people do. With like people who work in marketing, that's what they do. They know, okay, we got to convince people to spend $3,500 on a bag that only costs $57. How are we going to do that? Right? By making them feel like this bag right here is not just quality, but it gives you status. Because people who buy your bags are not really looking for a bag. They're looking for status, right? So the marketing people, they study psychology. And so they know how to position these bags. They know what kind of pictures to take, what kind of videos to make, what celebrity needs to be holding this bag, what magazine they need to be talking about this bag, what sitcom should have this bag. Like, it's a whole thing, because they need you to believe that this bag is the bag that's going to make people think that you've arrived. Okay? Get me? And it's the same thing. So when people are despondent, like, oh, I'll just wait for God to be my husband, he will never come. He will never come. Because on his way to you, he's also gonna have temptation. And for you to be like, oh yeah, he's gonna be so strong that he gonna know all these girls are fake and I'm the one for him. Good luck with that one. Okay, good luck with that. Good luck with that part. Hold on.
You're having these problems, in my personal opinion, is every other aspect of life, every other situation you're in when it comes to you living your life, right? You understand the rules and you follow them. See, a lot of women that say everything is going right in their life, the only problem they have is the relationship problem. It's because everything else in your life has preset rules. And you go into those situations willing to follow those preset rules. And that's the reason why it runs smooth, a little more smooth than your romantic relationships. The reason why your romantic relationships aren't working is because the preset rules that we have followed for who knows how long as civilization has been around, you've decided you don't want to follow those rules. You've decided you want to ignore those rules. We call it the social contract. So the reason why you keep having problems in that one area, it's like if you move into a house and you don't have any furniture and you decide to order all new furniture and all of the furniture requires you to assemble it. And so you've got 20 pieces of furniture and each piece of furniture has an instruction booklet that shows you how to put everything together. You decide to follow the instructions for 19 of the items, but there's one item you say, I'm not going to read the instruction book. I'm just going to put it together as best I know how. And then after the fact, you're wondering why everything else is working and functioning except that one item. That one item is rickety. That one item isn't put together well. That one item doesn't work properly. It's because you decided not to follow the instructions when it came to that one, even though you followed the instructions when it came to everything else. Now, what some people are going to say is, well, what instructions, Angry Man? What are you talking about? Well, it's funny. You should ask that. Do you realize that modern women of today that say everything in their life is going fine except their dating and mating experience? Everything in their life is going fine except their interaction with men. These women all have one thing in common, which is why it's funny that she brought up God, right? The thing that all of these women have in common is every last bit of scripture in the Bible that instructs women to function a certain way. Modern women do the fucking opposite. I'm going to say that again. Every single scripture in the Bible that schools, socializes, and trains women on how to interact with men, they do the opposite. And then have the nerve to sit back, look up in the sky, and ask God why that's not working for them.
You've been always screaming. Okay, this part too, I will say I do agree. And I'm going to tell you why. What it takes to be successful academically, what it takes to be successful like career-wise, It's not the same skill set it takes to be successful in a relationship with a human being, even with your children, right? Like, let's say somebody's a boss, like you're a CEO, or like you're a manager at work, you're used to giving orders and things like that. Even with your kids, you gotta be careful how you talk to your kids, because you can't be bossing your kids all the time. When they get to a certain age, you got to start talking to them and trying to show them why it matters, like why you actually want to do this. Why is it good for you to make your bed? Why do you want to be a good student, right? Oh yeah, Angry was always screaming. One day him and I got into it. It was too funny. It was hilarious. Okay. But it's like you want, because when people understand why they're doing something too, they're more likely to want to do it than being told to do it, right? When you see, like, okay, what my mom is telling me to do, what my dad's telling me to do, I can see how if I do implement that, it's going to be better for my life. You understand? Right? So then you have more stake in it because you see how this is really for you. It is not so much for me. You understand? Right? What it takes to be successful in school is not what it takes to be successful in a relationship. Because sometimes I'll say this, what makes you good at school might not make you good for a relationship. Okay? What makes you good at your job might not make you good for a relationship. Right? And I think like that's the part people don't know when to turn things on and also turn things off, right? You got to have one type of skill set for this. You got to have a different type of skill set for that. Right? But the problem too, and that's nothing I will say here in America too, like one thing I think is a big problem in America is that people only hang out with people they like. Right? People only talk to people who think like them. People only want to hang out with people who, move just like they move. And so because of that, you're stuck in an echo chamber. And you think there's nothing wrong with your ways because you only want to be around people who think just like you. Because people say to themselves, I'm only going to learn from someone that I like. You're gonna lose out on this life, right? If you wait for all your teachers and all your professors and all your life teachers to be people that you like, in order for you to be open to learning, you're not going to learn much. Right? And that's why I've always said that if you realize the people that you don't like are actually going to teach you something about yourself. And I think that's why they say keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. Because your enemy, he doesn't like you. So he going to keep it a buck. Like, yeah, your shoes are ugly. Yeah, you sound stupid. Oh, yeah, that's horrible. Because they don't like you. They have no reason to flatter you. They don't like you. Right? And so they're more likely to be honest with you. And they're like, oh, okay, I don't like you, but I'm kind of glad you said something because I was unsure. People who do like you, they're more concerned about covering for your feelings, protecting your feelings, being nice to you, having access to you. So they're not going to say anything because they worry more about their proximity, right, to you than what is in your best interest. Right? Like I said, me and this dude right here, me and Angry Man. Oh, one day we got into it, y'all. It was lit. Woo, child. It was child. I was on a panel somewhere. Right? It got real. But I didn't take it personal because I know me, Marlene, I talk big shit. Like, I'm not a sensitive person. Like I'm really crazy. I'm outside. Okay. But I talk big shit. He talk big shit. So I'm like, whatever. Okay, I love people who talk their shit because I'm going to talk my shit. So you better talk your shit too because I'm not going to say things in a way like, oh my gosh, I can't. Oh, it was like maybe almost like 2 years ago. Baby, it was a bunch of dudes. Okay, it was on Fight Club. Anton Daniels has another, I don't know if they still do it though, but Anton had a channel called Fight Club, right? Y'all, the stuff I do. If y'all went to keep up with me, I am stupid. So I got on Fight Club. There were a bunch of dudes first because the way I was lighting up their asses, it was like the majority of the guys on the panel were boys. Like there was a bunch of men, right? I was lighting their asses one by one. I'm stupid. So then I feel like he was in the back. Somehow they called Angry Man up and then they called this guy. They had this little light-skinned boy named Eric. I called him Becky with the good hair. Oh, he lost his shit. He lost his shit, right? I said, Chico the Barge. It was so funny, y'all. It was funny, right? So then he pulled up, Anton pulled up, and Eric pulled up. Like they're going, because nobody could tame me. Woo! That thing was sweet. Maybe I'll find it for y'all. It was ridiculous. So Angry Man pulled up, Anton pulled up, and then Eric pulled up. Like, oh, we about to get this girl. I said, yeah, the fuck you wish. I lit his ass up. I lit Eric up, and then I also lit the Anton. Child, it was real. I had time for everybody. But then I was like, yo, you know, it's like big shit. I just talk shit. So it is what it is. Don't take it personally, right? So he didn't take it personally. I didn't take it personally. So I'm like, it is what it is. Okay, this is what it is. And personal. I don't take stuff that's why I told you I like Trump. I like people who talk shit, like talk your shit. Like people, oh no, I have to be polite. I gotta be PC. I gotta be like me. It makes me uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Because I need to be able to express myself. Yeah, I said Becky with the good hair. I call him Chick with the barge in the rhythm of the night. I said, motherfucker. Because he had like all these, like he had a bunch of Air Jordans behind him. I'm like, I know these are fake. I was like, you probably bought them shit off of eBay, huh? I'm like, is that the eBay bell I read? Look, it was just like, I was so stupid, y'all. I was really stupid. Please don't, like, I am dumb. I be doing some stupid stuff. Okay. So we got into it, then it was over. Right. So I'm like, I don't harbor feelings. I can cuss you out, you can cuss me out, and then it's over. Whatever. Move on. Okay, it is what it is. Because I just think it's funny. Whatever, right? But like one thing you have to recognize in life is like, you know, you're not always going to learn from people that you like. I don't know what I have. I think I have something in Scorpio somewhere. But I'm not scared of people. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't scare me. Like I don't get scared. Like, I'm not scared. Let's do it. And I'm like, you gonna cry? I'm not gonna cry. I promise you that. Okay, but it was so because I'm like they couldn't handle me. Like there was this dude. He would say he was like Dominican. I said, how about you go pedal more BBLs, your dumbass? Okay, to my mom. It was so stupid. I said, Lord, thank God they don't know it's me. Okay, it was too funny. It was really funny, but you know it is what it is. Anyways, right, y'all, because I couldn't sleep that night, so I had time. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. But my thing is, right, you're going to recognize that sometimes in life, and I was like, Angry Man, I actually like you. I don't even know why you come at me this way, but since you want to, let's go. Shit. Yeah, no problem. Right? Then he became really nice. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I should have gone this hard on you. My bad. But Eric, no, I didn't apologize to his ass. Yeah, you have to learn not to be sensitive. And I feel like people who are really sensitive, people who lack self-awareness, right? Because once you know your strengths, your flaws, okay, that's who I am, and you accept yourself. What you gonna say? Oh, I'm fat. Well, duh. I break chairs. What's next? Right? But a lot of people, they take themselves way too seriously. Right? And when you take yourself too seriously, people are gonna hurt your feelings. Right? But you have to stop thinking that, oh, like, I'm only gonna learn from people I like. You're not gonna learn nothing from people you like. Okay? Because they also, hold on, little baby. Can I have a second? Can I be great? Oh, Lord. Oh, no, you're not being nice. No, you're being an angry baby. You hear me? You're also not being nice. What is this? Okay, so my thing is, right? If you think that you're going to learn stuff from people that you like, you're not. Because just like the way they don't want to hurt your feelings, you also don't want to hurt their feelings. So now here you guys, you're just stuck. You're stuck being fake towards each other, right? Because nobody wants to say, hey, I think you should work on that. Because you don't want to hear feedback. She don't want to hear feedback. So it's status quo. Nobody's growing, right? A lot of times it takes you going in, like it takes you having a conversation with someone you don't like. You might be upset. You might not listen to the person. But when you're by yourself, you're like, you know what? Maybe the person was kind of right. You know? And it's okay. Like, it's truly okay to admit, like, even if you don't like a person, if a person has a valid point, it's okay to say, you know what, you do make a valid point. I can see how this right here actually makes sense. Right? And I think, like, when it comes to, because one time I was on another panel, but I think it was like on TikTok, right? But I'm like, I could see why a lot of ladies might not be successful in a relationship. It's like they're very pretty, but it's like I could see why you might not be successful because you have no man to talk to, not in a romantic way, but it's like if you had more brothers, if you had more male friends, I don't know, right? You could start to learn how men actually think, not the way you wish they would think, right? Because a lot of time I'll see girls sit there and talk about a man like, oh, if he would, if he could, he would. Or if a man can't plan a date, then he won't be able to plan your future. And I'm like, what the heck? You're not a man, right? It's the same way when men sit there and try to like think the way a woman will think, it's like you really can't do that because you're not a woman. If you're also a woman, like you can't really think the way a man will think because you're not a man, right? So it's more helpful to have guys that you can talk to start learning. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? To start learning how a man actually thinks.
I have one more meeting like that.
The lies you tell, Gemini.
I'm meeting with VP in 10 minutes.
You told me an hour. The hour turned into 2 hours.
This is a little thing called work. You know, sometimes like, you have meetings and shit you can't get out of.
Child, please.
I'm double booked right now.
Maverick, Daddy probably made up a meeting, huh? You see what I'm saying? But it's like the more men you have in your life, the more you can understand how men actually think. It's the same thing for a guy. The more you have sisters and things like that that you can talk to, you're more likely to understand how girls think, right? Because especially like this thing, like when it comes to like love language, I was like, I've come to recognize that. Like a lot of girls think, oh, if a man loves me, he will buy me flowers, right? Another guy might be like, well, if for me, love is like paying a bill, like paying the mortgage, right? For you, it's buying flowers. For him, it might be paying for the mortgage, you know? But I'm like, love language is real too. Because how do you show love, right? A woman, for her, showing love it has to be this way, right? For a man, showing that you love someone, it looks like this, right? But if two people don't talk to say, okay, like, how do you look at this? Like, how do you see this problem? How would you solve this problem, right? This is how I would solve it. This is how I would solve it. Because I can't really say, oh, there's a wrong or right answer, but I can see how two different people who are two different genders would approach a problem differently, right? You would look at intimacy one way, he would probably look at intimacy a different way, right? And I think like that's like, for example, when it comes to like sex, for example, right? A lot of women, they might not be so into sex like that because for her, intimacy is like, it's talking, it's going out on dates, it's like, you know, text message throughout the day, like stuff like that. She would consider that to be intimacy, right? For a man, intimacy is like, no, we need to actually have sex though, right? So it's like, there are different people. You're a woman, he's a man, right? You have different anatomy. So it's like, what you consider to be intimacy, oh, this is good enough for me. It's like, no, for me, that's not enough, right? And then for him, it's like, he needs sex. You're like, but I'm not really into sex like that. Makes sense? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? So it's like, you really have to work on learning to hear like you got to learn on talking to each other. And then you really have to work on learning to listen to each other and not penalize somebody or be mean to someone because they didn't answer the question the way you wanted them to answer. Because then it's not really their idea, it's your idea, right? And you don't want anybody to parrot what you want, right? People are people. People are truly people, right? Just like you have husbands who are extroverts and then you have wives who are introvert. I remember one time I was talking to this one friend and it was like her husband wanted to have like this dinner party at the house and she was like, no. And I'm like, but why are you saying no? She's like, well, because I like to stay to myself. I'm like, well, that's you. So should he destroy a part of himself because you don't like people? You don't like people, but you chose to marry a man who's a social butterfly. Right? Imagine telling someone who's a butterfly, yeah, I'm about to clip your wings. You're gonna make him sad. Like you're perfect. Like you like to be by yourself, right? That's you. That's what makes you happy. If you ask him to be just like you, you're going to make him miserable. That's not who he is. So I'm like, stop. If you don't like people, stay inside your room. Don't come outside then. Like, what the freak? Right? But you can't tell somebody not to have his party because you don't like people. That it sounds like a you problem. And my thing is, if you actually love your husband, try to be more social. Now, you might have to take a little bit of break. Like, okay, maybe you come outside for like 15, 20 minutes and you got to be to yourself. Fine. But you have to try to also meet him halfway. You can't tell somebody that you knew was a social butterfly, well, I don't like people. I like to stay inside, so you also have to stay inside, and we can't have nobody ever come over to the house. You are insane. I guess you got mad, but whatever. But it had to be said, though, because he's not going to stand up for himself, right? But I'm like, you have to learn to let other people tell you how they feel without you penalizing them for it, without you being mad about it, and be like, yo, he's his own person. Right? It's the same way I feel about phones. Like, oh my gosh, you guys, I cannot stand people who go through people's phones. Like, I just can't stand that. Right? Because ultimately, we're all adults. Everybody's an adult. And people have a reasonable right to privacy. I don't think that because you're married, you have no privacy. Okay? I think we're all adults. We are all adults. And everybody should have a reasonable right, a reasonable expectation to privacy. Now, if you decide to abuse your privacy rights and misuse your privacy rights, it's on you. Because everything done in the dark is going to come outside. But I don't agree with people snooping into people's phones. Somebody takes a shower, you try to see their, like, what's in their, it's not your business. Okay? People have the right to their phone. People have the right to their thing. Like me, I have lots of journals. Like I write a lot. Yeah, I have a reasonable expectation to my privacy. Don't go through my journals. I mean, you won't find much, right? But I don't need you to spy on me. Okay? Because I know how to govern myself. The day you find yourself having to check on someone, spy on someone, go through somebody's phone, then you obviously have a problem. Okay? You might want to address that. But I do feel like people who are adults, every adult has the right to privacy. People have a right to privacy. Don't go through people's phones. Okay? That's how I feel. Do not go through a person's phone. It's their phone. If they want to let you in, they will. If they want to give you their password, it's on them. And my thing is like, why do you even want somebody's password? It's not your property. It's their property. You have people, oh, I got to have your password. I got to have your Facebook. Like, he's not your child. He's not your child. And whatever he wants to do, if he really wants to do it, he'll do it. He could have a phone in the car. He could have a whole separate phone in the office. Okay? So, I don't know. I just feel like it's a waste of time. It truly... Yeah, but and then what? If he's cheating, he's cheating. But I'm like, if you have to check his phone to realize if he's cheating, you need to work. I just, for me, honestly, I feel like you have to work a little harder on having more discernment. Because other things should be letting you know that he's also cheating. Right? Because whatever's motivating you to look for his phone is something else, right? So the fact that that something else already exists, then you got to know that you need to know, like you should know what you want to do. But I'm like, to go into somebody's phone, to me, it's like, I don't know. It's so, to me, it's very low class. I don't do phones. I don't go through people's phones. Because whatever motivates you. Oh, sir, can you, oh my God, let me be great. Whatever is motivating you to go through somebody's phone, that's what you need to address. Don't go into people's phones. People's phones, people's pockets. It's ridiculous. If he wants to cheat, he's going to cheat. If he wants to have another phone and entertain people on a different phone, that's what he's going to do. But my thing is, right, there's no need for you to snoop because whatever is done in the dark will come to light. I'm not going into people's phones. I'm not going to be jumping. Like when I see these skits, I'll see like skits sometimes on the internet. I'm like, what the heck is wrong with y'all? The man runs in the bathroom. She's jumping to see his phone. I'm like, y'all doing way too much. Okay? You're either secure in your relationship or you're not. And if you don't feel secure in your relationship, you need to sit down with this man and have an adult conversation. I've noticed X, Y, and Z. So let me know what it is. Right? And if that feeling is still lingering, then you need to do what you have to do. But I'm like, when you reduce yourself to be snooping in phones, I think it's quite embarrassing. Okay, there are things that you might do as a little girl, but when you're a grown woman, especially if you're a married woman, snooping into phones, into pockets, whatever, girl. And my thing is, a lot of times I'm like, okay, you snoop in the phone, right? When you do find what you find, what you gonna do? You gonna leave? Most likely, you're not. Don't stress yourself. Another thing, right? You have a lot of guys out here, because I had to deal with that over the weekend, actually, right? A friend called me, like texted me, called me, whatever. She was like, oh, Marlene, like, she showed me a picture. It was like a goodie bag with like teacups and candy. I'm like, okay, what's happening? Because I was confused. So she was like something about her husband. I was like, okay, I'm lost. Then I'm like, girl, you got to send me some voice notes, right? So it seems like at work, her husband has this little boo thing, right? And then somehow he's getting his hair cut. He hasn't gotten his hair cut in months. So he's doing a whole lot because now he has a new little thing at work. And I said to her, do not react. Don't react. Like, give this man no reaction. Because I think what a lot of ladies need to understand, right? Let's say a man is having an affair, right? Let's say he's cheating. He wants you to look into his phone because he wants to hurt your feelings, right? Because think of, because hold on. Oh, I wish I could put this baby down. Hold on. Let me get closer. Let me get closer so you can understand how I see this, right? If a man is careless enough to get caught because he wanted you to see it, right? Like, you have people who do cheat, and I think you have like different types of cheaters, but I will say this: you have one cheater who, like, he has an affair, but he doesn't really want the wife to know. He doesn't want to hurt the wife, so he's gonna be very, very, very careful, okay? Because people are flawed, so it is what it is. But then you have another type of cheater. He's careless because he wants you to see it. I don't know what I would do. It depends, right? It depends. But, oh my gosh, I would leave. I don't know. It depends, right? Because it depends how it happens. But ultimately, I'm not losing sleep over that. You understand? I don't know. I hope you understand me, right? Because if you're careless enough to get caught, it's like you wanted to be caught. If you're careless enough for somebody to see it, to me, it lets me know you want to hurt me. And that's something I can't allow for you to do, because nobody controls my emotions. I control my emotions, right? So I give it no life. I'm not going to go look into your phone. So it's a waste of time. Because to me, I'm like, if a man is, if you can be careless enough to leave your phone wide open, knowing that you're having sex with sex workers and you pay the sex worker with Cash App, and you leave your phone wide open, knowing that you have given this woman reason to feel like there's something going on, like you're coming up late, you're acting funny, you don't want to eat her food, you're doing all this, like you're very distant, you don't want to have sex with her, like you're doing things like you want her to go look into your phone. I got time for you. Me, I will starve you of this attention because I'm like, you're immature. You are seriously immature. If you have a problem, come talk to me. But this goofy game, because you think gonna hurt my feelings, it's not gonna happen. Because me, Marlene, I'm gonna starve you. I'm stupid, right? So I said to her, do not respond, because he wants to trigger you. He wants to trigger you. And I wish a lot of people would learn to not, that's why I'm saying, do not go into the phone. Because once somebody knows that you're the type to snoop, the day they want to hurt you or the day they want to be petty, they're going to start leaving things in their phone or weird messages on their Facebook or in their DMs because they want to hurt your feelings. I hope I'm making sense, right? But if you're married to a woman that you know, she doesn't care. She's not going to go through your pockets. She's not going to go through your phone. Like, you can't use infidelity or the semblance of infidelity to scare her. That's a weapon you're not going to use against me, because I will never look in your phone. 15 years, I've never gone through his phone. It's not my phone. I don't care, right? Because we are all adults. Nobody is, me, that's my mindset. Nobody forced you. Nobody was forced to get married. You're not forced. The day it no longer works for you, let me know. I'll see if I want to go or not. I'll make up my mind, right? But nobody's forced to be married. If something doesn't work for you, if you can't come and tell me and you want to go cheat, it's on you. It's your life. It's your life. It's your career. It's your life. But most likely, you're going to be hurting way more than I'm hurting, right? And I said to her, do not react to this. Do not respond. If he wants to bring a little goodie bag that this girl bought for him to the house because he wanted to hurt you, he could have kept it in the office. He could have kept it in his car. He could have even thrown that in the trash. But he brought that to the house because he wants to trigger you, right? Now he's getting his hair cut because he wants you to wonder, like, oh my gosh, does he like her? He hasn't cut his hair for me. No, let him go get his hair cut. And actually, when you do see him, tell him, oh my gosh, it looks so good on you. I'm so happy for you. Go about your business. Do not entertain this man. And then she was like, oh, Marlene, he also said to me that he didn't renew the lease. I'm like, you see? So that was the goal. Bring things to the house. Maybe he's cheating. Maybe he's not. But whatever it is, bring it to the house. You bring the goodie bags with the little note on the inside. You go get your hair cut, right? Because you want her to feel like you're having an affair, right? And then she's going to be upset. She's going to be, triggered. She'll spaz out. But like, oh my gosh, I'm going to pack my bags and I'm going to go to my mother's house. That's what he wants, because he wants you off the lease. So I said, okay. He said he didn't renew the lease. When does the lease expire? She said, oh, it expires this month. I said, okay. Has he started packing yet? She said, no, he hasn't started packing. I said, okay, then he's full of shit. Because that's really what he wants to do. And he's not going to be able to get out of doing what he needs to do for you. We are no longer getting triggered in 2024. I'm like, it's getting old. It's getting old, right? Don't let people trigger you, because once you're triggered, you are emotional. When you become emotional, they will rob you of what you're entitled to. Don't get robbed, right? Because emotions will cloud you. And these types of emotions, they will put you in a bout of rage. And next thing you know, he's going to pull out his phone and start recording you. Next thing you know, he's going to take that phone and go to the courthouse and be like, oh, Mr. Judge, look, our daughter was right here. And look how she was screaming. You got to think ahead. And that's exactly what Jamie Perkins did to Nikki, right? It was a trap. And she fell right into it. And he had his phone, and his mom was like, oh my gosh, be careful. Don't hurt the baby, right? But he knew what he was up to. She didn't know what he was up to, but he knew what he was up to. That's why I say, do not let people trigger you, especially when you have kids, because they will pull out a phone so quick on your ass. And then they'll start recording you just like this. And they'll be like, I don't know why you want to hit me. I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know what's got into you. Oh my gosh, I feel so unsafe. Our daughter is here. You need to stop, Marlene. Hey, Jay. That's exactly what Jamie Perkins did to Nikki. Right? And you're like, wow, you saw a side of her that you'd never seen because she allowed herself to be triggered. The moment she saw him pull out that phone, she should have like, woo's out, like, whoop, I need to snap out of this. Because he's coming for your reputation. He's coming for your money. He's coming for everything you got, sis. You better stop. As soon as you see a phone being pulled out, they turn the camera on your ass. You better snap out of it. I'm doing good, bro. Right? People do things to trigger you. I am telling you, a man who leaves a phone, the phone is wide open, the password is super easy, and the text message are right there in front of you. Yeah. He wants to trigger you. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes, like in certain states, you got to be careful, because in certain states, if you get so mad that you pack your bags and you leave, right? When it comes to filing for divorce, it's called like a reckless abandonment of the household or something like that, right? So in certain states, if you pack your bags and you leave, you can lose your right to the property. So in a divorce, like when y'all go through the divorce thing and you got to separate your assets, you could lose the house because you packed your bags and you left the house because you got upset. Right? What you have to do, even if you, let's say like he leaves everything open because he wants you to see that he's cheating, even if you're mad, you got to stay in that house. Right? You stay in the house. If you decide to file for divorce, you still have to stay in that house. Right? You got to go to court. Let the judge decide who gets to move out. But you don't move out because you're upset. That's not how you do things. Right? But the way I look at it, if you are reckless enough to get caught, right, that means that you want me to be hurt. You want me to find out. And then you want me to act a fool because you have something else. There is something else that you're planning. It's not just the infidelity, right? You could be trying to divorce me and leave me with nothing. Exactly. I've been telling y'all, you got to check your emotion, because it's not what you see, it's what you don't see. You're looking at his phone, this text message. Oh my gosh, how dare he cheats on me? Womp, womp, womp. That's all you see, girl. He probably has something way more diabolical in mind. So you have to learn to take your pain in stride. Like, what is he really up to? Because this is not it. Because why would he do all of this, right? What I'm saying? Sometimes too, unfortunately, like my friend, you see, he was talking to his side piece in the house and she reacted. Next thing you know, he choked her, he strangled her. Next thing you know, she's dead. Right? And I can't victim shame her, but my thing is she knew he had a temper and she knew he liked to cheat. So a man like that, don't even say anything, sis. Go to the courthouse. Get your lawyer, file for divorce. Stay quiet. When people expect you to be loud, be calm. When they expect you to be ratchet, be peaceful. When they expect you to be peaceful, be ratchet. Okay? I believe in the law of you never are going to be able to read me. I'm very unpredictable. When you expect me to be calm, I'll be loud. When you expect me to be loud, I'll be calm. Because no one should be able to read what I'm about to do next. No. Okay? So she got upset. But she forgot that she was all by herself. And she knows he has a temper and you're all by yourself. And you know he's crazy. So when he chokes her, nobody could defend her because the kids are small. Right? So a man like this, when you know that you're dealing with a violent person who is so comfortable talking to his side piece in front of you, we've reached a point of no return. So now I even have to address you because this is what you want. No problem. I don't have to hate you, right? It may be like what we had is what we had. It's okay. You quietly go to the lawyer. You keep being nice to him. If you used to cook, keep cooking. Act like nothing bothers you. Because you know the thing about affairs, let me tell you something. The thing about affairs are so exciting. They are so, I don't know, exhilarating. They're so like, oh my gosh, like the hot sex. Because the wife is hurting. When the wife is at home hurting, she's not sleeping, she's texting him, when are you coming home? When are you coming home? Right? He's intentionally going to stay out later to hurt you. Because you're like your pain, your sadness, and the way it affects your self-esteem, you're in bed all day, you're crying in bed all day, right? All of that, it's fueling their passion. It fuels their passion. When he feels like you have no reaction, when you don't react to it, he's going to be confused. Like, oh, is she cheating too? You'll never know. Right? Just like that. Because you have to learn to play this game. And like I said earlier, marriage is like politics. It's like war. You have to learn to play this game. And I said to her, you need to also start putting makeup on. So when he comes back from his haircut, give him a compliment. Tell him, oh my gosh, I love your hair. It's really pretty. You should do it more often. Right? And then when it comes to you, you also put your makeup on. Don't say anything. And I said, when you also see him, like when he's sitting somewhere, play with your phone. Okay? Start being on your phone late at night. And I also told her, if you feel like you could get back to the gym and be a little bit more snatched up, you better do it. Right? But you're not going anywhere. Because how can somebody tell you that, oh, he didn't renew the lease? The lease ends in August and he's also not packing? Okay. And even if he really has not renewed the lease, wherever he goes, you're also going. Because if he wants to get rid of you, he's going to do it the right way. Okay? He's going to take his little coins. He's going to go to court. When they go to court and they serve you divorce paper, you will go before the judge and you'll say, Judge, I don't have money. Can he please pay for my lawyer fees? The judge will make him pay for your lawyer fees. On top of that, you're going to be living in his house. Me, I got time for people. I really do. But if you get upset and you leave, it might be harder to come back from that. Okay? We have laws. I mean, in America, we have laws. And you have to know divorce laws before you get in your feelings. You start packing your bags. You start leaving the house. Don't leave the house. Why would you leave the house? Did the judge tell you to leave the house? No. And if you have a big house, if you have multiple rooms, go find another room. You go over there. He goes over there. It's not a problem. Until you go to court, let the judge decide whether you leave or he leaves or y'all can stay in the house together until you sell it. No problem. Wherever he goes, because I asked her, are you legally married? She said, yes. I said, okay. So either way, he's going to renew this lease. You're going to stay in there. If he goes somewhere else, you pack your bags, you follow him. He will do right by you. He don't have to stay with you. But if he wants to get rid of you, he has to do it legally. He needs to go to court, get a lawyer, file for divorce. Then when you get served, you accept the service, the day they give you your hearing date, you take your ass to the judge. Take your daughter with you. And look like a good wife and say, oh my gosh, Your Honor, I don't know how to pay for this. I need help with my legal fees. They're okay. They'll push your near like your next, because they'll say, okay, how long you need to for a hearing? How long you need to get a lawyer at the next hearing? Like, I don't know, the judge. As soon as he can give me some money, I'll work on it as soon as possible. They're like, okay, pay up her lawyer fees. Then you find a lawyer. Then they're gonna tell him that, okay, they're gonna reach out to his lawyer and say, okay, this is how we want to get paid. Play with me if you want to. That little girl that you have on the outside, that you taking out on dinner dates and you lying to her, you said a little cash out money, I'm gonna stop that shit real quick. I'll take all your money. Because as long as you don't have money to take her out and buy her wigs and weave, she gonna leave your ass. Because a lot of these girls too, they're not trying to be wives. Some want to be wives. Some just want to be taken care of. Okay, you got city girls mistress, and you got like the mistress who wants to be the wife. I don't. In his case, I think she might just want to be a city girl. Like, I don't think she really wants him. Okay, but I think if he can spend money on her, she'll say yes, no problem. Okay. Because as soon as you can't send her money anymore, she'll cuss your ass out. That's how it goes. Right? But it's like you have to be strategic. You don't have to go through somebody's phone. It's a waste of your time. Because he's doing that to trigger you. Because otherwise, why is it so accessible? Why are you seeing it? Why he couldn't delete it? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah. But when, like I'm telling you, you have to learn. You truly have to learn to starve people of the attention they're looking for, especially if it's negative attention. I'm not going to give it to you. I'm not giving it to you. Right? God is good. Exactly. But he can't just say, oh, well, I'm not going to renew the lease and then bring these little tokens of fuckery to like make you sad. You know, okay, I'll just pack my bag because I don't need a man. And I do need a man. I need a man. Because we have things together. You have things. You have a salary. I need alimony and child support. You have a 401k. I need that too. Okay. Right? And the more peaceful you are, he gonna start being more crazy. Like, oh my gosh. And you would think, and you're the one having the affair, why is he losing his shit? Because you're calm. Because you're calm. And the calmer you are, the more he's gonna keep losing. Okay. Leave that to little girls. When you get to a certain age, going through phones is stupid. You're the wife. You have way more power than, I mean, if you're a girlfriend, I guess, do that kind of stuff. I don't know. But to me, it's like, if you're a wife, there's no point for you to go through his phone, because whatever he's up to, that's on him. Because once it comes out, you will have his entire life in your hands. You can ruin his career if you want to. You can take all his 401k money if you want to. You can take the house if you want to. Right? So when you know that every road leads to Rome, why are you going to lose your shit? Don't lose your shit. Don't lose your shit. So I'm like, girl, don't worry about this. If he's not packing, you're not packing. If he packs, you pack. You go left, you go left. You're going to follow him with your suitcases and your baby. He going to take care of y'all. Okay? Until he decides to go to court. Yeah, there's no problem. And he will pay for everything. You'll see. Once they tell him that he has to pay for your legal fees, and every lawyer is like $250, $300, $400 per hour, he gonna be on his knees begging you to stop. Exactly. It's messy because they want you to be triggered. They want you to be triggered. They want you triggered. You will not be triggered. You're not about to trigger me. You'll trigger yourself. I promise you that part. Hold on.
Shout out to Jerome. He said, the thing about it is God will tell you what to do before he gives it to you. But problem is she doesn't want to do what God told her to do. Well, here's the thing, and I'm going to point this out to make this very clear, right? Because this is the biggest issue. This is the biggest issue, right? The Bible instructs women to follow the instructions and the lead of men, period. So all of that sitting back, constantly arguing and bickering with men and going back and forth with men and all that crap, you're not supposed to be doing that.
Angry Man, wait a second, right? You know, let me tell you something, because it just came to my mind, right? It's giving Miss Gail. I remember Miss Gail. Remember Miss Gail from TikTok, right? She tried to be about that life, that searching life. And I said to y'all, why did you go looking in that man's business? Remember I told y'all this? Because Miss Gail, when she found out her husband was having an affair with Sabrina, right? because she saw the she saw the American Express stuff, right? She did. And I was really proud of her. Ooh, my friend, like, I was really proud of her because her old self, she would have freaked the F out. And I was like, you know what? I'm so proud of you because you've grown. I was like, you know what? I think listening to me has been a boon for your life. She's like, yes, Marlene, because she's a Cancer. She used to be so emotional. Let's say her name is like Samantha. I said, Samantha, you've come a long way. Like, I was actually proud of her. Very proud. She's like, okay, Marlene, I say, stay calm. Don't say shit. Let him. You know, when people, you know the thing about people, you know the thing about like humans and like their arrogance, right? When they think they're hurting someone, they have so much fun because they feel like, oh, look, she's powerless, right? I could cheat on, because like I think like I can kind of say like right now, like maybe he's head of household, he makes most of the money, you know, she's not making that much money right now, you know. So I do feel like in his head, it's like, yeah, I have all the cards, right? So he enjoys being a bully. He's being a bully. This is what you call bully ass behavior, because you know financially she's not where she's like, you know, she's not where she used to be, and you know, I mean, maybe in her weight she's not where she used to be, in her confidence she's not where she used to be, right? So he's being a bully. On top of that, he's an Aquarius. Like, here we go, right? He's being a bully. I told you Aquarius can be a bully. He's being a bully, and I told her, right? So right now, from where he's looking at it, it's like because he's like he owes all the cards to, oh, you know, we can actually, what he tell her, like, we can peacefully co-parent, you know, we don't have to live together, because he told he hasn't renewed the lease, you know, so they're gonna live apart, and he really thinks that they can be great co-parents and things like that, because right now he thinks he has the advantage. And that's how most people are. People are very arrogant, right? And I'm sure he thought she's going to start crying. Oh, but why? Why would you do this? You want to break up our home, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, girl, bye. Right? Cocky today, in tears tomorrow. I said, I got time for him. Okay. But I told him, like, I'm very proud of you. Because the old her, she really would have cried. She would have cried. Because it's intentional. Right? Because I'm like, you could have a side piece at work, or you could even have a little flirt thing. And my thing is, how do we know that he didn't buy them things himself? Okay? He could have bought that himself. Because after all, he's an Aquarius. Okay? Think about Priscilla. Okay? All right? But I'm like, how do we know, y'all? Because were we there when that girl gave him the goodie bag? No, we were not. So he could have bought those things himself. He could have had a coworker write something. I mean, like, I don't even know where this came from, but let's assume it's a woman who gave it to him, right? But I'm like, he could have left that in the car, right? He could have ate the food, like, it was like bags of candies, right? He could have ate those candies up before he even got to the house, right? He could have thrown the bag away. It was like a little, there was a little note, like a Post-it note. He could have discarded that. He could have put that in the trash, right? We didn't have to see this. But the fact that he kept the entire bag with the candy inside, the cup inside, the little Post-it note inside, he wanted her to see it. Okay? Because he wanted to hurt her feelings. Because she didn't have to see it. Right? It's like you can break up with someone, you can be married to someone and be like, okay, I'm no longer in love with you, like it's done. But you don't have to do things to hurt the person. We can just break up. It ain't gotta be all that. Right? You could have a whole other life. You could have moved on. You know who you want to be, right? But you don't have to be mean. You don't have to be mean. So you bring this thing in the house because you want her to see it, and then you walk up to her like, oh, you know, I didn't renew the lease, but don't worry, I think we can be great co-parents, right? Passive aggressive, pretending to be nice when you know damn well you're a bully. Okay? No, she just messaged me. I said, do not respond. She's like, yeah. And then because he came, I guess he dropped it off. Then he's like, oh, he's heading off to get a haircut because he came home late. So she was calling him. And I guess he blocked her number, or he was sending her to voicemail. I don't even know, right? Because maybe he was really cheating, or maybe he wanted her to feel like, oh, maybe he's out there having sex. Otherwise, I hope he's having a good time. I don't know. I said, do not react. Let him get his haircut. And when he comes home, so, oh, I like your haircut. It's really nice. You should get it more often. Right? Where he think he gonna hurt you, actually give him a compliment. Like, this is really nice. I think you should do it more often. I like this barber. He's really good. Okay? Do not react to these people because they want you to hurt. You know what I'm saying? But you cannot allow anybody to hurt you like this. No, 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 no. But I said to her, you also need to start putting some makeup on. Okay? He wants to start being cute. Be cuter. And be friendly. Don't even change your disposition. Like, oh, there's no problem. Right? But where you think I'm going to pack my bags and go to my mom's house and things like that, no. Because I told her, because I looked at the laws. I'm like, is it, because I asked her, like, oh, can he change, can he take you off the lease? Like, can he renew the lease without you? She's like, I don't think so. But then when we looked at the law, because you know me, I'm going to go look it up. Okay? So I went and looked at the laws of her state. They're like, well, if one person intends to leave, the other person who intends to stay can send a certified letter to the what's it called? The rental office to be like, okay, this person is leaving, I'm staying, and I just want to renew my lease without that person. I was like, that's what he's trying to do. You have to leave. Once you leave, then he'll send a certified letter to say that you're no longer there, and then he's going to renew the lease without your name on it. I don't think so. Yes. He wants her to leave the house. Because in their state, if she leaves the house, then what he has to do is write a certified letter, like send a certified letter to the leasing office, right? And then he'll get a new lease without her name on it. So even next time, let's say he does that because now he wants to lease in his name. If she decides to come back next time, when he's upset, he can kick her out because her name's not on the lease, right? If she comes back later, because her name is not on the new lease, whenever he's upset, he can kick her out or he can call the police on her because her name is not on the lease. So I'm like, if he has not packed, you don't pack, okay? Because he's not leaving. He's full of shit. He's not going anywhere, but he wants you to go so he can renew the lease without your name on it. So I said to her, you need to go to the leasing office and ask more questions, right? But you got to stay focused on your goals. Do not let this man and his stupidity distract you. And if he's indeed leaving, wherever he goes, you're also going to tag along. Unless he goes to a divorce attorney and he files for divorce properly, then we'll go to court. Then the judge will decide how they're going to handle your housing. But you're not going anywhere. We're not going to make this easy for you. See, that's what my thing. Let me say this, right? For as much as I say, do not search the phone. I'm not searching your phone. But if something happens, I'm also not going to make your life easy. Okay? It's up to you. Okay? I don't believe in searching people's phones. I really don't. I think it's really tacky. I'm not searching your phone. But as your wife, though, if something happens, you need to understand, like, then it's like, you're at my mercy. Because I'm not going to make your life easy. And you're actually lucky I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to make your life easy at all. Okay? Because we have laws. We have laws in this country. Like, there are laws, right? And ladies, you have to like learn to like know what the laws are when it pertains to like dissolution of marriage, right? Do not do things off your feelings because in certain states, if you walk out the house, if you pack your stuff and you leave the house, they call it like reckless abandonment or something like that. Where's it go? Easy. Yeah. You see? So this is why I don't believe in this stuff. You're not going to trigger me. Okay? You're not about to trigger me. Right? So you can, if you leave the house, he can then say, well, she left without my consent. So if there's a property and you could sell the property and make some money off of it, you might lose your right to the property because you abandoned your house. And nobody knew where you were. She didn't tell me. Da-da-da-da-da. No, she needs to, Mark. She can't. She has to. You have to. She has to. Unless they go to court. If you go to court before then and the judge decide, because if you go to court before he leaves, right, the judge can say, okay, you stay there and he has to pay. But if you leave, that's because Mark, I'm telling you, like that's why I had the divorce attorney up yesterday, right? Marriage is a contract. So when you decide to like break up a contract, there are ways that you do it. You can't just like, oh, I'm gonna leave. Oh, well, if he wants to go, he can go. No. You have to tag along until you have your court date. And even in your court date too, because sometimes like your first court date, they might not talk about like residence, right? Because that's the thing. Let me tell you this, Mark. If she leaves the house, right, he can hit her with reckless like abandonment of the household. Like, oh, I don't even know if she just left and we never heard from her again. I couldn't reach her, Your Honor. She blocked me, right? Because we don't know if he's been talking to a divorce attorney. We don't know what he's up to. That's why I say you can't be triggered. Because he could have talked to the divorce attorney, and this is how they're putting this whole thing in motion. You don't know. Okay? Imagine he has a divorce attorney like James Sexton over there. Yeah, right. I see you heifers coming a mile away. So he could have talked to a divorce attorney. So that's why he's leaving things. He's bringing stuff from these girls in the house. He's blocking you. Like, because he wants you to think there's an affair. Piss your ass off. Now you're walking off. You pack your bags and you leave. Now it's called abandonment. Because, you know, sometimes what people don't realize is that people have a whole game plan for your ass. They want you to move like this, react like this, move like this, because they want to guide you through this maze. Because they got time for you, right? They have a plan. They set up this whole, like, it's a whole setup. And it's like, and then you're just like a little pet, like you're being walked through this maze, and you're not even realizing that, no, they intended you. They meant for you to react this way. That's why I say the best safety you can have for yourself is to react the complete opposite. Because where him and his lawyer think you're going to act this way, you act that way. Because I promise you, they didn't plan for that, did they? Right? You're not leaving. You understand? Another thing, too, if there is a child, right? And like I said, she's not making a lot of money right now. If there's a child and she leaves with the child, right? He can also say, Your Honor, look at where she has my daughter sleeping. And that also can be used against you. Because, oh, well, he has a better house. You don't have a good house. So because he has a better house, for the time being, they might give him primary custody. If he gets primary custody, it's going to be a lot harder to do 50-50. It's going to be a lot harder for you to then become the primary custodian, because once they kind of set who the initial primary custodian is, usually that's the person who's going to get like the majority of custody. So no. Because they always say like you got to do what's in the best interest of the child, right? So because she's accustomed to living a certain way, you have to tag along, because you can't take her with you. Because if you take her with you and then you put her in a lesser environment, he will use that against you. And if that lesser environment too has a worser, like it has a lesser school district, right? Like, so let's say like right now she's like a great school district because you got mad, you took her to your mama's house or you took her to your sister's house. She ends up missing days of school. It's not a good place for her to live. And the school district is also horrible. They're going to come for your ass. And he's most likely going to have primary custody. Right? Because you didn't move in the best interest of the child. So you're shown that when you get really emotional, you don't make good decisions for your child because you are emotional. Right? But if you tag along and then you tell the judge, like, okay, where do I stay? Because our daughter is used to living like this. And right now I don't have the income. So most likely he's going to have to put you in something similar to this, or he's going to have to leave you the apartment and he can go sleep in his car. America is a very different place, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because she's used to living this way. And also, if you take the daughter and let's say you put her somewhere like fancier, let's say like you're able to get a better apartment, a better house, right? Well, then he can also ask for child support, because then he'll say, well, our daughter deserves to have the same lifestyle. Like if she's with me or she's with her, she deserves to have the same lifestyle. But unfortunately, Your Honor, I can't afford this apartment. So I would like extra money for X, Y, and Z. So now they're going to make you pay extra money so that the girl can have the same standard of living wherever she is. And that's why I said yesterday, people should not be listening to Tony Gaskin when it comes to the divorce, like marriage advice, or people should not be listening to Anton when he's like, oh, just get a prenup. No, he's not a divorce attorney. Be quiet. Okay? This stuff is real. And that's why until you go to court and everything is handled, you can't just take these rash decisions and, oh, I'm mad, I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving my daughter and things like that. Is it the same school district? Right? And also, if you can keep up the same school district, or she stays in the same school district, and let's say like you can also pay for your own apartment, it might be harder for you to get certain things because like now you prove that you can take care of yourself. So you might not get your legal fees covered, right? Because you're a strong Black woman. So it's to be as dependent as much as possible so that he can pay for everything. Okay? And that's that. Like, oh, Your Honor, our daughter really loves the apartment. She loves the school district. She loves her friends. She doesn't want to move. I would love to stay there with her so she can further her education. You know, oh, look, she cares. This is what's in the best interest of the child. Right? He's a man. He can find something because he doesn't need to go to school. She needs to go to school. Right? So that's how you have to play it. You got to be calm until you get everything you want. You can't rush these things because he's up to no good. And that's fine. But ultimately, he's going to beg you for forgiveness because he's not going to be able to go through with this stuff because it's too expensive. Right? That's how you teach people a lesson. Right? So like you got to think about it that way. If she leaves, takes her daughter, goes and puts her in some weird shacked up place, like, you know, some shack somewhere, right? The girl's missing days from school, or she has to transfer her to a different school in the middle of the school year or whatever, like it's a horrible school district, et cetera, et cetera. They can use that against her. So that's why wherever he goes, she better go. Okay? Until he files for divorce. Then you start the process. And the first, I would say this, like, if you want him to pay your legal fees, I would recommend that you don't get a lawyer. Do not get the lawyer off the bat. Go to court and tell the judge, like, oh, I don't got no money. Because you need a lawyer. Like most judges won't let you represent yourself. You need a lawyer. So they're going to say, okay, well, since you want a divorce so badly, you got to help her pay for her lawyer fees so she can have a lawyer because she needs representation. Then he will have to pay for it. Just that alone, he's going to start being mad. So you see, everything he intended for you is going to be his portion. And then the bill's going to be stacking up. And once he's the one who pays your legal fees, drag your feet. Drag your feet. Make him spend as much money as you want. Okay? All right. Good. What are you saying?
You're not.
You're not what? What happened?
See, society, the world, and see, if you go into the book, and the only reason I keep bringing up the Bible is because she kept talking about God. When you look in the Bible, you can either follow God or you can follow the world, but you can't follow both.
That's true, though. That's true.
And see, the problem is for most modern women is everything you do and the way you move through life and the path that you walk is the path the world sets you on. It's not the path God set you on. God told you to follow man.
I mean, not just any type of man, though. So,
in fact, the fact that y'all run around here saying that y'all got a personal relationship with God is pretty amazing to me because last time I checked, your relationship to God is supposed to be through your man.
Where you see that at?
And if you ain't got no man, your relationship.
Okay. Anger Man, I'll come back to you a little bit. Okay, let me play this video since we're on the topic of marriage, right? So I saw this one. Yeah, Anger Man, thank you so much. I'm thank you for your video. I saw this video. No, oh no, I went full screen. So this is Priscilla. Anger Man can be a little crazy at times. Okay, chew the meat, spit out the bones. He's too much sometimes. But it was cute for what it was. All right. So recently I was watching this video. So this is Priscilla Shirer. She is the daughter of Pastor Tony Evans, right? So it's her and her husband. on the Dear Wifey podcast, right? So since we're talking about marriage and stuff, I think it's a good segue into this. Yeah. Oh, but you see, thank you, boo-boo. You see, you guys, I know sometimes, ladies, one thing about us though, one thing I will say, the fellas also, but the fellas, like, they get it. Like Mark, Kevin, and them, they get it. Them told you they get it, right? But my ladies, y'all know I love you, right? Let me make my face all big. Let me make my face all big, right? Y'all do know I love y'all, right? And I do know, because y'all really quiet today because y'all mad. You're like, I don't agree with Marlene. I know a lot of y'all do not agree with me, and I get that, right? It's okay. You understand? But I will say this. I do feel like we have a real sisterhood, right? I know a lot of times I make you mad. I know. Many of y'all don't like that I support Trump. I get it, okay? Many of y'all can't stand me sometimes. But when you all by yourself, okay? When you are all by yourself and you chew on what I said, there's a part of you that says, I can see what Marlene is talking about. I can see where she's coming from. It's not easy. When you're used to seeing life a certain way and somebody tells you like the way you look at life is like almost wrong, you got to change it. Your pride, your ego, it's a lot. Like, what the fuck you mean? Because I used to be the same way. It's a lot. What the heck? I'm doing just fine, right? Because it stings a little bit. It stings. It kind of, it kind of sucks that to admit that, what? For like, at my age, how come I don't know all these things, right? That's why you have me. It's okay. You understand? But I don't mean you no harm, right? When I tell you, you have to learn to control your emotions out here. It's for real. People are looking to trigger you. Even your kids are looking to trigger you. It's not a joke. Okay? Even your doctor is looking to trigger. You can go to the hospital for a regular visit. They're going to tell you have cancer just because they're bored. Oh, I don't know. We think you have to come back. Okay? Like, what the heck, right? People are consistently looking to trigger you. Okay? The devil is busy. Like, he really is busy. And the best thing you can do for yourself is learn to be calm. Like, you have to learn to be calm. You have to learn to be serene. You have to learn to trust God. And you have to learn. All things work together for those who love the Lord and who are called according to his purpose. It never said your emotions in there, right? You have to learn to be serene. I am telling you, you have to think to yourself, right? He could have hid these things from me. Why is it here? Why am I seeing it? Right? He's doing this for a purpose because you could have not seen this. There are people who cheat on their wives. They will never know because the man is so careful because he doesn't want her to see it. Right? Right? But if your husband I'll listen to James and his son. But when your husband intentionally walks into the house, like he walks into your house, your matrimonial house, with a goodie bag, I swear, he walks into the house with a goodie bag with some bows on it, right? A little post-it note. He intentionally places it on the kitchen counter. He wants you to see it. Right? Because like I said, there's candy in there. He could have, from when he left the office to the drive to the house, he could have ate that stuff up. You didn't have to see it. You never had to know somebody bought him candy. Okay? A mug. He could have brought the mug just like that. You don't need to know where he got the mug, who gave him the mug. He could have brought a mug. Like, oh, I like this, so I bought it. Okay, cool. I'm happy for you. Right? But to walk into your home with a colorful paper bag with bows on it, a post-it note with a woman's handwriting, okay, 2 bags of candy and a mug, and then he just lays that thing on the kitchen counter. He wanted you to see it, okay, because he wants you to act a fool. You're crazy. Can I have some? Me, I'm so damn stupid. I'm gonna eat those M&Ms. I promise you I will. I don't give a fuck, okay, because if she wants to date you, she gonna date me too. Y'all keep feeding me, you fucking idiots, okay, you damn idiots. Now he's like, oh, he's rushing to go get his hair cut. Go cut your hair, boo-boo. When he comes home, say, oh my gosh, I love your haircut. It looks so good on you. Like, he really understands your facial symmetry. Wow, you look really good. Okay, gotta go. I'll call you later. Girl, I don't have to. And you can cry in the car because you're a human being. But when he's right here, baby, we're going to play this stupid ass game. Okay? You're going to find you some things to do. Even if you lie about going somewhere, girl, get yourself ready, put in the car, drive around the town, or go somewhere, park in the parking lot at a fancy restaurant, and then cry your eyes out. It's okay. You have to learn to be brave because people out here trying to trigger you, right? If a man leaves his phone, like just right here, he takes a shower, and then you see all like there's no password or his password is 1234. Yeah, the fuck right. Of all the numbers you're going to use for your password is 1234 because he wanted you to open his phone. But he wants to make you feel like you caught him. You didn't catch shit. He wants you to see it. Of all the he could have had a password like 66889. How would you know? How would you know? But you're going to have a password that's like 0000 or 1234, or conveniently his password is your birthday. Yeah, the fuck right. He knew you going to come in there looking. Of all the, you know how, like, do you know? Let me tell you something. Because that's the combinatorics problem, right? If you have a 4-digit password, it's 10 times 10 times 10 times 10. Do you know how many combinations he could have made? But you choose the most basic combination. Okay? Because he wanted you to see it, but he wants you to feel like you caught him. No, he laid the trap for you. That's why I said, don't you go into these people's phone. It's a trap. You didn't catch shit. It's a setup. They're setting you up. Don't you fall for it. You have no idea. You have no idea if he's been talking to a divorce attorney. And they're setting this up so that he pays you the least amount of money and he has to split the least amount of asset. Because when you pick that's the thing, right? If I go see a divorce attorney right now, he doesn't know James, right? He knows me. I'm the client. So he's like, okay, I want Marlene to win. It doesn't matter how badly we destroy James. It doesn't matter. We want to win. So as a good lawyer, he should actually destroy your spouse. Like, that's his job. That's what he's getting paid for. You don't pay a divorce attorney to be nice to your spouse. Like, no, I want to take everything. Or I want to pay her the least amount of money. It's okay. If you wanted to pay her the least amount of money, you don't want her to have the house. This is how we have to do this. So all this could be planned for you to act a fool. I don't know if he met with a divorce attorney. Do you know what he's doing at work? Do you know who he's talking to? Do you know if on his lunch break he meets with the divorce attorney and they have a whole master plan to take your ass down? You don't know. You don't know if he has a divorce attorney. And that's the reason why you got to be careful. Because if there's a divorce attorney, there is a skilled person giving him counsel. And you didn't go to law school. So you have no idea what you're in for. Listen to me. Okay? I'm an Aquarius. I know how to be evil. You hear me? That's the thing. You don't know if he has one because most likely he has a divorce attorney. So for him to walk away from this divorce, giving you the least amount of money, they need you to move a certain way. So what you think is like, oh, I caught him, girl, it was a trap. These people, they planned this. You're going to leave this right here. She going to get mad. She going to pack her bags. She going to leave. Once she leaves, you're going to try to call her. If she doesn't pick up after a few days, we can then classify that as reckless abandonment because you don't know where she is. Then you'll send her an email. Oh my gosh, where are you? I miss you. But if nobody wants to, he knows you're not going to respond, but it's about having receipt for the judge. Oh, judge, after I called her 20 times, here's the phone records. She never picked up. And then on the 5th day, I sent her an email and she never replied to me, judge. And she had our daughter. Girl, it's a setup. Now, custody, because custody affects alimony. It affects visitation right. It affects like child support, right? So if you get mad and you he wants you to be so mad, you're going to take the child out of school. They'll be like, you see, when she gets mad, she don't care what happens to the kid. And then I was getting emails from the teachers and I was so worried because my child was going to miss all these days of school. Oh, you see? You didn't think about that, did you, right? So, you see? So, babe, I'm glad you're honest. She said, yes, I left him emotional. And he did everything you said. He tried to get me and we never talked. She never told me this. You gotta think, ladies. You gotta think. Right? Keep telling you all this. You don't cry your way through problems. You don't slam doors. That's not how you gonna fix your problem. You don't just, I'm gonna pack my bags and who does he think he is? I ain't gotta be here. I'm gonna go to my mama. You are crazy. We are in America. You are not in the Ivory Coast. This type of behavior, it works in the Ivory Coast because it's a country with no laws, child. It is what it is out there. Here, as a wife, you have rights. But if you get so mad that you pack your bags because you got cheated on, girl, grow the fuck up. Okay? It's a reality. It happens. That's not a reason for you to walk away from what you're owed. He owes you a lot. I mean, I can't believe he had an affair. Girl, bye. And let's be honest. When was the last time you felt like giving this man head anyway? She did you a favor. Okay. The fuck? Okay. Yeah. She said locks was changed. He had a lawyer. He had it all planned. I told y'all. I'm telling y'all, like I'm telling you, I see people from 100 miles away. I'm like, these people are up to no fucking good. They're up to no good. There's some bullshit. That's why that's why I tell you, do not look through these phones. It's a setup because you never have to see it. Men know how to hide things too. That ain't stand that stupid. Okay, it's a waste of your time because truth be told, right? As the wife, you have way more power than you realize. You can have this man on his knees begging you for his life because you can take everything. His reputation, his money, his house, his friends, his children. You can take it all. So why are you going to let little infidelity drive you crazy? Fuck him. I can ruin your life. And I probably will. I don't know. Depends how I feel. I might go on a heist so that at my wedding I can throw, what's it called? I can throw ice instead of throwing rice. Is that what Lil Kim said? Yes. Depends how I feel. Okay? We're not like in Africa, in most African countries, like if there's cheating and infidelity, you take him to court, you ain't gonna get shit. So in that case, yeah, I can see why you leave. Like, because either way, you stay, you don't stay, you ain't gonna get shit. Okay, like it's really hard. It's not like over here. In America, it's a whole different story. So you gotta be calm. Okay. And it might last it could last a year, it could last 2 years. Be calm. You're gonna win. Okay, you're gonna get everything you want. But you have to learn to control your emotions. Don't let the fact that he slept with someone or somebody gave him head. Oh, this is some bullshit. That's for the kids. This is child stuff. Be a businesswoman, okay? Because this right here is a business. It's a contract. He owes you something. You can walk away because you're mad. No. Oh my gosh, she gave him head. Good for her. I hope she swallowed. I hope he was happy. Next, talk about some real shit. Like me, Marlene, you think I'm gonna walk away from engineering 401k because somebody gives me the guac? I hope y'all had a great time. I wish y'all all the best, right? Get the fuck out of here with this goofy shit. Give me my shit. Give me what you owe me. Okay? I'll go fuck. Okay. She said, yep, it worked. I hated going back. I left with 35 and what I could fit in my car. You see? Your feelings. Oh, he moved the girl to the house. Yeah, you fell for it because child, you didn't have me to talk to you. That's it. Yeah. You gotta know the laws. Like we live in a country of laws. You have to know the laws. I don't care how much you're hurting. I don't care how bad it hurts. You don't make any decisions. You don't make any decision until you have sat down with an attorney. You need to know how to move. Like you need to know, you need counsel. Okay. You need an attorney to guide you through this. This is not a movie. It's not an R&B song. I'm going to pack my bags, carry on, leave you behind. This is not one of those songs, baby. Okay. Don't have me get into my R&B bag. Okay. It is not the day. Not the day. This is not the way. not the way. Where you pack your bags, and you're moving on, and you're moving on. You can't do that, you can't do that. You better think, you better think. You got all this money waiting for you, baby. Okay? Just like that, right? This is not no R&B song. It's not an R&B music video where the girl get mad and she goes into the closet. She be putting stuff in the suitcase. Girl, what is this? This is so dramatic. Okay? This is real life. This is real life. So put your bags down. Put your bags down. You better think. You better think. Okay? Call 1-800. I need a lawyer right now. Right now. Okay? This is not no R&B song. This is a war cry from the church. I know he's coming. Boom, boom. You know how they do at the church? The Lord is going to make a way. Okay? Make a way, make a way. He's my God, my good God. Okay, this is not an R&B song. Okay, it's a war cry from church. Okay, that's how you go do this. Don't you let people play you out the spot. I'm being really serious. People ain't shit, right? But they know you're a woman. You're going to react because it really hurts to get cheated on. It really does, right? And then if you're a black woman, oh, you definitely gonna put on a show. Right? Then he gonna bust the phone in your face. Right? You understand? It's the war cry from the Lord. I don't know how God is gonna do it. Well, I only know. Call 1-800. I need a lawyer. My. God is good. So good. He's gonna get me through this. Yes. All the time. Yes. He's gonna pay me some money. I'm not leaving this man without my coins. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. He gives you money, gives you peace. He gives you power, gives me power. My God is good. I'm gonna win all the time. I'm gonna win all the time. He's my God. Yes, he is. Yes, indeed. Okay, that's exactly how these gospel songs be going. That's exactly what you're gonna have. This is not an R&B video. Okay, all right. Okay. You said, well. God is good. Okay, amen. Yeah. You gotta be calm. Do not leave that house. Don't you leave that house. Okay. Because if you stay in that house, most likely the house belongs to you. But because you left and now it's abandonment, he can sell the house, he can keep the house, and you will get zero with the Nero. Okay. Why? Because you were in your feelings. Do not be like Esau. Don't you be like Esau, but be like Jacob. Okay? Yeah. So be very careful, y'all. Okay? Oh my gosh. Please be quiet. Get you a lawyer first. Talk to the lawyer, see what the lawyer says. Then you know how to move. Because you don't know the laws of your state. Okay. She said, I know someone who stayed while their spouse cheated openly, wanting her to leave. Eventually, they moved the other woman into the house and took her spot and moved her into a spare bedroom. But she should have gotten a lawyer. But it's like, me, we're going to stay in this house. I promise you she's going to leave. But it's like, you stay, you get a lawyer. Do not leave that house until you've spoken to your lawyer, until you have your court date. And most likely he'll tell you, you stay in there. So he can move wherever he wants to. Is she going to cook and clean? I could use a maid. That's exactly what Jocelyn said. Jocelyn said to Mimi, I see you're wearing your maid outfit again. Okay. Let her come in and be a maid. That's like me. It's like me, Marty. I'm stupid anyways. I'm really dumb. But my thing is, you have to talk to the lawyer. Do not just pack your bags. Ultimately, here's my point. Don't just get upset. Be so upset that you pack your bags and you leave the house. Okay? No. Stay calm. Find the best lawyer in your city. go talk to the lawyer. Usually it's like what? Like you just pay like a small fee to see them or something. Go talk to your lawyer and then see what they say about what's the best way to move forward, right? Especially if you have a house together and you still know I want to keep my house or I want to sell the house. Then he'll tell you exactly how to go about doing it so that you can either keep the house or you can force them into a sale and you can get your money, right? I never said the war was going to be easy, but it's worth fighting. Okay. Amen. All right, good. Oh, hold on.
An item.
Okay.
It wasn't.
Okay.
But that kind of ticked.
We left it open. Like if either of us wanted to date other people.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it wasn't like we were an item.
Okay.
It wasn't.
Okay.
But that kind of ticked me off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit.
he was out after that. He
So
was
I'm like,
you know what?
Peace, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm gone. You
He was.
don't call me again.
She said, and Daniel broke her. I'm sure he did. She didn't have money to get a lawyer. It broke her. She was seen to therapists. Eventually, she left. 6 years later, the side speed is paralyzed. And see, I told you it's going to happen anyways. My thing is, people have to realize, a woman has to realize this, right? Even if you don't have a lawyer, okay, accept service. But a lot of times, I promise you this, I'm not trying to be funny. God will put people on your path. Like, I really believe it, okay? A lot of times, even if you don't have money, pray, ask God, like, God, I need a lawyer. He going to make a way. Because some lawyers, too, they'll talk to you over the phone for free. Okay? Like, keep calling until you find someone who talks to you. There are many lawyers who will talk to you for free. Okay? I remember, like, one time, James got a speeding ticket. Like, child, it was crazy. He was going so fast that it almost turned into, like, a felony. Like, because I think he was going, like, 30. He was 30 above the speed limit, y'all. It was crazy. So at that time, like, we didn't have that much money. Like, that was like years ago. Like, we're back in Mason. And so I called the lawyer. I called the man. I was like, oh, my husband has a ticket. No, he wasn't my husband then, right? But he has a ticket and we got to go to court, blah, blah, blah. And the man told me exactly what to do. He said, you're going to take the car to a shop and you're going to have them calibrate the car. Because you can calibrate the odometer thing to say that, oh, you were going, like you didn't tell that you were over speed because your calibration was off, right? And then he said, the second thing you want to do, he needs to sign up for these corrective driver classes, right? So that you bring all that stuff to court and then you write like a letter to the judge, like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, whatever. And then he said that courthouse, the county where we had to go to courthouse, he said, usually the DA will come outside, like they'll read your charges and then you have to come outside because he'll be outside. And once he's outside, you can negotiate with him. I said, what? He just gave me the game for free. So we did just that. You know, we went to court. It's just like he said, the prosecutor, he reads your charges. Like, you know, they do like the roll call. They tell you what your charge is. And then he goes outside and he has everybody's docket. So we had the calibration for the car. And then we had the letter. We had calibration. He took the course online. And then he had the letter saying he's not going to do it again. That was like, okay, fine. So he was just like, okay, so then it was turned into a ticket, and then he had to pay the court fees. It came out to like $400, and that's it. Nothing nothing on his record, no demerit point on his driver's license, nothing, right? So a lot of times too, I'll tell you this, call, okay? Keep calling. And sometimes if it's so, because let me say this too, because lawyers, they know how to make money, okay? So first thing is, if you don't have money, keep calling until you get a lawyer who will talk to you, right? Number two, if a lawyer knows the kind of job your husband has and your husband has good money, he's like, he about to make money off this case, he will take your case. Because when he goes to court, because if you accept service, when you guys go to court, he'll just tell the lawyer, he knows how to talk to the judge to make the judge make that man pay for your court, for your lawyer fees. Do not be dismayed. Okay. Now, if your husband is like making like 30 or 40,000, maybe he's not going to want to take the case because he's not making that much money. Right. But if your husband like makes over 6 figures, you guys own a house together, you think a lawyer is going to say no to you because right now you don't have the money? He going to get the money from the man. Girl, don't worry about that shit. Okay. Don't you dare worry. So let's say you be for example, look at Nathan Wade, right? Nathan Wade, he was married to Jocelyn Wade, right? But she don't have no money. Did that stop her from getting an amazing lawyer? No, because the amazing lawyer knows how much Nathan Wade makes. She's not worried about the lady. She gonna make that man pay her money. Okay, so if you have a husband who makes great money, don't you worry about it. Your lawyer will get the money from the husband. Don't worry. Okay, but that's not a reason not to call a lawyer. You don't need to have money. You need to have a husband who makes enough money that the lawyer can get their money from the husband. If that makes any sense, right? But, okay. Because sometimes too, like in certain states, whoever initiates the divorce is the one that has to pay the lawyer fees, right? So just call around and see. You might be surprised. Okay. Okay. But do not be afraid, because if you have a husband who's a doctor, let's say you have no money, but your husband's a doctor, he makes like $1 million a year. You think when the lawyer hears how much your husband makes a year, they're not going to take the case because you don't have money? They don't need you to have money. Okay, they need him to have money. So if he has money, boku money, oh, buddy, yes, ma'am. Oh, we will gladly take your case, because they're gonna get the judge to get the man to cover your legal fees. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So I'm like, no, they're gonna get it from him. Don't worry about it. Okay, a lot of divorce cases, it's the husband who pays for the wife's legal fees. Okay, so don't worry about it. They're going to get their money. One way or another, they're going to get their money. And one thing about lawyers, they know how to get their money. Okay,
I'm out.
He didn't say any of that, but that
He
was
just
his
left.
posture. He was out. Yeah.
You were gone.
I was gone.
Yeah.
I was moving on.
And then how'd y'all come back together?
This was maybe a Friday?
Yes. And Sunday at church, I was at church.
It originally started with
I have Jerry. I know y'all happy to see Priscilla, but let me tell you something. It's an act of God to get Jerry to show up somewhere.
Correct.
Oh boy, you got to
Amen.
fast and pray to get him to show up. So Jerry, why have you decided? Matter of fact, he decided to sit in the audience and watch the podcast be recorded. and Priscilla said, "You sitting in the wrong."
It's like, you're supposed to be on this one with me, babe.
He would have
I
sat
think
over
you
there.
forgot. Yeah.
You forgot, Jerry.
You know what? I tried that one last ditch move and it didn't work.
So Jerry, why you like being in the background?
I just feel like that's where I'm calling. My calling is right there. I'm not a person that needs to be out front, that needs to have accolades to do all that. And so for what I do for my family and for Christ. And that's all I need.
It's a powerful position, because a lot of times people feel like the only way to do ministry is to do front-facing ministry, to be, especially as a man, to feel like I got to be out there or whatnot. And so I love that you have the heart posture of a servant and say that, listen, as long as I can provide support for my wife and support for my family, I'm doing what God called me to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I have so many other things going on, but they're my priority. And I just want to make sure that they're taken care of. And again, I like being behind the scenes, because one of the things that I'm called to do is protect my bride. And so, people will, do several things and come up with several, approach her at different things, but it doesn't bother me, because I know the final answer still comes here.
So he said the final answer come there, Priscilla?
He said what he said.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say some things.
So how do you, because this is an important thing that he just said, a woman of power, a leader, how do you find the balance in submitting to your husband?
That's not hard for me at all. And I'm not saying that there aren't phases of marriage that all marriages go through where you have to work on submitting to authority as a, any woman really has to work towards that,
right,
and mature in that. But I think when there's this verse in Psalm, in a Proverbs, I can't think of right now the exact reference, but it talks about the shade of a tree, the comfort of the shade. And to me, when covering provides that shade and you feel the relief of that protective covering, what you want to do is get up underneath it. I'm thinking about the heat of the Texas sun right now.
Ooh,
where we live.
Oh,
it
yeah.
is so hot outside.
Oh, yeah.
We're running to find shade when we're outdoors. That's the way, if a husband provides that, to me, it makes it simpler, easier, beneficial. Feels like the most wonderful place to be. So why would I run from that?
So you're going to start out preaching?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you're just going to preach like that?
I can't help it. It's in my...
She said, why would I run from that?
Yeah.
So finding that balance in that, let's just go back, rewind the hands of time. How did y'all meet?
You tell it. Go ahead, tell it, babe.
Well, I always start off like this. My wife was doing prison ministry. I was doing 3 to 5. But no, I'm just kidding.
I'm like, I know that story.
I don't know if you're serious, man.
No, that's it. No, actually, I was an executive for a hotel chain here, and I'll start off and I'll let her finish.
Okay.
And so my boss's executive assistant, who's the president, we were calling Zig Ziglar, the corporation, for him to come speak to the executive team. And he wasn't available. My wife was one of 3 or 4 speakers that if he wasn't available, he would send one of those speakers.
How long ago was this?
25. We've been married 25 years.
That's what I'm
now.
saying. So you were speaking like that 25 years ago?
On a very small scale, but yes, I was connected with Ziegler in my early 20s, which I didn't know then would be part of the formation of what. Yeah. He was like a grandfather to me through those years. It's a wonderful man. Do people know who Zig Ziglar anymore? They need to know. Yes.
Anybody got any sense?
Right. So,
oh my goodness. I didn't even know this part of the story. Go ahead, do tell.
Well, anyway, she was, so she was the one that Zig sent. And when the executive assistants, so at the time, when you send in all your, accolades and all that, she had a headshot in there as well. And so the assistant was like, "Oh, Jerry, this is who we have coming. You need to meet her."
You said I should do?
No, I didn't. Because she lays the packet in my office on my desk and I'm looking through it. And of course, I see the picture and I'm like, yeah, no interest at all. And she goes, "Why?" I'm like, "That's my pastor's daughter."
Okay.
I had been going to the church 7 years.
To church, okay.
But we really never met, and I didn't see her because she was gone off to college, or there was always so I only remember seeing her at church maybe a handful of times. But the picture, she looked just like her mother. So I'm like, yeah, no, thank you, but I'm good. But anyway, so I let my wife.
So she said you need to meet her as what? What was she trying to insinuate?
She was trying to hook
you up.
Yeah. And at the same time, I didn't realize. Go ahead.
That she had called me, this assistant who I did not know, had never met her. She called me and she said, I'm so sorry. She said, "This is so crazy, but I was showing your picture around the office to the executives to let them know who'd be coming to speak. And one of them is a guy named Jerry Shirer. He just was saying he's been at y'all's church for 7 years." And she said, "I just feel like y'all need to meet each other." And I'm thinking, this woman is nuts.
Yeah, because it's like, where do you cross professional stuff like that?
She totally crossed the line. And she just was the nicest lady, but felt strongly like y'all need to meet. And neither one of us really thought anything about it until 4 months later when this luncheon was happening. And I went there, kind of forgot about it. And then I remember he walked to the front door. And I remember the moment he walked to the front door, because I remember looking towards the front door, kind of doing a double take, like, who is this brother? Who's this big brother coming in here?
Yes, I have arrived.
I have arrived.
And then that, I just recall her introducing us to each other. We kind of said hello briefly. And then that kind of set in motion us getting to know each other from there. And now we've been married 25 years.
You can't just skip all like that.
Yeah.
You cannot skip. I'm like, how do you go from I'm not interested, this is my pastor's daughter, to now we see each other at a professional event.
Okay.
And now we're going to go.
We didn't talk at the event at all because I was speaking there and then I left, thought nothing about it. By the time I got home, there was a voicemail. Okay, it wasn't voicemail because it was answering machine. It was an answering machine that went. And he left me a message. So he had asked the assistant
for that phone number,
for my phone number.
Well, I already had it because the pamphlet was still on my desk.
Oh, did it have my personal number in the pamphlet? I don't remember what was happening back in the day like that.
So what did you think in that moment then, Jerry, after you met her? And you had a chance to have that brief interaction.
Yeah, what made you call me and leave the message?
So you think you know Wix. Do you really? First up, we've got shape video masks. You can use different shapes.
Was it my beauty?
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, it was. At the time, I'm like, oh, okay, because it was just a picture. Never really met her before. And she seemed very approachable. I'm like, okay.
Did that feel awkward to try to shoot your shot at the pastor's daughter?
Actually, no, it did not. Because at the time, it was, I wasn't thinking that far in advance.
You just wanted to get to know her.
Yes.
Okay.
So it wasn't, but I knew it was like, oh, pastor's daughter, PKs. I think I'm okay.
Jerry, why you say you okay on the PKs?
Yeah.
Okay on the PKs.
At the time, I was okay on the PKs.
Did we have a reputation or?
I'm just saying, we all went to college.
Understand.
And so when you saw him, what did you think? Was it just platonic, or were you like, because you said you
I
did a double
definitely
take?
thought he was very handsome. I thought he was handsome. It was platonic for me in the sense that I had just gotten out of a relationship with a gentleman that I thought I was going to marry. We met in college. We dated for several years and we'd broken up, but I assumed we were going to be coming back together at some point. So, and I told him that, like, we went on a couple of dates and I was very kind of like, this is fun hanging out, but I was honest just about the fact that I wasn't ready. I didn't tell him all the reasons why. I just said I wasn't, I'm not going to be serious, but we can hang out.
You didn't tell him that you was waiting on another guy to come back?
I didn't say that specifically. But I just said, hey, let's be friends. Let's just enjoy each other. And he was okay with that. But I will say, I don't know how seriously he took me, or if he took me seriously, but thought she'll be fine. She just need to get to know. She just
is that what you thought, Jerry?
Listen. Because we had both just kind of gotten out of relationships. Yeah. I wasn't really interested in getting anything serious. I thought at the time. So that's why it was just.
It was cool.
It was cool. It was okay.
However, a month after we met.
Was it just a month?
It was 1 month, sir.
I think our time is a little off, but anyway. Okay. Oh, no, you're right about that one. Yes.
A month after we met, I called Daddy one day. I mean, Dad and I talk every day, basically. And I just called him, hey, Dad, what you doing? He said, oh, I'm just sitting here talking to Jerry.
Huh?
I said, Jerry, who? And he said, Jerry Shirer. They weren't buddies. They didn't know each other. He had made an appointment with my dad to come and talk to him about dating me seriously.
You did?
Yeah, I know daddies. And one of the things I need to make sure is that it was a smooth transition.
So you're trying to win him over, get him on your side.
That's daddy.
Uh-huh.
And you're daddy's little girl.
So what made you do that? What switched in that 30 days that made you say, I have to go talk to her daddy when we just been casual?
Because at the time, I should have known something was up, because our first date was
Baby Doze. We went to Baby Doze when it was
no longer here, right?
Yeah, Baby Doze.
And while we were there, or was it was earlier that day, her dad was the chaplain for the Mavericks. Had 4 tickets. He wasn't going to go to the game. It was when the Chicago Bulls were playing the Mavericks, and it was the time when Jordan retired for the first time.
And so Dad said, do Priscilla or anybody in the family want these tickets? And I was like, well, we're going out to dinner. I was like, Jerry, do you want to go ahead and go to the game afterwards? So we went to the game afterwards, and
I should have known something was up, because, like I say, this is when cameras were allowed in there. So every time Jordan touched the ball, all you saw were flashes. Because this is his first retirement. Mm-hmm. The Mavericks ended up beating the Bulls that day. I should have known. I was being set up by the Lord at that time. The Lord was setting me up.
Yeah, we couldn't believe the Mavericks beat the Bulls that night.
So that was our first date. And so kind of what changed there is like just hanging out with her, talking with her. It was interesting. I enjoyed the conversation, enjoyed it. And for some reason, the Lord kind of softened my heart, because my heart was hard after that breakup.
Yeah.
It was very hard.
Yeah.
And so for whatever reason, he just kind of started tenderizing that heart towards her.
A month later. And you felt it was necessary to go talk to her dad.
Yeah. I did.
But when you
and I tell guys this all the time. If a woman or a young lady that you're dating has a family and that her dad is in her life, whether dad or mom, but dad specifically, she's a daddy's girl, you better make sure you win that man over.
But that's before. So when you did that, did you have intentions of marrying her at that point?
At that time, I had intentions in
dating
intentionally.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a different perspective, because most time guys not going to go talk just from the dating perspective. Even dating with intentions, they'll go and ask for, their blessing, which is kind of counterproductive, because they need to be able to start fostering that intention early on, so there can be an easy transition to say, now, can I have your daughter's hand in marriage?
Yeah, because I wanted him to see who I was I wanted to see who he was. I saw him on the stage.
Yeah.
But I needed to make sure who he was on the stage was the same person also that was off the stage. But at the same time, I knew that, we had conversations about wasting each other's time at a certain point. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to continue to just do this and it's not going anywhere because my time is more valuable.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income.
And you were how old during that time?
Oh, see, I am 6.5 years older than
Okay.
Priscilla. So at the time,
He
I
found me
was
on a
29.
playground. He
Found you on
said,
the playground?
"Little girl, here's some candy."
It's a kid, and then
Yeah.
threw a ring, took a ring pop, and then they
Took a
actually put a
ring
ring on it.
So I was 29.
Okay, but 29, you were thinking like that.
29.
That's different. See, that's what I'm saying. I love to hear stories of how people dated back then because
He said back then.
back then, because it's back then. When you talk about it now, ain't nobody 29 years old time I'm finna go talk to your dad to do that. They just don't think like that. You'd be hard pressed to get somebody 42 to think like that. So at 29, you were thinking like that.
So at 29, he said like back in slavery
Back in
days.
slavery
29,
days,
y'all did
back
that?
when they had the buggy and the horses,
Right.
they was sitting up here.
Well, I will tell you, I hope our sons think like that. We have 3 sons, and we talk to them about that now. None of them to this point. We have almost 22 years old, 20-year-old, and a 15-year-old. And to this point, none of them have had serious girlfriends. But we've said that to them all along, and we've talked through what it would look like for them if they come into a relationship with a young lady. We've always said the father is going to be a part of that. You need to like this woman enough that you are willing to go to look at her father in the face and say, would it be okay with you if I take her out on a date?
On the first date.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You need to have a conversation with the person who's covering this young lady. Make sure you have her permission.
Because it
his
provides some
permission.
accountability.
Yeah.
If I'm going to your dad and if I'm raggedy, then I may not want to go to you. But if I know if I'm coming
With integrity.
with integrity, I don't have a problem with that.
Which is true because my son-in-law, my daughter got married about a year and a half ago. That's what he did. They were 18. You know what I'm saying? And they ended up getting married at 28, or 27. But that's how it was. But I felt like I was so traditional that that was my expectation.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that should be the requirement.
Yeah.
And that's beautiful. What we're level setting is the requirement to say, hey, listen, that is a healthy platform and the foundation to build from, which is absolutely beautiful. So how long did you date her until did you hear God say that she was the one, or what did that look like?
Well, there's a transition there between then because, and I don't know how long we were dating, and I really wasn't thinking about it, but we were at the mall and just start looking at rings. And I wasn't thinking marriage or anything. I think I was just looking at styles, but I wasn't that far down the line. At least I wasn't thinking I was.
Yeah. I was going to take you to look at some rings.
It was
It was
to you. We were casually walking through a jewelry store. It
Yeah.
freaked me out because to me, it made me think, oh, he's further down the road than I am.
And how many months was this?
Well, let's see. We met in February, and then this would have been like in November.
Okay.
So it was the same. It was within a year that we were on, a date, went to the mall, and then
So
he
about
was
9
like,
months later.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But you're just looking at styles to try to get her.
I wasn't thinking. I really wasn't thinking about me. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest, at the time. But it did freak her out, and I got a call. What, a day or two later?
yeah. And I just said, I think we just need to not see each other anymore because
Hold on. I'm back. Sorry. I just put the thing on my hair. Sorry, y'all. Okay. You know how yesterday we were watching the Big Sean and Janae Aiko, right? And I told y'all, culture matters, right? Like it truly matters. Like a person's culture. When you meet a man, you meet a woman, you need to make sure that you know what their culture is. Okay, how were they raised? Okay, you got to ask the person: were your people married? Was your mom? Are your parents married? Or were their parents married? You got to ask that, right? Because that's a person's culture. That's what they come out of, and they can only give you what they know, right? So when he says, for example, oh, if I want to date this woman, I have to go talk to her dad and stuff like that, right? That's his culture. That's how he was raised. Even in the beginning, he was like, oh, for me as a man, my role is to like protect, provide, and something else is another P. I forgot. Protect, provide, something else, right? That's his culture. Whereas like someone like Big Sean, like, oh, but why won't Big Sean marry her? That's not his culture. Okay? That's not how he sees himself. That's not how he understands being a man. Okay? His culture as a rapper over there, you're promiscuous, you have a lot of women, you make lots of money, you're very flashy, you brag a whole lot. That's his culture. Okay? This man over here, his culture is, okay, if I date you, I have to go talk to your dad, let him know, okay, is it okay if I date your daughter because I want to date her intentionally, right? He's like, okay, if I marry as a husband, my job is to protect, provide. He said something else, I forgot, right? That's his culture, right? So you see, him and Big Sean, they don't have the same culture, and that's why I told y'all yesterday, right? Someone like Big Sean, y'all got to stop expecting like honorable behavior from him. You will never get that, okay? Because that's not his culture. That's really not his culture. This man, that's his culture. And then she said, both of them actually said, like, the way we're raising our boys, they have 3 sons, right? They're like, okay, the way we're raising our sons is like, you have to love this woman enough, or the way that you know that you love her enough is that when you are comfortable actually meeting her dad. Oh, you really? Like, yeah, I gotta take up my hair, child. Okay, you have to go you actually have to go meet her father. Because if you're not comfortable meeting her dad, then you don't really love this young lady. Don't waste her time, right? That's their culture. You understand? Like, you meet people. So when what's his name? Tony was like, oh, that Big Sean is being disrespectful to her dad. Like, he's being disrespectful to Janae's dad. I'm like, and then we saw Janae's dad. I'm like, oh yeah, but what's his culture though? Okay, because her dad is not there. I don't think her dad is there. I don't think her dad is like this strong patriarch, right? And also, I don't think it's their culture. She probably has like a hippie dad, like he's a hippie. He doesn't care. Oh, do your thing, baby girl. I love you. Daddy loves you. Okay, that's his culture. He's probably very laid back, and then she makes her own decisions, right? Whereas like in Priscilla's culture, when it comes to marriage, who she's gonna marry, she's not the only one to make that decision. That's her culture. Am I making sense? It's not just pedigree. I think pedigree also goes in there, but to me, it's like culture is also like your mindset, how you were raised, like how you were raised, your mindset, tradition, the do's and don'ts. Like, it's the culture. You know what I'm saying? I think it goes in that too, but it's like, it's the way you were raised. What's acceptable, what's not acceptable. It's the code of conduct. Like, okay, what do we do, what we don't do? Exactly. Right? So it's like, they don't have the same culture. So for example, like Priscilla and Janae Aiko, they obviously don't have the same father, right? Y'all showed me this man yesterday. Where is he? Child, her dad was somewhere over here, child. What's that man's name? Okay. So here we have her dad, right? So this is Janae's dad, okay? This is Pastor Tony. Okay. And then here's Priscilla's dad. Right? So I'm like, I think you can kind of tell, like, yeah, they don't have the same culture. They don't have the same type of daddy. Like when you look at Pastor Tony, does he look like you could come into his house and impregnate him? Okay, can you guys see me? Sorry, you guys. My stuff, the power went out so quickly. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Do you see me? I'm on screen. I don't know what happened to the power, y'all. Okay. The power went out for like 2 seconds. That's crazy. Okay, all right, cool. Yes, she's Pastor Tony's daughter. Hey, Stavisha, you've been quiet this whole time. Girl, you better let your presence be known. Okay? Okay. Yeah. It went out for like a quick minute. Yeah. Let me turn the TV off. Okay. Yeah, she's Pastor Tony Evans' daughter. Okay. So, hey, boo-boo, what's up? Okay. So, let's get back to it, right? So, I'm like, they don't have the same culture, you guys. And I'm telling you, I keep telling you all this. You can't improvise this whole marriage thing. Like, you really cannot improvise. You truly cannot. Okay? It has to be a person's culture. Like, it really has to be in their culture. Like, it truly does. It really does. So here you have Pastor Tony, right? Okay. So this is Pastor Tony, right? Does he look like, okay? Does Pastor Tony look like you can come into his house and impregnate his daughter and walk away? Does he look like the type? And not just that, he's from Texas, so you know he got guns. Okay? He's from Texas. They're crazy. Okay? When you look at Pastor Tony, does he look like he's the one or he's the two? No, he does not. Does this man look like you can come into his household, play with his child, play with his daughter, okay? And then bring her back pregnant to his house? He will find you, he will shoot you, and it's going to be what it is, okay? There are certain people you just can't play with. Because the way they conduct themselves, the way they dress, the way they carry themselves, the way they talk, there is a masculine presence about these people. Try if you want to. Okay? Try if you want to. But if you grew up listening to Pastor Tony, he's not the one. Pastor Tony got guns. Go get his daughter pregnant. I want you to get his daughter pregnant and then bring her back to his door. Huh? What's that? Oh, you're still cleaning and stuff?
I'm cleaning some. Yeah, dinner and stuff. So that's what I'm in that stuff.
Oh, did you get back to your work a little bit?
I finished our page.
Was that part 2? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. He's not the one. He's not the one. And on top of that, Pastor Tony, he's not them goofy pastors, you know. He's a Baptist, so they're really crazy. Baptist people, they're like, everything has to be like by the book, okay? But do you think the way this man looks, you think you can come around, play with his daughter, get her pregnant, then send her back to his house with a baby, no husband? I want you to. They're gonna find you dead somewhere. We're gonna see your dead body on the 9 o'clock news. Try it. Try if you want to. Okay? Try that stuff. Okay? And now, here's Janae Aiko's daddy. Who does this man intimidate? Like, seriously. Who gonna be scared of this man? Not to be offensive, but, okay? When you see Janae's dad, who gonna be scared of this man? Please tell me how he evokes fear in anyone. Hold on, you little baby. You gotta be quiet, okay? Oh, you're not being nice. You are truly not being nice. Okay, good. All right. What is this? Okay. So now, here we have Janae's dad, right? But my thing is, who's gonna be scared of this man? Okay? If a young man wants to play with his daughter, if a young man wants to impregnate his daughter, if a young man wants to play with her, impregnate her, and then send her back to his house, do you think any young man be scared of this man? Right? Be honest with yourselves, right? Even the daddy himself is having babies at 78 years old. Make it make sense, right? But you will never look at her daddy and be scared. There's nothing masculine about this man. There's nothing that says, oh yeah, like I got to have this man's respect, right? I look up to this man. I want this man to respect me, so I got to come correct. No, 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 no. Okay? No. Okay? No. You see? Hold on, little man. Stop being mean. Okay? Yes, thank you. He's under 3000 BCE. he does look like Drake's dad, right? So here you have Pastor Tony, right? And then here you have Janae's daddy, right? And I'm like, and from that, I think from that, and that's why I remember, like, oh my gosh, it was like almost like a year or so ago, or like maybe 2 years ago. I can't remember. But one day we had a conversation about Lori Harvey. I don't know if you guys remember. And I said, when your daddy's inspirational, when your father is inspirational, when your dad is goals, when your dad is like a man's man, when your dad is a high achiever, when your dad is a builder, right? When your dad got real money, right? When your dad is that dude, right? Most guys are going to want to marry you because your dad is like dirt. Like dirt, your dad is like a goal. Like it's like, oh, yo, like her dad is who I want to be, right? Her dad is who I aspire to be. Because I said when you think about Steve Harvey, for example, right? The how much money Steve Harvey has, right? Hey Jojo, there are a lot of people who want to make Steve Harvey money, right? It's not just his money, but Steve Harvey also has a lot of connections, right? He knows a lot of people. He's very well connected. He could open a lot of doors for you. Womp, 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 right? So if a guy's dating Lori Harvey, most likely he won't go. He's going to want Steve Harvey to respect him because he most likely aspires to be a Steve Harvey, right? Here is Dr. Tony, right? So we have Dr. Tony right here. Okay, Pastor Tony right here, right? Look at Pastor Tony and then look at her husband, right? Now, for me, I do feel like I could see how a black man like him, like her husband, right? Mr. Jerry, okay? I could see how Pastor Tony is someone that he looks up to. He looks up to his pastor because Pastor Tony is goals. Yeah, Pastor Tony is goals. Like if you are black and you Christian, Pastor Tony's he's like the Mount Rushmore of black pastors and bishops. Like he is goals. Like, oh my gosh. Pastor Tony Evans, he's a brand. Like he's a brand, right? So I'm like, when you look at him, the way he looks also, right? You can kind of see how, yeah, Pastor Tony is like his favorite influencer. Okay. He's like, oh yeah, that's my spiritual dad. Like, I wish he was my dad. Okay. So when you're about to date his daughter, you're like, yo, I want him to have respect for me. I want him to love me. Because it's like he's your influencer, like he's your favorite person. Right? You look up to him because Pastor Tony is seriously successful. He's not just successful, he is highly respected. He is seriously respected. And he's not just respected by goofy people. Okay? He is highly respected by very successful people. Intelligent people, highly accomplished people. Like when he goes and has conferences, the type of men who show up for his conferences, these are some real people, y'all. These are some serious, successful people. It is not a joke. This man's brand is huge. So it's like when you meet someone like that, you're going to come correct. Because you know. Okay? You about to go meet a king, you're going to bow your head. I know that's right. Okay? That's how it goes. Hey, Kaj. But when your daddy's a clown, when your daddy is foolish, when your daddy wears nail polish, when your daddy's a hippie and like, hey, hoo, right? It don't give. Because I do feel like a suitor has to have respect for the young lady's dad. He really does. Like he truly, truly does. Because if your dad is someone he aspires to be, he gonna treat you differently. Because he's like, right? And that's why I said, that's why I told y'all, I don't believe in those dating apps. I sure don't. But if you want to do it, though, go ahead. But if you do decide to be serious with somebody from a dating app, you need to make sure the person meets your dad. That's why I have an issue with dating apps. Because dating apps, to me, it's not a proper way to vet a person. Because I do feel like a person you meet, you should meet people through people that you know and you trust. Because that adds a layer of safety and protection, because it's like, okay, you've been vetted. On a dating app, anybody can have a profile. People can be whoever they want to be. There's no way to vet these people through a social, like through your own network of people who share your values, your ideals, etc., etc., etc. And then that's another issue that I have with like feminism and like dating in a feminist world. It's like it removes patriarchy. Because one issue that I have with, amongst many issues that I have with the feminist movement, right, is they make it seem like patriarchy is bad. And I'm like, no, toxic patriarchy is bad. But there is a good form of patriarchy, right? If you have a very successful dad that is respected by some high achievers, like a horde of men who are very, very successful, that is great patriarchy. Yes. Because your dad is so successful, because your dad is so competitive, because your dad is he's surrounded by very high achievers, right? The people, okay, who are going to try to suit you or who will be your suitors, they're going to really care about what your dad thinks. And when they care about what your dad thinks, they gonna act correct. Because her dad is not just anybody. So you're not about to go play with his child and then think you're going to get his daughter pregnant and then drop his daughter with a grandbaby at his house. He will shoot your ass. You're going to get killed. And I don't think he will have to touch you, actually. Because Pastor Tony, he got so many sons, they will find you and do the work. He won't even have to touch you. Okay? Because he got too many young men, powerful men behind him. They're going to take care of you, and they're going to be glad to take care of you. Like, okay, daddy, we got it. It's been handled. Your name shall never be mentioned on the land ever again, okay? You're going to be gone. Okay? So I'm like, you see, and that's why I talk about culture. Because in Priscilla's life, in her culture over here, her father is in her life. It's a very traditional family. Like her dad is in her life. Even she knows. She grew up Baptist. She knows, right? Her dad is in her life. He's a very present figure in her life. She has patriarchy in her life, and she's not against it. Okay? She's not against it. She understands it. She understands the need for it. She like the perks of it. She has patriarchy in her life, and she embraces it. Because, oh, wow, that's Pastor Tony's daughter. Exactly. She's not just anybody. She's Pastor Tony's daughter. So that right there, it puts her on a pedestal. Because when you're the child of an overachiever, a superachiever, okay, a man who competed and got to the top of other powerful men, yeah, people have respect for your dad. And the fact that people respect your dad, people gonna respect you too. Because you're the daughter of a king. It like there's levels to this, y'all. There are levels to this. And that's why a father has to be competitive. Okay? That's why a father really has to be a man. He can't be out here with nail polish and like, smoking weed and like, oh yeah. No, and no, and no. Right? But it's really sad sometimes too. It's really sad when you do have young ladies who don't have dads. So that's really sad. Because it's sad. Because you should be there for your daughter. Because when it comes to like her dating age, her married, like a time for her to be married, your presence needs to be felt. Okay? All right. Then you have other dads who are present but choose to not be involved. Like, oh, well, I just let her do her thing. No. Okay? You should be helping her. Okay? All right. So let's go back to our video. Hold on. Wait a minute.
I feel bad. I feel like you're further down the road than I am.
Priscilla, you done ended it with my boy just because he had some
I wanted to try to be honorable and be honest that I wasn't there yet. And I assumed he was.
Well, why
because
can't you just say that instead of end the whole relationship?
Because I've been saying that for the 9 months. Like we kind of kept arm's length a little bit because I was like, I'm not sure we can go all the way there. Like we were dating each other, but it wasn't like just, we left it open. Like if either of us wanted to date other people.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't like we were an item.
Okay.
It wasn't.
Okay.
But that kind of ticked me off.
Yeah, he was out after that.
Because remember, she's waiting for her ex-boyfriend to spin the block, right? So right now, she's like, at that point, I guess she was using Jerry to like distract her from kind of like forgetting about her ex, right? But she was still hoping that the ex was going to spin the block. Okay. And Jerry was like, I'm not the one.
So I'm like,
you know what?
Peace, I'm out. I'm gone. You don't call me again. I'm out.
He didn't say any of that, but that was his posture. He was out. Yeah.
You were gone.
I was gone.
Yeah.
I was moving on.
Yeah.
And then how'd y'all come back together?
This was maybe a Friday?
Yes. And Sunday at church. I was at church and grandma, my mother's mother, who was this delicate, sweet, elegant, dignified lady who never spoke much. She'd sit right there on the second row every Sunday. And she looked at me at the end of service and she said, who is this young man that I've been seeing around? And I said, oh, his name is Jerry. And she said, well, whoever it is, you need to marry him. He is looking at you every time I see him like he will love you for the rest of your life.
Grandma did not say that.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Now, this part, when I heard this part from her grandmother, I don't know, maybe her grandma's really good at just reading people. I don't know. But for me, I'm like, if my grandma had said that, it wouldn't have moved me. Okay. Like, no. We need to be a little bit more serious because you can't really go off of a feeling, right? You could feel like, oh, yeah, the way he looks at her. Yeah, he could look at her that way and be evil later. Okay. We need a little bit more than that. Okay, grandma. So for me, I wouldn't have fell for that. Okay. I wouldn't have moved me. Because she could be wrong. Okay, because how many times did grandma say this and she was right? We don't know. Okay. So it could have been a feeling and she could have been wrong. I think it's a lot better to say because I've talked to him, because I've vetted his culture, because I know his principles, because I know his work ethic, because I know him, I have experience with him. Therefore, I feel like you should marry the man, okay? But just to say, oh, who's this young man? The way he looks at you, when it comes to these dudes, they can look at you all goo, and then like when you have their baby, now they hate your guts, okay? So it was a lucky guess. Right? I think it's more prudent to say because I know him, because I work with him, because I know his values, because I know his family. Okay. I've known him for 17 years. Okay. I know his core principles, right? Then you say, okay, because of that, I think he's a man who's capable of loving you for a long time because he really has high character. Okay. But just to say about the way he looked at you, okay, we saw that with the other pastor kid. He saw the girl at a Diddy party and he was like, oh my gosh, that's my wife. That is my wife. That is my wife. Okay. Only to say, oh, I don't want to be with you no more. I don't care how good you look. I don't want you no more because y'all didn't let me hold the baby. You didn't let me hold me. You didn't let me hold the baby. I'm like, what in the world? Okay. So me, I don't fall for that. It's giving signs and wonders. Okay. And the devil, once you start believing in signs and wonders, like excessively, the devil can use signs and wonders to play you. Okay. So I'd rather have a peaceful conversation with the man. I'd rather have experience with the man. I'd rather know his family. Okay. His life. How does he live? Has he been married before? I need to have some serious conversations with him before I say, oh, the way he looks at you, he looks like he's going to love you forever. This is not a movie, Grandma. This is real life. Because if you're wrong, that's my life. If you're wrong and I have a baby or I have kids with this man, my poor children will be raised in a broken home. Marriage is way too serious to listen to your grandma based on a gut feeling she's having. Grandma, you might be hungry. Okay? Or maybe you saw the man and he smelled like Cinnabons. I don't know. Okay? But I'm not listening to you. That's not compelling. That is not a compelling argument for me to say, oh, because my grandma said this man can love me forever. Therefore, I'm going to go marry this man. No, it is way too serious. Marriage is very serious. Okay? So, no. Exactly. Like, no. This is no. And plus, how you know your grandma did not have early onset dementia? No offense to the grandma, okay? But based on her age, she could have early onset dementia. Okay? No. You need to come to me with rationality. Like, I need you to be a rational person. I don't want signs and wonders. Marlene, I talked to him. I asked him some really deep questions, right? I've tested his values. I've met his mom. I've met his dad. I've met his sisters, right? You know, okay, cool. So now we're talking about character. So based off his character, you think he's capable of loving me for a very long time. Okay, cool. But a gut feeling, grandma, you sure you don't have dementia? Because what about you trust your grandma and then you found out later that she was having early like dementia, like she was crazy, like she was senile. And here you go, you got married off the word of a senile old lady. Okay? We are too smart for that. Being a Christian does not mean that you stop using logic and sound arguments. Okay? I don't need a gut feeling. Maybe you're hungry. Maybe he walked past you. Like I said, he smelled like Cinnabons. I don't know. But no, not doing that. So I didn't like that part. Okay? So to me, it's like, no.
Yes, she did. And I said to the Lord at the end of service that day, I said to the Lord, if Jerry is for me, change my heart, make it so that because I know you don't want me to marry someone that my heart is not fully in. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be just a technical decision because he checks the boxes. I know you'll line my heart up with it. So Lord, I'm open to your will for me. And so if it's for you, I'm available for that. What do you have for me? And I'm telling you, I don't know exactly the moment, but let's say I woke up the next day. It was either that night or the morning when I woke up. I'm telling you, I could not live without this man. I could not live without him.
On this part also is giving signs and wonders. I don't have time for that. Okay? I don't have time for that. I was like, big sis Priscilla, I'm calling cap. Okay? I'm not. I ain't listening to you on that part. This is how I feel. Because she is the daughter of Pastor Tony. Pastor Tony is a big pastor now. It's a big church, okay, with a lot of money, okay? And her daddy has a lot of power, okay? No, man, don't be a hater. Okay, right? So I do feel like Priscilla is a spoiled brat. I don't think he wanted to say that initially, but I don't be with Pastor Kid. He probably saw some things around with her behavior. He's seen her before, right? But I think Priscilla was a spoiled brat. She's used to getting her way. Okay? Because he only has 2 daughters. So imagine how much he dotes them. Like Pastor Tony he doesn't have a son. He only has 2 girls. And I think Priscilla's the oldest. Because her daddy got remarried recently. Ooh, so they came out and they made an announcement. Yeesh, she was mean mugging the new wife. Okay? So I'm like, Priscilla's spoiled. Yeah, she's spoiled. She grew up very, very spoiled. Okay, so it's like, to me, that's how I feel. I'm like, yo, you're very spoiled, and she's used to having her way, right? So when she told the man, Jerry, like, oh, I don't know if I really want to be with you. She thought he was going to beg her. That's how I feel. Okay, she thought he was going to come around and just beg her, like, oh my God, because she knows she's the daughter of Pastor Tony. She knows what being married to her would give you. She's not stupid. He's not stupid also. We're not stupid. Okay, it's like, yeah, I'm sure he's a good dude. I'm sure he's a serious dude, but it's like, we cannot sit here and pretend that he doesn't realize the financial boom, okay? The societal, how can I say this, like, climb, okay, that it represents to marry the pastor, Tony Evans. He's not about to act like he don't know, oh, if I become the son-in-law of this man, I'm about to level up. Okay, I'm not saying that's the only reason why he married her, but I don't see how he would not understand that because he's a businessman. Okay, all right. So he knows what good proximity looks like. Okay, now I do feel like Priscilla is spoiled. I do feel like she's used to having her way. I do feel like because she knows she's her dad, who her daddy is, like, I don't have to rush to make a decision, right? So when she told him, like, I don't know, right? The fact that he said, okay, then fuck you too, bitch. She's like, oh, what the heck? Because she never had somebody turn her down. She thought he's gonna beg, and he didn't beg. Okay? He's like, okay, bye. And that did something to her. So now she's trying to find ways to justify, oh, because my grandma told me, oh, I made this prayer and I told the Lord, you know, if he's really the one for me, change my heart. And when I woke up the next day, whoopity doopity duppity doo, I had a new heart. And I was like, what's that I'm liking? I think I can breathe. Oh, I need Jerry. He's my oxygen. Girl, bye. This is not a Disney movie. Okay. Okay. Oh, he takes space. I think he's big too, so he might be slightly uncomfortable, right? But I'm like, she's not used to somebody telling her no. And he told her no. And it hurt her feelings. Okay? Because I'm like, okay, the man told you, okay, I don't care on Friday. You woke up on Sunday. You're like, oh my gosh, I can't live without him. You didn't even wait a whole month. Didn't even wait 3 months. Okay? He hurt your feelings. Okay? He's like, I ain't your daddy, girl. I ain't your daddy. Okay? And for the first time, she had someone who told her no. And that turned her on. It's okay. Y'all don't have to make everything spiritual. Okay? Yeah. And you know what? You know what it's giving too? You know what it's giving? Remember in Coming to America, right? Hakeem, Eddie Murphy, his character, right? Remember how he became he made everybody like him? So it's like what they call triangulation kind of thing. Like he made everyone like her. He made everyone like him. Like everybody loved Hakeem. He was a good worker. He would clean. Okay, he could beat up somebody with a gun, right? So she was really confused. So when she didn't like him, especially when the dad found out he was a prince and it had all the money from Zamunda. Okay, remember that part, right? The dad was like, "No, Lisa, you gotta be with him. You gotta be with him, right?" The first boyfriend did that also. The Soul Glow, the heir to the Soul Glow empire. He did the same thing. He had everybody liking him because he also had money. Hakeem also did the same thing, but he did a little bit differently. But when the daddy found out that he was a prince and that they had money in Zamunda and that the face of Hakeem was actually on the currency, on the bills, he was like, oh no, Lisa, you got to marry him. Right? So like you say, Mark, he was very smart. He was very smart. He was very strategic. Just in case there's somebody else, just in case I might be competing, because he knows she's the daughter of Pastor Tony. He only has 2 daughters. So there has to be more than another, there has to be more than 2 or 3 suitors who are trying to marry this girl. Not just because they love her, oh, she's so beautiful, but because of who her daddy is. Okay. So he goes straight to the dad. He said, oh no, I want to book an appointment because I think I want to date your daughter. Like, what? Which is something I'm sure her ex-boyfriend, her boyfriend at the time, he didn't do that. I don't think her dad probably knew who that boyfriend was. I don't know. But the fact that he goes and he meets her dad, right? He's making his presence known, right? Then somehow he was able to get grandma's attention. Yes, Mark. Mark said he mastered the art of the deal, right? And then when she tries to act funny, oh, I don't really know, he's like, okay, then it's okay, it's cool. Because he knows even if he says no to you, his dad's going to ask about him. Your grandma's going to ask about him. He said, no, Marlene. He understands marketing. He's taking up space to exude masculinity and confidence. He has a brand to build. Exactly. Because if y'all don't know this, Zig Ziglar is he's a motivational, the guy she used to work for, Zig Ziglar, he's a motivational speaker. He works, he's dead now, but he used to inspire lots of sales agents, right? Okay. So this is who Zig Ziglar is. Okay. He's a great motivational speaker. Okay. So that's who she used to work for. So he had to be so her husband had to be in sales or something, right? So that's why they wanted her to come to speak so she could galvanize the troops. Okay. Exactly. But now she wants to rebrand. Oh, because my grandma said the way he looks at me right? Giving fairy tale because she needs to feel like she's like super special. Girl, stop. Okay. And then I asked the Lord, change my heart. And I went to bed. And when I woke up the next day, I had a brand new heart. And I realized that I could no longer breathe without Jerry. Girl, please. Okay. Even if you make that prayer, it's going to take like a few weeks, a few months. Okay. The fact that it happened less than 24 hours, girl. Okay. The fact that he turned you down, like he didn't chase behind you, it hurt your feelings. Okay. And the fact that he secured your dad, he secured your grandma, and only God knows who else he secured, right? You're like, okay, fine, I'll just do it. But you got to tell yourself a story, or you got to tell yourself some stories so you can make it sound more special than what it truly is. He got you, girl. He got you good. Let's keep watching this.
Heart was totally on fire for Jerry Shirer. And so I called him back and I said, hey, so what had happened was, and I said, I'm ready if you're ready to walk in the direction of marriage.
That's what you said.
I sure did. And he said, okay, let's go. And so we started.
Look how he's licking his lip. He's like, yep, got her. People are shit. Okay. But y'all think about this. Can all this happen in 48 hours? No, of course. No, it's nice. It's nice. But it still does not exclude the fact that he was very strategic. That's all Mark is saying. You see what I'm saying? Mark is saying he knew what he wanted. He was like, okay, I might not be the only one. That's why I told Abigail earlier, right? Just because you're a quality person does not mean that you're the only one. I think he had enough sense to realize, given who she is and given who her daddy is, right? Most likely he's not the only man applying for the job. So I'm going to go straight to her dad and let him know I'm here. I'm a soldier, like I'm outside. You know what I'm saying? So even if she doesn't want to be with him, the fact that he secured the family, it's going to make it harder for another man to step in. Or it's going to make it harder for her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, to spin the block. Because by the time he comes around, everybody's in love with Jerry. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Jerry. So she's like, so he got her. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I found this on the web for Hey, Jerry. Hey, Jerry. Hey,
You're
Jerry.
right. Nobody's talking to you. Okay. Exactly. Hey, Kiana, what's up? Make sense, T? So we're not saying he doesn't love her. No. We're saying is, like I said, to marriage, there's politics to it. Because that he never met her dad or her grandma, she could be like, oh, I probably don't want Jerry. I'll go back with my ex-boyfriend. But the fact that now your dad knows him, your mom knows him, your grandma knows him, it's going to be harder to get rid of him. So when she says, oh, I don't know if I want to be with you, he's like, okay, yeah, sure, no problem. Why? Because he already secured the family. You're going to call me back. He don't have to fight with you. And on top of that, he told y'all he's 6 years older than her. So he knows. That's what Mark is saying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's all we're saying. But she has to picture like, oh, because my grandma said something, because I made this magical prayer to Jesus, and I wouldn't know. No. There's a logical and there's a rational way to explain what happened. That's all we're like. So y'all got to stop trying to make everything over spiritual. There's a logical and there's a rational way to explain what happened and why it happened so quick. Because you told him you don't want to be with him on Thursday, right? On Friday, your grandma says, where's Jerry? Right? On Saturday, you make a prayer. On Sunday, you're in love with Jerry so much you can't breathe without him. That's not how life goes. This is not a movie. Like, this is real stuff. But if you don't have the ears to listen to it properly, you're like, oh my gosh, look, her prayers work. God listened to her. Girl, no. There is a logical, there is a rational way of explaining what just happened. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Exactly. That's all we're saying. Explain it. Like, I do believe God moves and God does things right, but I just like sometimes people just overdo it. Like they make everything over spiritual, over religious. It's like, cha. You know what I mean? But he understood the politics, so he did it. So he had no problem saying, okay, that's fine. Because you're going to call him back. Why? Because he secured the family. Right? That's it. He's like, I got you. Now look at him licking his lips.
Exclusively dating, and by February we were engaged.
So in December, I went to her dad.
Yep.
You see?
That was November. In December, I went to her dad to ask for her hand in marriage.
Wow.
And Daddy said,
The next month.
This is what he said. He looked at me. This joker looked at me and said, put it in writing.
He did.
He said, put it in writing.
Put it
Put
in
it
writing.
in writing. Because my mother's father had made my dad put it in writing.
Yep.
Once again, culture. There you go. Once again, you have what? Culture. These people have culture. And that's how you know that you are not in a random ass family. Because people who don't have random ass family, they have lots of tradition. They have a lot of tradition and they uphold tradition. Right. And that's why someone like Meghan Markle had a hard time when she goes to Buckingham Palace, because she don't come from structure. She don't got no structure. She don't got no good culture. Because Meghan Markle, her dad's a hot mess. Her parents divorced. She's on her second marriage. Okay. She's a hot ass mess. So when you step into a family like a royal family of England that has a lot of structure, that has lots of tradition and she couldn't keep up with it. So now you got like, oh no, because they racist. No, girl, you don't have culture. Racist how? Racist where? Girl, be quiet. Okay? It's a lot of culture because she does not come from such a culture. Right? But when you look at, like, for example, Kate, Mary Kate, it was a lot easier for her. Not saying it's easy, but a lot easier for her because Kate has pretty much like the same culture. She understood what was expected of her because that's what she wanted. She got the same culture. Like, you know what I'm saying? She's also British. So it's like, yeah, she understands it's the culture. Right? So Pastor Tony, when he wanted to marry his wife, he had to abide by her culture. Over there, if you want to marry their daughter, you got to write it. You got to actually put it in writing. So once he builds his family, he incorporates that culture. So now if you want to marry his daughter, you also have to write it down. So like that's what, like 2 generations, right? And I'm sure if they had a daughter, they would also ask whoever wants to marry their daughter to put it in writing. These people have, that's their culture. Okay, I hope you have, like, you better understand what I mean by culture. That's their culture. So in their village over there, if you want to marry their child, you need to put it in writing. That's their culture. You go talk to the dad. You ask the dad if it's okay to marry his daughter. The dad's going to say, I need you to put that in writing. You say, okay. And he says, once you write me a letter, I will write you my answer back. That is their culture. So to look at someone like Janae Aiko with whatever culture she got going on and expect somebody to go up to her dad and ask for her dad's hand in marriage, y'all crazy. That's not her culture. And it shows. Make sense? That's their culture. So Pastor Tony said, I need that in writing. And why does he need it in writing? Because you want to see how the man thinks. Now, I told you guys before, I said you should always write your ideas. You should write your thoughts, because the more you write your thoughts, the more clear they become. And the more clear your life is also going to be. So when you write stuff down, he gets to see how you think. And not just that, if something ever goes wrong tomorrow, he can pull out your letter and be like, here, this is what you wrote. So why are you here? Why is she here? I don't want her back. Right? Because you can be like, oh, I want to marry your daughter, and then tomorrow you'll change your mind. Because you never actually put a lot of reflection into it. You could want to marry her because she's very pretty. You could want to marry her because she's my daughter, so you think you'll have my money. I don't know. But when you put stuff in writing, it allows people to see how you really think. Did you really think about this? Or is it just like a spur of the moment thing? Oh my gosh, that's Pastor Tony's daughter. I got to marry her. Like the other kid we saw, the one is like, oh, he saw his wife at the Diddy party. Right? You see, her dad also didn't have culture. Okay, sure, no problem. Really? And that's the thing. And my thing is, just because someone asks for your daughter's hand in marriage doesn't mean you should say yes. Like, just say yes just because, like, or just give an easy yes. Make that person think about or let you know why he wants to marry your daughter. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah. Meghan Markle does not have good culture. Doesn't have good culture. Right? And I think is you cannot expect this woman also to be a wife that values family, because her family's all messed up. You know, her parents are divorced. Her dad is horrible. She doesn't get along with any of her siblings. So I'm sure like she's the type, if she goes somewhere and she sees you spend more time with your family, you get along with your siblings, she's going to be triggered because all she knows is conflict and chaos. She don't have good culture. Okay. So he probably would. Okay. But if you write something, if tomorrow there's a problem, you say, oh, sir, I changed my mind. I don't want your daughter no more. He can be like, well, this is what you wrote. So what went wrong? Right. So I think that's pretty cool. I like that.
Yep. And then he said, I will reply with my answer to you in writing.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, if
I like this.
Yeah,
later
so
on
he had
in
to
life,
write
if
a
you
note.
ever
I
go,
like
if
this.
you ever go astray, whatever, he goes, I have it in writing what you said you would do.
See, I just
Goodness.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So we have my letter to him and his letter back to me.
Which daddy? This a little raggedy.
You see? But, and that's why I say I agree with healthy patriarchy, because her dad is right. Because anybody could say, oh, especially after like a month or 2 months, oh, I think I love Priscilla so much. And then once I give you my daughter, 2 years later, now you want to beat up my child. Like, oh, I don't want her no more. I want to bring her back. You know, so if you compare Pastor Tony, that's why I value patriarchy. I really do. When it comes to marriage, I really do. Because if you compare grandma to Pastor Tony, right? Grandma was like, oh, just the way he looks at you, yeah, go marry him. Are you insane? As if we've never seen a guy who was so infatuated with a wife, with a woman, and then 5 years into the marriage, he act like he can't even stand the sight of her. Right? Even in the Bible, you see the same thing with Adam and Eve. Once they got in trouble, he wanted nothing to do with her. But when he first meets her, he's like, oh, you ribbon my rib, blah, 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 blah. He's talking big game, big, little bit, right? But once she gets him in trouble and she becomes a liability, he wants nothing to do with Eve. Because that's how people are. People ain't shit. Okay? When it's good, they love you. When it's bad, they can be like, well, I don't know what I was thinking. Right? We saw the other guy. When he saw the girl at the Diddy party, he's like, oh, that's my wife. That's my wife. I had to call all my homies. Like, yeah, I think I found my wife. Right? Now, 2-3 babies in. Well, y'all didn't let me hold the baby. It's been an hour. So now I want to go file for divorce. What in the world? I don't care how fine you look no more. I want a divorce. I'm like, there you go. People change their minds. That's what human beings do. They ain't shit. Okay? Right? But then look at Pastor Tony. So you compare the matriarch, which is a woman, very emotional. Oh, signs and wonders. Oh, I think I feel. Okay? Then you look at her dad, which is a patriarch. Like you got the man. He's like, child, all them feelings, I don't care. I need to know your character. And there's no better way to read a man than to see his thoughts on paper. That's why most banks will ask you for a business loan before they give you money, because they need to know, did you really think through this? Do you have a plan to make our money back? Okay. Right? If you want to get a PhD, you have to write a dissertation to prove that you have mastery of your subject. And then you have to go defend your thesis. Like in the business world, in like serious places, they make you write stuff. When you apply for an MBA, you apply for law school because they know it's really hard and you might feel like quitting. So they say what? Write a mission statement. So that way, when it gets rough, when you get a bad grade, you can go back to your mission statement and remember why you want to be a lawyer, why you want to get an MBA. They make you write a mission statement. You go to most major corporations, especially them big old, powerful, rich ass corporations, they have a mission statement. They have their why we do what we do. And that's what drives the company. It's their mission statement. You see how men do things and how the ladies do things? It's not the same. But feminists will say, oh, you don't need a man. Why would your dad make him right? It's you. It's your body. It's your life, okay? It's your life, girl. It's your body, girl. You make your decisions. You don't need your dad. That's the patriarchy. That is toxic patriarchy. Your dad is trying to control you. Your dad wants to control you. A man is trying to control you. You see them goofy ass bitches? They're goofy as hell. There is safety in healthy tradition. Okay? There really is safety in a healthy tradition. Sometimes it's important to let your dad handle somebody else for you. It's for your own protection because she didn't even think about that. And I'm sure when her mom was in the age of getting married, she didn't think about that too. But I'm sure she's glad she did though, because her and Pastor Tony, they stayed married until she died. Right? Priscilla been married for 25 years. So somewhere, somehow, Pastor Tony was right. Write it down. So we can see if you're real serious. We can see what you're thinking of, your vision. And the Bible even said it. Write it down. Write the vision. Make it plain that whosoever shall read it shall run. Right? There you go. The Bible itself tells you need to write it down. They tell you, even when you get married, they say, write down your vows so that whenever something bad happens, y'all can remember the vows that you made to each other. Okay? But when people write stuff down, they're more likely to commit to what they've written down. So they tell you, you wake up in the morning, write in a journal, right? Because anybody can say anything in the moment because it sounds good. But if you have to write a letter, a mission statement, a letter of intent, like you really have to be intentional. And then when whoever reads it, go, okay, oh wow, okay, I'm glad he covered that. I'm glad he covered that. And then you can see, okay, well, he didn't cover that part. So maybe then I can ask, okay, what about this side? What about that side? Because that might be a blind spot for you because you didn't cover that in your letter. Right? But when you write stuff down on paper, it reveals to people how you think. Right? Just like, and especially if somebody's a great writer. If you ever read, like if you read even a text, a letter, anything that you read from somebody who knows how to write, you're like, wow, that's quite impressive. He writes so well. Look at his grammar. Okay. But then when you read stuff from people who don't know how to write, or like, oh my gosh, like, oh my gosh, like, can you put a period somewhere? Can you start using commas, semicolons? Okay. It's okay to have period. You have people when they write, it's like these running sentences. It's like, oh my gosh, like this is horrible. Is that how you think? My Lord. Okay. So I'm like, that's really beautiful. And obviously her dad was right. Right? You can be very smart. It's your life. Yes. But it never hurts to have your dad check who you want to marry from a man to another man because you're not a man. So if your father is a great man, who has the respect of a lot of people, let your daddy help you. Okay? Because you're not a man. And there are things that you could never think to ask. There are things that you would never even consider asking or even checking for because you're not a man. But if your dad is a great man, if your dad is a winner, if your dad is an alpha male, if your dad has won many, many battles, he has experience. Let him help you. Okay? Do not listen to these goofy ass feminists. They're really goofy. And many of them, they're still in the dating app looking for somebody because they refuse patriarchy. There is a healthy form of patriarchy. And I think that's what Angry Man was trying to say, is that you want to be married, but you go about it the way the world tells you to go about it and not the way God tells you to go about it, right? So you're not going to have good results, right? You're just not. But her dad was right. And you see the majority of these girls who are in these long ass engagements of 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 20 years, right? Usually there's no daddy, or if there is a dad, he's a punk, you know? So it's like nobody respects him because he a little bitch, right? But if your daddy is not a little bitch, if your daddy got big dog energy, if your father has like big bank energy, if your father has like great alpha male energy, yes, girl, let him help you. Okay. And I promise you, people are not going to mess with you. Right? Okay, good. Yeah, exactly. But I'm like, she's not cerebral. She's emotional. And marriage is a very, very serious decision. Like the lawyer said, like the lawyer we saw yesterday, like it's really, really serious, because if this thing goes left, it's real. Okay. It's not like, okay, well, I guess we're divorced. Okay, no problem. Bye. It's not like that. It is really serious.
Because Jerry gave the letter to Daddy, and Dad took 6 weeks to respond.
That joker took forever. I'm like, man, are we on this or not? We doing this? But yeah,
that's so terrible.
And I'm also glad that it took him 6 weeks to respond. What's the rush? Because first and foremost, when you take 6 weeks to respond, you're letting him know, I value my daughter. Because if he writes a letter and you respond back in 24 hours, what does that say to him? You also not, you just doing it just to do it. Right? But it's like there's nothing behind it, because how are you going to respond to this man in 24 hours? He wants to marry your daughter. That's your child. That's really serious. So it's like, I need time to read your letter. I need time to pray about your letter. I need time. I really need time to receive it. I need time, right? And then to answer you back also, I need to take my time. Because I do believe, yes, I do, that when you're a great man, when you're a father, when you're a patriarch, every word that comes out your mouth has to be measured. I don't think like I'm serious. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. When you are a powerful man, if you are a wise patriarch, if you are an intelligent man, if you're a wise man, if you're a conqueror, if you know how to conquer, if you conquered, okay, if you're a great politician also, every word that comes out your mouth, it has to be seriously intentional. You shouldn't be a man of many words, because if you talk too much, they're not going to respect you ultimately. Like, damn, he talks too damn much, right? So your words have to be chosen very carefully, so that when you speak, you only speak once. Don't be like, oh, here's what I want to say, but then 2 weeks later, oh, you know what? I forgot to say this too. No. Every word that comes out your mouth has to be a word that it has to be a word that is carefully chosen. You got to be intentional about what you say, how you say it, and when you say it. And when you say what you want to say, make sure you said everything you had to say, because you can't come back. Right? So I understand why he took 6 weeks. It takes time. Right? It takes time. And it's like, wow, like he's really serious about his process. Yes, he is. Because it's very serious. Because God forbid he said, okay, fine. And then you hurt his child. I'm like, well, you also blessed the relationship. And you made a mistake, right? And then what happens to his brand if he made the wrong call? Because he rushed to say yes. That's also going to affect his brand. How can a great pastor like this not see this coming? Not my brand. Right? Because if you rush to say yes and you said yes to the wrong man, and your daughter's divorced with your grandkids, having to go from this household to this household, the people will question your leadership. They're going to question, does God really talk to this man? Because how did he not see this coming? Okay? So a great man has to take his time before he talks. He can listen to a whole lot of people, but he must be slow to talk. And when he does talk, every word that comes out of his mouth has to be carefully chosen. And when he speaks, he must only speak one time. Because, remember last time I forgot to tell you this. Oh, remember? I don't like that. I don't. I really don't. So take your time. It's okay. If he really wants your daughter, he can wait. He can wait. And when and the thing is too, right? When it takes long to get an answer from someone, when you finally get an answer, you value the answer that you got. Because it also makes you feel special. Like, wow, he took 6 weeks to respond. So when you finally get a response from him, it makes you feel special too, even if he said no. But because he said yes, you'll feel even more special. Like, you know what? He didn't just say yes overnight. Like, he took his time to respond to me. So that means he values me. That means he cares about the process. And that means, like, it wasn't an easy process. And the fact that I got picked and the fact that he said yes to me means that it actually adds worth to him saying yes. It's not a random process. So he might be upset that he might be joking, but I'm sure he's happy that he had to wait 6 weeks. Because now he knows he was truly chosen. And now that also means something to him. But if you write a letter and they reply back to you in 3 minutes, in 24 hours, like, you know what? What's the big deal? You could just text me. But when you wait for this response for 6 weeks, when you finally get the response, it means a lot to you. Right? Yeah. So I like this. I do.
I don't know. But he did give me his verbal before then. But yeah. So, yeah. Her mom had to say, Tony, write the boy a letter.
You done made this man write your letter? You gonna send it and be delayed?
Oh, yeah.
What did it feel like to get his letter back?
Oh, let's see.
And do you remember what he said in that letter?
I don't remember all the.
We have it. We should go back and read it. We haven't read it in so long.
I don't remember all the details, but basically, I've been watching you. You've been treating my daughter with respect, honor. Basically, it looks like you will take care of her for the rest of her life, and I give you my blessing to marry my daughter.
You know what's so important to make sure that you have.
And you see, because it took so long to get the letter, they still have the letter. You see? Everything worth having should not be easy to get. Because when it's not easy to get, people are more likely to respect it. Right? So 25 years later, he still has the letter because he had to wait 6 weeks to get the letter. Right? If he had to only wait 3 hours, 24 hours to get that letter, he would have lost the letter by now. Okay.
Have believers surrounding you, because if your grandma didn't say that to you,
totally.
Think about how she spoke a word that a woman that doesn't speak much at all spoke, and when she spoke, you listened because she doesn't speak much. And the fact that what she said, you like, because you could have said, you don't know what you're talking about, you old, you don't know nothing about all this, but you listened and said, okay, God, I submit myself to you. If this is who I'm supposed to be, change my heart. And you prayed a prayer that invoked God into your life to say, oh, I can do it, and confirm that which your grandma saw.
Yes.
All of that is fugazi. The grandma, where she said the prayer that she made, ultimately, if Pastor Tony did not like this man, nothing would have happened. So they're wasting our time. Okay. Pastor Tony is the final say so. Okay. All these women out here are crazy. Little baby. Why you like
that?
And you are so right. Like the wealth of wisdom, experience, people who have walked the road of life longer than you, that have insight into future realities that you don't even know what matters. When you're single and you think you know what you want in your spouse,
teach.
You really actually only have a very myopic view of what you think is going to be important. You've devalued the things that actually over 25 years are more important that I didn't even factor into the equation. Like, I will give you one of them. He is the most thoughtful person, one of the most thoughtful people I've ever met. When I say thoughtful, he is already thinking 3 hours later. If I back my wife's car into the garage, that means when she pulls out, it'll be forward and it'll be easy for her. I didn't realize that marrying somebody thoughtful, proactively thoughtful, would be this critical in life. It's been amazing. I remember when the kids were little, he would get up before me in the morning. He still does. But when the kids were little, he would get up, turn the fireplace on, because he knew that sitting on that couch to have devotions was just my joy in the morning when the kids were little, that he knew I'd want. So the fact that he was thinking, let me just turn this fireplace on so that when she comes in, I wasn't thinking about that when I was single and before I got married. So I'm just saying there are realities that people that have already walked the road of marriage and know the difficulties that present themselves within it, that when they look at somebody you're connected to, they can tell you in advance,
yes,
that ain't gonna work 8 years in. Somebody who thinks like that or doesn't think like that. So listening to the wisdom of that.
She said the way he looks at you, he will love you for the rest of your life.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a.
And see, to me, this is where that submission thing comes back in. Because for me, it is once a woman knows that that she's more important than you, she doesn't have a problem submitting because she knows that she's always going to be the priority, even over yourself.
Yes. So how did you show that though? Who taught you?
Well,
that's a good question.
I remember this. My father passed a while ago, but I grew up in a single parent home. Mom.
But hold on, I want to clarify that. His father passed away 8 years ago. That was while we were grown and married.
Okay. Yeah.
He was in a single parent home because his father chose not to be a present father to them while they were growing up.
Okay.
Yeah. Not because he passed away, it's because
right.
he
Yeah.
wasn't
I'm
there.
sorry. Yeah. Clarify. Thanks for clearing that for me. But so I saw what it did to my mother. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that to whoever I marry. I want to make sure they're taken care of. I want to make sure that they have everything they need. So growing up in a single parent, it's going to lead you one way or the other. It's going to lead you, you're going to continue in that generational curse, or it's going to make you say, oh yeah, no, I'm going to do just the opposite.
Yep.
So learning that helped me a lot. But one of the things that Priscilla and I did, I think probably one of the most important things of our marriage is that the Lord brought in an older couple who, 15, 20 years marriage before us, and they became our covering.
Good.
Okay. So whenever we have conversations, well, let me back. So, the Bible is pretty clear, the husbands submit to your wives.
Yep.
Wives submit to your husband.
Yep.
And that's great, but sometimes it's great for your spouse to see you submit to somebody here on earth.
Facts.
Okay. So that you're not just running kind of wild.
Yep.
So when she sees me submitting to another man in my life. So if he says, Jerry, no, do this. And I'm like, what? Yeah, do it. No questions asked. I do it.
Good.
I do it. So she knows that when I make a decision, it's not a decision that's just based on what's going to be best for me. It's going to be what's best for her and our family.
Good. 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 As he was doing that, you was taking those cues.
He was doing what?
Submitting to another man.
Totally.
You was watching all that.
I think I am telling you, the key to us having any, somewhat semblance of a successful marriage and having made it 25 years is because we have a couple that we have both agreed are the voice of wisdom for our marriage.
Good.
And when we have differences, disagreements, he's going in a direction that honestly I don't want to submit to because I don't agree with it, then we have both agreed we will call either the husband, the wife, or both. We will have we will, give them the information and get their insight and help them, let them be the voice of authority in our lives. Knowing he has that, knowing I have that. But in my case, since I'm submitting to his authority, knowing that he's just not a loose cannon out here making decisions that he just kind of feel like today, but that there is someone there that is a sounding board for us, then when he thoughtfully has come to a decision about what we're going to do, even if I still don't prefer that, I can submit to it with more confidence because I know that we have the counterbalance and the sounding board of an older, wiser voice of wisdom.
The counterbalance. That is so important.
It's so important.
Because sometimes you'll think, well, I know the Bible. Ain't nobody can tell me nothing. I know, and they got their own issues they had to work through, and they probably didn't have nobody they submitted to. So we know enough about each other that we can make decisions based upon what we know about each other or not.
And let me tell you something. I would say to any single woman that is considering marrying somebody, if that brother is not submitted to authority that you can see, that is tangible, healthy spiritual authority, and he just thinks he could do everything on his own and he's wise enough and smart, I would think very carefully about whether that is the person that you want to be submitted to in your life.
Facts.
Yeah.
That part I agree with also. I really do agree with. Because I'm like, the people, like the type of man he hangs out with, the older man, younger man in his life also, they have a big influence on him because he cares about how they see him. So if he doesn't submit to healthy people, like if he does not have healthy minded men around him, he's going to be toxic. That'll be really toxic, right? But him, what I like with him though, even though his parents were not married, I think he had self-awareness, right? Because you have a lot of people who don't practice self-awareness. Like, okay, you grew up in a single parent household, you were raised by your mom, right? And it's like, I don't care, right? But I'm like him, he actually took the time to be like, okay, like my mom is hurt. This is really hurting her. I don't want to be that type of person. I don't want to be that type of man, right? So I really like the fact that he has self-awareness and he said to himself, I don't want to do that to somebody else. Whereas like you have a lot of people, as they say, hurt people hurt people. So you have a lot of guys because they were raised, because they were raised by a single mom, they'll inflict, and their mom was hurting, they want to inflict that pain onto another woman, right? And you even have a lot of like, you'll have a single mother because she didn't have a man who stood beside her. She will even raise her son to be hurtful to other girls because she never got somebody to be nice to her. So when her son abuses you or her son is not good to you, you can't even count on her. You can't even count on her to be the woman to be like, you know what? It's not okay to treat somebody's child like that. Because since nobody did that for her, she don't care if you're getting hurt. Does that make sense? Like, I really do. I've seen that. Whereas like if a woman raised her son alone and she suffered raising that boy, she will train her son to be abusive towards women. Because what she did not get, she doesn't want another woman to have. So the more he's mean to you, the more she likes it. Because like, well, his dad did the same thing to me. So why do you want something different? Because it's like, well, if his dad treated me poorly and I see my son treat you right, it hurts me because I never had that. So if I didn't have it, you can't have it. Right? But with him, I truly do appreciate the fact that he could say, like, you know what? I grew up like this. I grew up in a single parent home. I was raised by my mom. It was really detrimental to her health. And I said to myself, I will never inflict that type of pain on another person. And I think that's really commendable. And once again, that's why I talk about like this man has great character. It's not the way he looks at you, he will love you forever. No, it's the way that he didn't grow up with, his parents were not married, right? But he had enough self-awareness to realize, like, you know what, this is not what you do to people. And so if you ever get married, for as much as God helps you, try not to do the same thing to another person. It is not okay. And I'm glad that he chose to be better. He chose to be better than his dad. Not be his dad or be worse than his dad because, well, since I didn't have that, I'm going to give that to another person. That's not okay. That's really not okay. And a lot of people out here, because they're broken, they want to break down other people. And I don't like that. Because somebody got to stop the cycle of violence. Like, seriously. Exactly. Right? And these are not people who value marriage. Right. And then also, not only does he have like the personal like desire to say, like, I'm not going to do that to somebody. Right. He works to not be that person. And then he goes and he finds mentors and coaches who are going to also encourage him to never be that person. Because by yourself, you might have great resolve by yourself, but there's nothing like being surrounded with people who are supporting you, helping you, praying for you, encouraging you to keep going with that resolve. Like that choice you've made, the kind of man you want to be, that great man that you want to be, we're going to come around you, support you, and pray for you so that you do become that person, right? But I'm like, somebody like Big Sean, tell me who he hangs around with. That's why I said yesterday, I'm sure for him, when he looks at his life, he's like, no, I'm not even that bad. Because I only have one baby mama and I only got one baby. So in his head, he's doing really great. Because when you compare him to the flock of men that he's around, he's doing really good. He's really not that bad. Right? But in other people's culture, that's still bad. Like that's still not good enough. So I think that's really impressive. Yeah. I really think that's really impressive. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. The eloping thing, I think is very disrespectful. So she said, I have two sisters. One is happily married, and her husband asked for my father's permission to marry her and to date her because it's respect. It's respect. My other sister eloped with her husband and didn't ask my dad for permission. That really hurt my father's feelings, and he's probably the foundation of why my sister's marriage was terrible. She passed away from an illness. Oh wow, that's so sad. You know, and all of that is also your culture, your friends, your family. All that is your culture. Okay.
So your dad gave you the letter back, giving you permission, and then what did you do then? How long did you wait in order to execute that? I'm calling it a contract at this point.
right. Well, our first date was in March.
Right.
We met in February. Our first date was in March. We got engaged in February. She was on a show. She was a correspondent reporter on a show called Positively Texas. I don't know if you remember.
You sure was on there. This is great because I get to hear that she was on Positively Texas.
Yes. So at the time, I told her I had to go out of town on business. I traveled a lot, and I said I'll be out of town. You know, because I knew Valentine's Day was coming. So this is on the 12th of February. This was before Valentine's. And I said, I'm out of town. And
you lied. You lied.
You lied. Starting off with a lie.
And so, yeah, I did. But it was for a good reason.
Yeah.
Because I knew she was going to be at Collin Creek Mall.
When it existed.
When it
was there.
Yep. And she was doing a live correspondence in front of a smoothie shop called Frulatti's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it was great because when she was doing the interview with the guy, she like, her producer in the ear said, ask him what's the difference between a fruit smoothie and was it a fruit and a yogurt smoothie or something like that?
And I remember thinking, why would I ask him that? The difference is one has fruit and one has yogurt. Like, what are we talking about here? So I just remember thinking, this is the dumbest interview.
Yeah. And so anyway, he goes, wow, that's a good question. I don't know. And she's looking at him like, you don't know. And he goes, well, maybe that guy over there does. And so there was an awning there that opened up.
Oh, man.
I was there with a violinist.
Good move, boy.
On live television.
You better get
this
it.
Is live television. And she's like, what are you doing here? So our parents were downstairs, watching everything on the monitors. And I proposed to her on live television.
Yeah.
Jerry, you thought of that?
February 12th.
You thought that, Jerry?
I did not. Her producer called me actually when she realized that we were talking about getting married. And again, I'm not a camera in front of the kind of person. I'm like, no, I'm good. But she talked me into it. And I did it.
I bet you're glad you did, huh? That's
well, when I got down on one knee and I proposed, I'm like, listen, this is live television. If the answer is no, that's fine, but say yes right now. Say yes right now.
Later.
And we can and you can say, no, I was just kidding. I didn't want to embarrass you on live television.
Don't you say no in front of all these people on your show. What did you think in that moment?
Just shock, just complete shock, because I couldn't figure out what he was doing on TV. What is happening right now? I just was confused, but it was a special moment.
And you said yes.
I did. I said yes. One of the best yeses of my life.
Oh, God. And then y'all got married how many months after that?
6.
6 months.
Yeah. We were married in July 99. So we are literally at our 25th anniversary right now.
What date?
July 24th.
Why does this make me emotional? So it's 25?
It's 25 years.
That's a long time.
We cannot believe it.
And y'all only 35?
I mean, seriously.
Yeah. How y'all got married at 10 years old? That is crazy. Something ain't right about that. So let me tell you something. So 25-year history. What are some things that marriage taught you about you? I want both of y'all to tell me, what did marriage teach you about you?
Go ahead. He actually...
Let me stop. Let me stop right here. Let me say this too, because I saw this one post on Instagram, and the lady was like, "Oh, if he can't plan a date, then he can't plan our future." Right? So, in their little love story here, because they've been together for 25 years, right? He didn't really plan the engagement. It wasn't his idea, because who he is, his type. He probably does something like really small. Her family's there, my family's there. Let's do it small, because he's not a camera type of person, right? It was somebody, her assistant, who knows her better, because I guess she knows what she likes. Okay, right? So somebody who knows her was like, no, maybe you should plan it this way, but I'll help you. Like, I'll plan it for you, just show up, right? So I'm like, you see, some people might not be good at planning all the stuff, right? But it doesn't mean that they can't plan your future. If anything, somebody who knows you better should help the person plan. So just because a man can't plan a date doesn't mean that he's not going to be good at planning your future, because they're still married. But listen to their story, though. He's not the one who came up with the idea of how he's going to do their engagement. Somebody else did. He's like, okay, he didn't want to do it, but then he agreed to it. It worked out. Okay? Okay, cool. Good.
Should I answer for you what it taught you
Absolutely.
about?
I think that's a good idea. Because she probably knows better than me, I'm sure.
Well, what I was thinking, first thing that came to my head was that you are not as flexible as you need to be in a family dynamic. Jerry is a very structured, he grew up with military background. So, they made the bed with hospital corners and all the folding of clothes was in squares and stuff. I remember our first couple nights of being married. He was like, do you make the bed with hospital corners? I said, Negro, what?
Hospital
I don't even know. I had never even heard it. I didn't know. We're not in a hospital. I don't know what you were talking about.
Hey, that quarter better be able to bounce off that bed right there.
Did he still make the bed like that?
No, I don't even make a bed anymore.
See?
Flexible. He was flexible.
And the reality is you have to be, and you don't know the places where you were a little too rigid or you know what I mean? For me, I will say that it taught me that expectations are usually realistic because they're in your unrealistic. So because they're in your imagination, and that you don't even realize you are holding people captive to a script that they did not agree to.
You better say that.
They didn't agree to that.
Let me tell you something. I had to learn that in my own single life and dating. I kept saying, how am I writing scripts for people? And if they don't say the right lines, then
I'm mad at them. And they didn't know they were in your production. Yeah.
They didn't audition for it.
And you don't realize you have them. You don't know you have expectations.
So here are hospital corners. This is what they look like. Okay.
Until people don't reach them, and then you're disappointed, frustrated, upset, mad. So that's what the dynamic taught me in marriage was like, oh, I expected this. And because that's not reality, I'm frustrated. So am I going to continue to hold him or my children or whatever to this picture I've created? Or am I going to let the WD-40 of grace just ease all that rigidity and let people free? Let them be who they are. Let's enjoy life as it is.
Yeah.
And so you're not lowering your expectations. You're just letting it match what is and saying, Lord, thank you for what is, instead of trying to always make it something that you created in your imagination.
Oh, that's good.
But even if you're not lowering your expectations, I tell people always go in with low expectations, because if you go in with high, you're disappointed.
But going in low, and if they do something great, you're like, wow, that's amazing.
That's amazing. But you also realize the thing that attracts you about your mate when you're dating is the thing that's going to drive you crazy in your marriage.
That's facts. So name that. What about her that you were attracted to that drove you crazy once she said I do?
Careful, brother.
Well, no, this is one, and there's simple solutions to it though.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you the first thing. When we first got married, of course, she says I'm very particular.
Yeah.
And I am. So I remember when we got married, and maybe a week later or so in our marriage, I noticed that she squeezed the toothpaste from the middle and leaves the top off.
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the...
I'm like, why do I want some crusty toothpaste when it's time for me to squeeze?
She's still trying to figure out what's wrong with it.
Yeah. But I'm like, it drove me bananas, because I like mine. You squeeze it from the bottom up. You put your top on when you finish.
So it'd be fresh when you get.
I'm kind of all over the place. Like, I'm kind of a spontaneous, go with the flow.
So it was making me upset. And I'm like, so I just decided, you know what? I'm gonna go buy her own toothpaste, and she can do whatever she wants with it.
Set you free in marriage.
She was free. I was free.
Simple as that.
Simple as
couple
that.
of dollar toothpaste.
That's it.
We can argue for 3 months about it, or just use 2 different toothpaste bottles.
You know, so there's always really a simple solution if you want it and if you want to find it. But if you want to make a big deal out of it, you can.
What were some things that you learned? Like I said, that I asked her, what did she learn about herself? But she resorted to say what you learned about you. So what did you learn about her? What did she learn in marriage about herself?
What did she learn about marriage, about herself? I think, again, I think she had a certain expectation, again, growing up in Tony Evans' household, the way she saw her mom and dad did things. Her mom did everything for her dad. And that's what she saw as well as her role as my wife. I'm going to do all these things for my husband.
Kind of in the traditional sense of what a wife is. Yeah.
Well, name those traditions. We're talking about cooking and cleaning and
the cooking, the cleaning,
ironing clothes.
Yes. The making of a home. My mom did that. That was her primary role. And she did other things outside of the home, but not in any way at the expense of that. So I really tethered my value in wifehood to the fact that I was going to bring those traditional wife things to his life.
And you didn't want it?
And well, let me say this about her mom. Her mom did those things, as she said, without sacrificing. She didn't sacrifice the home for being outside the home.
Right.
But she did do things outside the home because she helped her dad build the ministry that he has today.
Facts.
She was the one, she was the backbone behind everything.
Facts.
Running the ministry, doing all that. So she had the business sense, but she did not allow it to take away from what her first calling was, and that was her home. Okay. So she saw that. But again, I grew up in a single parent household. Probably at 10, 11, my mom taught me how to cook my first meal because they were out working. I had to have the dinner prepared and the house clean before they got home. So after practice, my sports practice, I ran home to do my chores.
You're talking about cook for the family?
To cook for the family.
He has two siblings and his mom.
So you had to cook for them?
Yeah, because they were out working. So mom would give me one recipe, teach me how to do it. She would give me another, teach me how to do it, and kind of built on that. I had to iron, I had to clean. So I did that for myself, pretty much my entire life.
So we get married and I'm thinking, this is the value I'm going to bring to his
and
life.
You felt like you was bringing no value because you couldn't do it.
He didn't need any of that. I remember the first load of laundry. I was so proud. I remember washing, drying, folding the clothes, waiting for him to come home from work. And this brother right here said thank you and then proceeded to unfold and refold everything.
I knew he was going to do that. I knew because he liked to fold a different way.
This was devastating to me. I'm a new wife. I'm 24 years old. I'm just, trying to find my footing. It was devastating. And I remember talking to my mom, over the course of the first months of our marriages, I'm realizing, he cooks better than me. He cleans better than me. He's more precise with those things than I am. And I remember my mom, I'm all crying about it and everything. And she was like, Priscilla, let that man do it. Let him do all of that. And her basically, it's the same toothpaste thing.
Yeah.
It's you can make a big deal about it or just let him do those things because he enjoys it. And it doesn't mean I'm not doing them at all, but it's okay for him to do that. Priscilla, you didn't grow up seeing that. Dad was he did the, man stuff, the trash, the lawn, but inside the house, I'm not used to a guy doing all the detailed things that a woman brings to the home. He can do those things and he enjoys those things. So my mom was just freeing me up to say, your marriage does not have to look exactly like me and your dad's. Let him do what he enjoys. And she said to me the same thing I still do to this day. You can wash the clothes sometimes if you want to, dry the clothes, but then just lay them out flat on his bed. Let him fold them then. And that's what I started doing instead of being devastated that he didn't like my folding, which I'm still a little upset about it.
And you learned to start folding like him?
Like Mike. But one thing I will say, even though her mom said, let him do it, whatever, because he does enjoy doing it and he wants it done a certain way. But I would say, always show gratitude, right? If you have a spouse that does something really well, say thank you. Be grateful for that. Don't take it for granted because that's a beautiful thing. Because she's a public speaker too. So I'm I don't think she's home that often, right? So if she has a husband who doesn't mind doing stuff that's traditionally the stuff that a woman should do or should be doing, so she can do what she does, right? I think people need to learn to show gratitude. And the same thing, if you have a man who's also works hard, he's never in the house, and his wife does a lot, cook, clean, feed the kids, do the laundry and stuff like that, also show gratitude. Okay? Don't take people for granted, including your spouse. Okay? So that's what I would say. Somebody has your back, show them that you appreciate them. Like, because no, I don't want to do it, but you're doing it. So thank you for doing it.
Absolutely not. No, I don't even.
Also, if you don't clean or if you don't like to clean and your spouse cleans, right? Show gratitude and then show gratitude, but also keeping it clean. Try to keep it clean. Okay? Because somebody cleans up something and you come right behind and just mess it up. That ain't right. Okay? That also triggers me. Okay, so if you don't like to cook, that's one thing. You don't like to fold clothes, that's another thing. You don't want to do laundry, that's another thing, right? But I do feel like if you don't like to clean and your spouse likes to clean or they enjoy cleaning, keep it clean. Say thank you, and the best way to actually say thank you is by doing your best to keep it clean. Amen. Yes. Number 2, if you don't like to cook and your spouse enjoys cooking, say thank you, and then maybe you take care of the dishes, right? You take the trash out. All right. Gratitude, show gratitude, right? If you don't like to do laundry and fold clothes and your spouse likes to do laundry and fold the clothes, at least like when you put your clothes away, like your dirty clothes, put your clothes somewhere that's easy for the person to have access to them, right? If you don't like to fold clothes and somebody else folding the clothes and you need to find something, don't mess things up in the process of looking for your clothes because you don't like to fold the clothes, right? Take your time, look for stuff, and then put the stuff away like you found it. Amen. God is good because that also triggers me. Yeah, that really triggers me. Like it goes with the whole entitlement thing, right? Like you don't want to do something, that's fine. But when somebody else does it, just because they actually enjoy doing it, doesn't mean they want to do it on repeat. Right? So if they clean something, they leave the space really clean, use the space, right? But when you're done, clean up after yourself so that way it can stay cleaner longer. Okay, that's how I feel. Yes.
I am not a precise person. I'm a big picture sort of, vision person, can get the project done, but there's little things in it that I'm never going to be able to fold the thing in a perfect square. That is taxing to me. So no, I have not. I just let him enjoy that.
Do you still do it? Do you still enjoy doing that?
I would never say I enjoy it. It's just, I do it.
Yeah.
Now I will enjoy the cooking part because that's relaxing for me.
Yeah.
Being creative, being relaxing. But, all the other stuff, I just do it because it needs to get done and I do it.
Then why can't I do it?
Huh?
You about to say, because you don't do it well.
Right.
No, she does.
Because you don't do it right.
Yeah. She does it. She does it great. And actually, my wife probably has become almost better cook than me now over these 25 years.
Okay. Because, life happens and I end up doing the cooking. Like, it's reality with life and feeding kids and everybody's got practice and stuff. So I cook more than he does, but just that natural knack where folk don't need recipes and they can make it taste like a restaurant.
That's him.
Oh, my goodness. He's a great cook. So anyway.
So what you learned about you?
Question. Would you build a website for a major brand with more than 200 million?
What I learned about me, actually, the thing that drove me crazy was her freedom. The freedom she had just in life. Oh, it's going to be okay. I'm stressed. I'm a person I have to see what's going to happen at the end and I work my way back.
Yeah.
My wife is like, no, let's start here and we'll figure out what's going to happen.
Yeah, just start.
So what I learned about me is, again, I needed to relax a little bit. That same thing. I needed to just
enjoy the journey.
Like, she seems happier than me. I'm always uptight, but she's.
Yeah, but I think that has to do with the fact that she grew up really rich. Remember, I told you guys in that video, when you come from a wealthy family, when you have money, you have a huge safety net because your dad got money. Let's try. If it doesn't work, that's not a big deal, right? Because there's always more money, right? If you grew up in a single parent household on a woman's salary also, so she's not making that much money because she's not a man, right? You can't afford to be like, oh yeah, I can waste $300. I can waste $5,000. I can just waste $20,000 because if something goes wrong, it's your ass because you're all by yourself, right? So Priscilla can have this very lackadaisical attitude. Like, oh yeah, let's just try it. Oh, you need to relax more. Oh, enjoy life more because she has a father who's an extremely, able provider, which is not the norm for most people. Right? Because how much is Pastor Tony worth? I don't know. Let me see. Okay. All right. So when your daddy worth like $12 million, okay, that's a lot of coins. Okay. So, like, of course, you grew up like you don't worry about nothing. She probably grew up in a mansion, a mega mansion, right? And they probably had help. They probably had house people. She probably went to a great school. She had great summer vacations. Like, you know, she probably never saw a bill in her life. So it's very easy to be like, oh, yes, sure, let's do it. Let's try it, right? That's why even in business, you got to be very careful who you take business advice from, because some people come from very wealthy families. So like, oh yeah, I kept trying. Like, it's after all, it's just money. It's just money. Yeah, sure, because you got plenty of money, right? But if you're raised by a single parent, especially you're raised by a woman on a woman's salary, right? Yeah, you're more mindful of money because you saw your mom being stressed about money. So you grow up and you have the same attitude towards money. Like, yo, I'm on my own. You know, he probably had to pay for his own way to college, probably had to pay for his own car, pay for his own gas, right? So she's a little princess and she doesn't realize, like, no, for most people, yeah, most people do have to worry about money, Priscilla. Okay, so I see why he's so uptight, because he's like, if something goes wrong, he gonna have to go figure out the money. If something goes wrong for her, she can just call her dad. Okay, so I'm like, yeah. Exactly. She never had that. Because I can only imagine what their house looks like. Let me see. Okay. So you see, it seems like her daddy got like 2 houses or something. Let's see. Hold on. Is that really his house? Hold on. Okay. I just only got a nice house, y'all. Okay. He got a nice house. So yeah, y'all grew up rich. So of course you're like, oh, it's you need to relax a little bit more. You gotta chill, because you got Pastor Tony Evans safety net.
He's always smiling
Girl.
and enjoying things. I'm like, well, let me relax a little bit. So I think that's what she kind of brought out in me, and what I learned about myself is don't take things too serious.
And that's what I love about marriage, is that it brings balance on both y'all. It's like whatever your strength is, maybe his weakness and vice versa. And then y'all level set with balance with each other, because like, but then the key is when you're wise enough not to let those little idiosyncrasies destroy your marriage. Like, he unfolded the clothes. He just don't like me. He don't respect me. He probably wants a different wife. It be getting further and further. He's like,
and to be clear, we've been there. In the 25 years, there have been times it's like, you know what? This is not going to work out. So I don't want to give the impression we've just kind of, made it through.
So how'd y'all navigate those spaces?
Well, let me just say that this is how I made it through as a man. And this is what I realized when I married her. I married her, but I made a covenant with God. Okay. So for me to, and we all understand what the covenant of God means. You break that covenant with God, oh, it's destruction in your life.
Yeah.
Because see, look at this house, you guys. Look at the house. That's the backyard. So I think the house in LA, that's probably like a second or third house, right? This could be the main house. Look at how big that house is. Look at the garden. Like, it's so plush. Pastor Dwayne got money, y'all. So I'm like, when your dad is that wealthy, like, I don't know, when your dad's a boss like that, it's very easy to be like, oh, I'm not worried. It's okay. It's not a big deal, right? And that's why she doesn't know how to do a lot of things in the house, because she probably had maids. She probably had maids. That's a rich ass little girl. She's a little princess. Well, thank you. Okay. So I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, so for him being raised by a single mom, like, how much you want to bet they probably had like a small apartment, You got to turn the lights off. You can't just let the air condition be running, shoot, because these bills be piling up. Can't just be letting the water run and stuff. She grew up with maids. Told y'all she's spoiled.
There's no difference. We have to work it out because I'm not going to break my covenant with God. And that was the thing for me that keeps me always connected, willing to, okay, and this is the other thing I learned as a man. Let me say this, I'm kind of regressing, but I noticed that anytime we had any type of what I call, she's called, spiritual heated fellowship.
Yeah.
I would kind of draw away from her.
Okay.
And it wasn't that I didn't want to be away from her. It was that I needed to process everything. She saw it as, oh, no, we need to talk. We're going to talk this down. I'm like, I can't, you don't want me to talk it out right now because I'm going to say something that I know
hard to recover
regret.
from. Yep.
So I have to process this thing, let it. Yeah.
That's my problem. We'll talk about it now. And I'll be like, that may not be best because I'm just.
And so that's what I learned about me because originally I wouldn't. This is a story. I remember one.
If you remember, I told you this too. I said, when you want to talk to somebody, do not impose your timing on the person. Don't say, we got to talk right now. You got to say to the person, is this a good time to talk? Because they might not be ready. Just because you processed it, they probably still processing the whole thing. So you need to ask a person, is this a good time to talk? Let them say yes, let them say no. If they say no, respect it. And say, okay, when do you think it'll be a good time for us to talk? They'll tell you when it's a good time to talk. Okay? So when he sat down, I was like, oh, I said this before. No, baby, hold on.
Time, this is early on in our marriage, we had a disagreement and she got upset and she said, well, I'm leaving. I went and opened the door. Leave.
And crook a car for her and say, here, let me put seatbelt on you.
She went to her daddy's house.
Uh-oh. That's a slap in the face, boy.
And her daddy calls me and says,
come get your wife.
No, he goes, Priscilla's here. What is she doing here? Whatever. I'm like, she wanted to leave, so I let her go. He goes, well, I'm sending her back.
I gave her away.
Yeah.
It's no take back.
But again, you learn from those experiences. And again, if you realize that there is no out, you're going to figure out how to work it out.
Facts. What year was that you felt like was the hardest year that y'all had to overcome? 2? He got 2. What you say?
Well, 2 and then 15.
2 and 15.
Yeah, 15 was, Listen, we don't have the time to go into this whole thing. But when she did the first movie, War Room, on marriage, believe me, whatever you're doing something for the Lord, he's going to attack that.
There it is.
He's going to attack it.
And the directors told us that before we filmed War Room.
They did?
They
did. They said they wanted us to think about several things before we agreed to do it. They wanted me to do it. I had said no at first because I said, y'all know I'm not
an actor.
I'm not an actor. Because you know how you've seen movies before and it could have been good, but that one person who thought they could act, oh my gosh, they ruined the whole thing. And that's what I said to them. I don't want to ruin y'all's. Y'all have, up to that time, they had Facing the Giants, Courageous, good films. I was like, seriously,
Fireproof.
y'all. Yeah. And I'd sent them the names of some African-American women I know who were actresses. And I was like,
I'm going to be a casting director now.
Yes, I was like, let me help y'all. And they were like, no, we feel strongly you should do it. And they told me to read the script. When we read it, of course, we saw what everybody else saw. It was ministry. It wasn't just a movie. It's ministry. And ministry is our heart, and they know that. And then they said, but here are some things you need to pray about and think through. One of them is anonymity. You're going to lose that on some level. Even if War Room, we didn't know War Room was going to become what it did. But
it
even
made over
without
$100 million, the biggest movie that they ever did. Yes, the Kendrick brothers ever produced.
And even if that wasn't the expectation or anticipation that would happen. So even without that, they were like, just being on a movie screen is a different situation.
It is.
Make sure you're okay with that. And then the second thing is, they said, whatever our films are about, the enemy comes at us in regards to that in our lives. So they said, this is about marriage. If you guys agree to do this, you need to be in spiritual warfare mode about your marriage because the enemy's coming for you. And I mean, he wore us out.
While you were shooting, while y'all were filming.
While we were filming. Listen.
While we were filming.
I'm going to share this one little thing. And this is a whole
I'm
nother
proud
thing.
of you for sharing this, babe.
Yes. But
a dear future wifey exclusive.
Yeah, because he doesn't like to talk about this.
I was out.
Yeah.
When I say out, I'm not leaving, but I'm leaving this set. I'm done.
Oh, you was there on the set?
The whole family. Our whole family was there for 3 months. We were filming in North Carolina. And he was like,
I can't do this. I'm out watching this. This marriage.
Well, tell them what it was that
it was probably more insecurity because seeing your wife play a wife to some other joker, and
he didn't realize how that would feel to him.
Yeah.
Now let me just clarify. You know, the directors of War Room, they care very much about family and care very much about the preservation of marriage.
Yep.
So every scene that you see, Tony was the husband character, Elizabeth is the wife character in War Room. Every time you see us in a wide shot, of course, it's us. Anytime there's a close-up of the holding of hands, the washing of feet, those are his wife's hands and feet, not me. So the directors are that careful that they don't let all the touching, anything that's semi-intimate.
Yeah.
They would take me out of my clothes, put it on his wife, and let that be filmed. So that's how careful the process was. But even with that, for Jerry, he didn't realize how it would strike him all kinds of wrong to just see me in close proximity with a dude.
All kinds of wrong.
You know, we were arguing a lot. So he's, you know, it's kind of like passionate arguing about personal life stuff.
Yeah.
And you're doing that for 12 hours every day for 3 months. You're with this person in close proximity because you got to film these scenes over and over and over to get a movie. And he watching that, it was devastating for him.
But y'all had to been going through something behind the scenes in your own personal life where that began to reinforce trauma.
I don't recall.
Yeah, it's like it was just an explosion. We got on set.
It just, and you just said, I'm done. I'm done with my marriage.
Well, this is probably, right. This is probably, I guess, we were there for 3 months. So this was maybe halfway through. And again, this is where you have to have accountability in your life, okay? Because I'm like, I'm out, I'm leaving.
But what do you mean by leaving? Going back home?
I'm going back to Texas.
But you weren't saying I'm leaving my marriage.
No, I'm going back to Texas. I'm gone. I'm going back to Texas.
Oh, no, you might have been, babe, because you were not happy.
I wasn't happy, but this is the thing, is that I was going back to Texas, so I wasn't sure what was happening, but the accountability in your life was Alex, it was Alex Kendricks came over.
He's the director.
He's the director, came to the apartment. So Jerry, you know, so we were talking and everything through because again, he wanted to, you know, make sure everything was good. And I didn't open up with him like, yeah, I'm good, man. You know, whatever, I'm good. So my wife ends up calling Pastor Jay, who is our
the couple covering. We told you about. That's the wise older couple in our life.
Yeah, John and Trina. So Pastor Jay, she called him. I know whenever him and I have a rhythm in our calls. And whenever he calls me outside that rhythm, I know she done called him on me about something.
Correct.
She done snitched on you.
She done snitched on me. So when he called and said, hey, Jerry, how's it going? I'm like, Pastor Jay, this is not our call time. What did she say? So anyway, she called him. And I had already had my flight booked to Texas from Charlotte back to Texas. I'm like, oh, I'm good, Pastor Jay. You know what? I'm going to take some time away from the set. I'm going back to Texas. He goes, no, why don't you come to Maryland and visit me? I'm like, nah, I'm going to Texas. I'm good.
He said, nah, I'm good.
So before we ever decided to get in this relationship of covering from them, one of the things he always said was this, as a couple, they said, we will rarely ever give you a directive, but if we ever give you a directive, you do it with no questions asked. So we have probably been in this relationship with them now probably over 15 years by this point. At that point,
yeah.
Wow.
Never given me a directive, ever. And so he goes, no, Jerry, I really think you should come to Maryland and spend some time with me. I'm like, Pastor Jay, I'm going home. I'm tired. I'm going home. So he says, no, listen to me. I need you to come to Maryland. I'm like, okay, are you asking me or are you telling me? He said, I'm telling you.
This is a directive.
This is a directive. I'm like, okay.
So
I changed my flight and went to Maryland.
You see that submission, though? Submitting to authority, submitting to another man, change the trajectory of your marriage because you were like, I took this. And that's what I love about the fact that you said that, and especially comes from did you come from a military family or you spent time in the military?
Military family.
And so, and directives are extremely important in the military. And so when you hear it, it's like, This is a director. You do it. And the fact that you submitted to that. And so you went to him, and then what did he say to you?
For probably 4 days, just him and I together, and spending time with me, talking with me, praying with me, trying to get to the root. What's going on, Jerry? No, Priscilla's not like that. So the enemy will put all kind of things in your head. Think about it. He will say, again, the guardian, did the Lord really say not to eat? Really? Did he really say that?
Yep.
So he does. He will come dressed in a tuxedo, dressed to kill.
Yes.
And convince you of things that are not happening.
And you're sitting there watching it in real time. And then he's telling you something that deceives you because you're watching. Even what you said, the detail that they put into making sure that y'all not close, y'all not touching, y'all not doing all that. He's watching it, and his mind say, well, maybe Offset, they maybe do this. Maybe this. Maybe they. He show smile a little too hard. I heard the director say cut. Why they keep staring at each other so long? You be telling yourself all this stuff.
Why she's still looking at him? He said cut. Cut. No, I'm just kidding.
Cut inward. So the reality, you're feeling that, and it's interesting that they told y'all that ahead of time. And
they did.
Yeah.
And it still don't prepare you for it.
Don't prepare you for it. You don't get prepared. That's the reason, God knows everything.
Yes.
He knows everything. But he could not feel it. He knows it. So he sends himself down as Jesus so he can experience the things that he knew that he put in place. So now he goes, oh yeah, I know how that feels. And so you can say anything that you want to a person, but until they experience it, it's totally different.
Facts.
It's totally different.
And what happened in that restorative moment? Did you feel uncovered by the fact that he left the set, or did you still feel covered because he was in good hands?
I felt relieved that he left the set.
Oh, you did?
Totally. It was very, very difficult to be working 13, 14 hours a day, to have my 3 children with me, that I wanted them to make sure I'm a mother, so I'm still concerning myself with their well-being. The Kendrick brothers let them help, let them do intern things. They stuck my sons in scenes, all that stuff. So we were doing it together as a family, but it was very taxing.
Yeah.
I have such regard for people in the film industry now that I've done it just a few times.
Yeah.
Because it is hard work.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the middle of all of that, my husband, I actually am not able to tend to him in the way he needs to be tended to.
Yeah.
And so when he left the set for those few days, it was relief. Because my sons, the boys could feel the tension in the apartment that we were staying, that little apartment. They could feel that dad's, what's going on with, they could feel all that. So when he left for those few days, it was necessary so that he could take care of himself. And I knew, like you said, he was in good hands.
Yeah.
But it just gave us an opportunity to breathe and enjoy the experience where we were. So.
And then when you came back, what happened?
It was a different perspective. I just had to.
It still was difficult but it was.
But I had to just kind of release it. I had to release it.
And I'll say this too, thinking about submission, actually, as we've talked about that, submission to the Lord, but also submission to my husband. I recognized in the moment, this might be the only time in my life I ever do this. Not only because, it was, to me, just happenstance that it happened anyway, to begin with, but also because I realized he may not be able to handle this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I remember I have a journal entry written down after War Room. We finished filming. It hadn't come out yet, but we finished filming. It was like we were at
I really wonder what triggered him though. Cause he got really triggered. He got really, really triggered. But then I'm like, maybe when you marry someone that comes from a very rich family and you feel like, oh, maybe she's better than me. She had a better house than me. She had more money than me. She knows more. Most of the guys, maybe her ex-boyfriend also came from a very rich family, most likely, right? I wonder if he didn't always carry that, somewhere he feels like he's not good enough, like an imposter kind of oh, maybe one day she'll wake up and realize that, she could have so much more than me. I don't know. Because he was really triggered. And I'm like, it's just a movie. It's not even real. And it's not like a Netflix special, where they have all these sex scenes and stuff like that. But he was so triggered. But I'm glad he listened to his pastor and he actually went to Maryland, because if he was by himself in Texas with those type of thoughts, only God knows what he would have done. So it's good that he was not by himself. Okay. But I don't know. What do you guys think? What could have triggered him so much? Because he got really triggered. He just left them.
a very hardworking summer camp all summer. It was one of the best experiences. Just creatively being in in a brand new setting that we've never experienced before. The kids had fun. So I remember writing down in my journal, Lord, that was, thank you for that. That was fantastic. I realized my husband might not be able to allow us to be in that ever again. So thank you for what it was. And I said, Lord, I enjoyed it. I would like to do it again, but I am willing not to.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Lord Disick. Nearly every person that comes into my home comments about how amazing it smells. All thanks.
And
I'm willing to.
And I was, she ain't doing this again.
That's right. He was very clear that I would never do that. We will never do that again.
3 films later.
Yeah.
But again,
it's not because I was trying to convince him. I mean, I didn't think we would do it again anyway, really. Yeah. I thought it was such a random thing that we got to do it once. But I was setting myself up for, let me just go ahead and know that he's the priority. The Lord knew I'd be married to this man. He knew before there was ever a war room or the Forge or Overcomer, he knew I'd be married to this guy. He would not have allowed me to marry this guy if, he had not factored that into the equation of what is best for me and our family, our sons. It's not just about what I want to do.
That's good, Priscilla.
So I was willing, and it wasn't easy.
No.
This was something I had to write down. I had to pray through tears. Lord, this is one thing in my life I've kind of enjoyed. That's been the surprise adventure of a lifetime.
Yeah.
But thank you for the one time. I'm willing to never do it again if that is what is needed to preserve this family we got right here.
God, that's good.
And if it's something you want for us, then I will leave it in your hands, Lord. And over the years, I don't exactly know how or why, but over the years, the Lord just kind of softened his heart to the possibility. Now there are parameters around it.
Of course.
At least for now, he knows that me being in a wife role wouldn't work for him.
Yeah.
So anything that comes across, any script that comes across our path, and that's the role, it's a wife, it's probably not for me.
That's good.
Yeah. So, and we're willing to just work through those dynamics, but he went from, we will never do that again, to let's just see what these options are.
But again, because I saw how much after all the scales kind of fell off my eyes, I saw how much she enjoyed it. And again.
And you saw the impact of it, like the ministry impact.
Yeah, I didn't really care about that.
Tell the truth. Be transparent. That man said you preach and get impact. I don't care about
that. There you go. You can do it. Right here. Go talk to the women.
Create impact. I'm just over here being in love with some dude.
But I'm just, talking to Pastor Jay, just over time and everything the Lord, and I knew that she liked to do it. So I said, okay, Lord, help me help her. And if it is your will, change me. And that's what he did. And again, my ultimate thing is I want to protect her, provide for her, and have her have the best experience in life. And if that's part of it, then what are those things, parameters that we can put in place where you can enjoy it and I can support you in it?
I love that. So that gives me a different perspective, and tell me if I'm wrong or right, or add clarity. When they created the Forge, did they write that around you and made you somebody that didn't have a husband?
No, listen. Yeah, no. They must not realize the connection between the two.
No. But before the Forge was going to be connected to the world of War Room, they were just writing a single mother.
Right.
And no, I don't think they weren't thinking, let's make it a single mother so that Priscilla can do it. No, they were writing the role because they wanted it to be a single mother that was, raising this young man that is the centerpiece of the Forge.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, it wasn't for that reason.
You don't never have to audition. They just be putting you in the movie, right?
One time I was somewhere and Sherry Shepherd was there, and Sherry Shepherd said, I want you to know, we out in these streets auditioning for roles, and they keep giving you these roles. And we don't appreciate it.
Well, he did audition for War Room.
For War Room, yeah. Because
I'm talking about a whole nother movie.
Yes.
Yeah, well.
And Overcomer, you ain't auditioning. They just putting you in them roles, huh? It's called favor. Just say favor. It's okay.
It's got to be favor. It's got to be. But also, I think that it is, what's the word? it's just opportunity for ministry. That's what it feels like
That's
to
how
me.
you look at it.
That's how I look at it.
You and I talked about this. What you look at as opportunities for ministries are people's career.
Yes.
Like people like you and I got
have respect for that.
Yeah,
oh,
you and I, we
goodness.
worked together in the play that I did, The Gospel Live. And you just like, I'm not an actress. And I just be like, you say that, but when you get a lead role in a movie, you can no longer ever say that. You just cannot say that ever.
Okay.
Because
Yes,
people, they start off as extras. Have you been an extra before?
It originally started with solving a problem that my co-founder Brendan and I both shared. We actually both.
I don't think I have.
No, I don't think so either. Have you played a supporting character?
I'm a supporting character in this film.
No, I'm
in the
talking
Forge.
about in your first film. I'm talking about before you got your lead role.
No.
You're talking about I'm a supporting character now.
Yes,
You're still a
I understand.
lead.
Yes.
You're a lead. It's a co-lead movie, and so the reality is you started off all the way there, which is a dream and a movie. Your first movie makes $100 million.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It's like now you're an A-list box office success from that. I know you don't care about none of that, but when you can be in a movie that makes $100 million, I want in on that. I want to write a script and be like, and put Priscilla in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what happens. That's the reality of it. But what's so beautiful about it is your heart posture is so humble. You be like, oh, I'm just doing ministry.
Because this is that is the way I feel about it. And I got to tell you
I
this.
don't care about that.
And I got to tell you this. I feel like I totally just lost my train of thought.
You say you feel like?
Yeah, I feel like
ministry.
Yeah.
I forgot.
And
I'll
acting.
come back to it. Yeah.
So think about that. So with The Forge, how did The Forge come about, and how did you get cast in The Forge?
Well, they were writing this role, single mother of Isaiah, who is the main character in the film. And, you know, they were thinking, okay, this is a Black woman. She's a single mother. We want to try to embody that in a way that they didn't even know if they could write it the way it needed to be embodied. So they called me sort of in the beginning processes of even writing. What would this mother say that we can put on film? Because look, I was like,
what does Black mother say?
What did Black mother say?
Correct.
That we can put in a Christian film.
That's exactly right. Because I was like, let me tell you, she's going to have a lot of grit. She's going to have to be raw. You know, and
it's got to get close to cussing, but not cuss.
Correct. And still, I feel like in the way the final film is, I think that feeling is definitely there.
Oh, it is.
But if my son, rolled his eyes in the way that in one scene, I think Isaiah kind of turns around and rolls his eyes. Oh, I wish my son would, but I couldn't, just haul off and smack him, fully on camera, because that's not what's in the script, But I appreciated them wanting to say, how do we make this realistic to your cultural experience?
Yes.
And so they just asked me a lot of questions about how can we write this, or how can we in the moment, here's what's on script, but just convey that. You don't have to say this exactly. How would you say it to your sons? And that's what I tried to do.
When I say that movie is absolutely amazing.
Oh, I'm so
glad to hear that. It's a scene in there, which I don't want to give it away to everybody, but I got a chance to see one of the early releases, and I broke down crying. I said, why am I crying? What I love about it is it's the first film ever that deals with discipleship of men. Mm-hmm. It's the first. It is the first. And I felt it as a man. And somebody that's sitting next to you was also in the movie.
Now, there's been a change of heart from the War Room experience to they got this man on screen. What?
How did you get involved, Jerry?
Okay, this is the deal. Let me see. We shot that in June. Was it June?
July. Last July. A year ago.
My brother passed away in May. That May.
Sorry to hear that, King.
Yeah, just unexpectedly. And so it was about discipleship. And then my son, who's in the movie with me, G,
shout out,
and said, Dad, he goes, why don't we do this? He goes, you can play Uncle Vaughn and I can play you. Because my brother was actually, when Dad left, he's the one that took care of me. He played that father role in my life. Kind of, anything I needed, he was there. And so that's how it all came about. And so in the movie, I play my brother Vaughn and my son plays Jerry.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got...
Don't do that to me, Jerry.
That's kind of sad. Sorry, guys. When you don't see me, I'm taking care of this little one right there. But I was going to say, I appreciate the fact that she considered her husband, even though I do think his reaction was a bit extra. Because when I got to that part, I was like, why would he just leave like that? Because if you ever see War Room, there is no sex scenes in there. Okay, it's like they're trying to buy a house from this old lady, and then she has a prayer closet. And so she writes all her prayer topics on the wall, and she doesn't stop praying for it until it comes to pass. So every time something that she prays about comes to pass, she'll just take it off the wall and then she'll replace it with something else, right? So she's telling her, you know, you also need a prayer closet. It's really about having a prayer closet, right? So I'm like, his reaction was crazy. But I was like, maybe when you marry someone who's from a very rich family who could have probably had someone, I guess, quote unquote, better, as in richer, because richer is not always better, okay? And you come from a, like, I guess, like a blue collar, you know, working type of family, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that made him insecure. But I do appreciate the fact that even though she's like, man, I love making movies, like I love being an actress, but if it really triggers him like that, I will prioritize my marriage over me want to be a city girl. Okay. So that was cute. So without forcing it, and then God handled him, he was like, you know what? Maybe I'm doing a little too much. Right. So she didn't try to force him or pressure him. She prayed about it. God went and handled this man, and like now she's doing way more movies to the point that now he's in one of her movies. So that's pretty cool. I like that. Oh, was he? I don't remember his face. Hold on, let me see. Oh. Ah. So that was the husband. Okay. Okay. Well. Okay. All right. So they kind of have, they're both like tall, dark, and handsome type of stuff. Okay. Okay, now we're getting more context. Like, why is he so triggered like this? This is crazy.
Don't you do
me. It messed me up too,
don't you do that.
Yeah. It messed me up, brother.
Yeah.
So that was, I'm like, okay, son, I'll do it. And I understand how important it is for men to disciple men, because if I didn't have that, I wouldn't be where I am today. It started with my brother. Then when I went to this hotel chain, the president, for whatever reason, took an interest in me. He pulled me in. And I remember I was there for 8 years. And when Priscilla's dad came to ask me if I would come work with him or his ministry, I'm like, the only reason I would leave is if this man right here gives me permission, because he's invested so much in me. There's no way I would leave him. So if he gives you permission, then I will consider it.
Yeah. Yeah. Other men have been so impactful in Jerry's life, as older women have been in mine. You know, just people that don't realize the investment they're making in you at the time can shift the trajectory of your whole life. So that's why you did it, sort of in tribute to his brother.
Yeah.
Lord Jesus. Oh no, I can recover from that moment. Because that's what the film embodies, is that. And it spoke to the iron sharpening iron, as the Bible talks about. It spoke to that in me, you know. And it was a film that I got excited about. You know, I'm one of those people that, you know, when it comes to Christian films, I want to see them get it right.
Yes.
Don't be all Rudy Poot. Don't be bootleg. Don't be cheesy. Don't be corny. Don't be lame.
And they can be one way or the other.
Oh, they can be. You be like, Lord, why we got to come out like this? Lord, why is this?
Correct.
I can't tell nobody to go see this. This is whack. It's lame. It's corny.
Yep.
And the Kendrick brothers keep getting it right. They just keep getting it right. That film was so beautiful. I was watching. I said, I cried so hard in this scene. I can't say the scene. It's a scene that you have with your son. And
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that is a powerful.
Jerry?
That's powerful.
Jerry, I'm sitting there snotting and crying in this movie theater.
But
I was
the thing
gone.
is this, even though if we didn't see it personally in our life, we saw it personally in our community.
Yes.
And we could relate like, oh man. And then you're like, how come I didn't have that? I wish I had that.
That part.
And then it makes you say, well, I can do it for somebody else.
That part.
You know, and that's where I am, because it was so funny when one of the biggest things in the Bible was a blessing from a father to a son. Okay. My father wasn't there. He didn't give me that blessing when I felt like I was cheated out of it. I will never get it. But I remember the Lord was like, okay, that's not true because I'm blessing you. But even though you feel that's not true, do not miss out that you got to pass on that blessing to your boys.
Yes.
And to other young men.
Yes.
Because you grew up in a certain way. You know how it is. There's no excuses because I'm making the opportunity. Yeah, it may be a little bit harder, but the opportunity's there. You just got to work for it. And that's what I saw. And that, which is why I think I am so in tune to my wife and my kids because of those journeys and experiences that were hard for me in life. But those are the things that made me who I am.
Yeah.
Perspective is everything. And I'm going to go back and say it again, right? We have a lot of people, you guys, who do suffer from being bitter. They are truly bitter. So I didn't have a dad. So why should I be a present father in my children's life? Yes, we have that. Okay, we truly do. Oh, nobody made it easy for me. So why should I make it easier for the next person? Yes. Okay. Oh, well, my dad was toxic. Why should I be a healthy version of myself? Okay. Well, my dad didn't do this for me. So why should I do it for somebody else? You know, there are people because they were hurt, because they were hurt, they were broken, they were unprotected, right? They want to replicate that pain into somebody else's life. Because like they say, hurt people, right? But I'm really glad that, he didn't let that get the best of him and he found healing. Because when you're not healed, you might mean well, but you can do it to another person though, But like he said, like the fact that he didn't have his dad and he felt like his dad didn't give him blessings and things like that, which is real, And I'm like, even boys too, like boys need their dad. Like boys also need patriarchy. You need healthy patriarchy. You need dads who are present for their daughters and their sons, right? Because then you see other people have their dad. They have advice from their dad, or they do cool things with their dad, and like you're just by yourself, right? But thank God he has his older brother though, right? But then when your older brother passes away, you're like, wow, that's crazy. Okay, but I'm grateful for him though. Because it's good to have people who practice self-awareness and say, you know what, although I didn't have X, Y, and Z, that's not a reason to hurt somebody else. Although I didn't have my dad, that's not a reason to have kids and be like, well, I had to figure it out, so you figure it out. That's crazy. Yeah. Not just rise above it, but rise above it in a way that's gracious. Because you can have somebody who grew up like in poverty, they might become really rich, but they're going to be mean rich. Like vindictive rich. Because they're still bitter. They haven't healed. Okay. And that's the way I feel about a lot of rappers too. I think a lot of rappers, they haven't healed from their trauma. Like they were able to monetize their trauma, but they haven't healed from their trauma. So everybody suffers. Their children suffer, their baby mama suffer, their wives suffer. Anybody who comes close to these people, they suffer. Because although they're very rich though, and they did a good job monetizing their pain, but it's like, they're not okay. They are truly not okay. Like Kanye is seriously damaged. Like he needs help. Like, I mean, the majority of them actually do need help though, but it's nice to see him, rise, but rise in a healthy way and rise above it in a gracious way and say to himself, like, I can't do that to another person because I know how bad it feels. But it's crazy to me how some people will go through really bad situations, know how horrible it is, and then inflict that on another person. Like if you grew up in a broken home and you didn't have a dad, why are you having children and they're all scattered and you barely keep up with your kids when you know how painful it was for you to go through that? Why are you doing that to other people? Exactly. Right? And a lot of people too, they want to become successful just to get even, but they're not becoming successful to say, okay, I'm going to be successful because I want to be a resource to people. It's more so like, well, I'm going to make you regret that you ever like didn't take care of me. It's like, stop being so vindictive all the time. Okay. It's excessive, right? You got to do better. You have to do better. You got to become better. Otherwise, if you don't, you're going to hurt people, especially your children, because he has 3 sons. So I'm like, imagine if he hadn't healed from that too, right? Those 3 boys would be hella toxic, hurting people's children, hurting people's daughters because they got a toxic daddy who never healed. So now he just like, it's like a zombie thing. It's like when you get bitten by a vampire, you become a vampire also. That's exactly what it gives. Like bitter people, when they get a hold of you and they bite into you, they're going to also turn you into a bitter person. And at some point, somebody has to say enough is enough. Like, this is just way too toxic. It's excessive. It's seriously excessive. And so I do feel like people who just run around having kids left and right, you know what I'm saying? They haven't healed. And they will continue to hurt people. They're not going to stop.
Jerry.
I know, right?
That's what it's saying.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income.
Jerry, if you would have me, I want to submit to you. I want you to cover me. I need you in my life. I need you in my life to cover me in these single streets. Oh Lord, I need some cover. I need it. I need it. I need it. And it's so important. I remember in 2020, and this was before y'all came in, I write a letter to my future wife, and in it I said that in 2020, I told God to bring me men of God, mighty men of valor, to keep my arms lifted up like Aaron and Hur did for Moses while he was fighting the Amalekites. And so I'm very specific in knowing that I need that. Yeah. That I need those mighty men of valor to just keep me when I be like, man, forget this. This Christian walk just don't really make sense. It's just we're trying too hard.
The message, like you said a minute ago, in the Forge. That's why it hits you so hard, because we see pictures and images of women being in a relationship with other women.
Yes.
But to see it with men and with Black men in this film is huge.
It's unheard of.
The name The Forge is the name of the discipleship group of men with younger men that are all together in this discipleship group. But it is also symbolic of that sword that is sort of the mascot, for lack of a better words, of The Forge. And in one scene, Isaiah, who, my son in the film, he's holding it by himself. And I mean, the thing is heavy. We actually got one from the set. A real sword is a very, very heavy thing to hold out straight with one arm, 10, 15 pounds that you're just holding out straight. And so they have him holding it there for a while, and you see the tension, you see the stress, you see the weakness beginning to come in his arm as he tries to hold it up.
Fatigue.
And the fatigue. And then you see these brothers step forward out of the circle and put their fingers underneath that blade. And the relief of weight off of that young man, as you were talking about your arms being held up.
Yes.
Because you've got other brothers around you to help carry the weight of life. And that picture right there is not only, I think, going to be symbolic for the viewers who are watching The Forge when it comes out, but for Aspen Kennedy, who plays Isaiah in the film. At the end of filming, he said, "My father was not present in my life." So this is the real young man.
The real actor.
He just said, y'all have no idea how being in the 14 hours a day of filming, particularly when he was with all the men filming all the Forge scenes, 14 hours every day. He said, y'all will never know what it has meant to me. Even the scripted blessing over his life that happens in The Forge. He said, the scripted version of that blessing over my life, I'm taking it personal and into my own life because I never had what you just gave me in this film.
And one of the other things the film shows is it's not about you.
Yes.
Okay. Because again, there's that scene that people are going to see why The Forge got started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it was about him,
it would have never happened.
It would never happen.
Never happened.
Submission.
Yes.
Yeah. And
An older man came to him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Discipled him.
And then he passes it on.
And he passes it on.
Yeah.
So that's the thing about people don't understand about the Christian life. It's not about you.
Never.
It's not about you, which makes it hard because we want it to be about us.
Totally.
That defeats the purpose. It needs to be about me. What do you want people to take away from this film, Priscilla?
I hope that they take away the challenge to look around them and see who the Lord has entrusted to them, that it hadn't occurred to them until they see the film, that person that is just a part of your daily life or your work life or your church life. But now you see that the Lord has entrusted that person to you to impact their life.
Yes.
Or vice versa. that there are people that are right around you that the Lord has positioned there to impact you, but you haven't been teachable enough. You haven't been willing to be vulnerable enough to allow the wisdom of another person help to teach you what it means to be a disciple. It's one thing to be a believer. That's a free gift, and thank God for it. But it's another thing to choose to surrender everything, to take up your cross and follow him. That's discipleship. So we have a lot of Christians who are not disciples. And this movie is about what it means for yourself to surrender all. But then the flip side of the coin of discipleship is then impacting the life of someone else and showing them what it means to walk with Jesus, to have the character of Jesus, and to emanate his character in the regular rhythms of everyday living.
When does this movie come out?
And I'm going to say this, and then we can go. I think the same thing applies to being a wife and being a husband. Like what you just said. Discipleship of a wife, discipleship of a husband. Like you really have to be willing to become that. Become a husband, become a wife. And then let people into your life who can coach you, like help you through it, because it's not easy. You see, they've been married 25 years and they themselves, like they have couples that pour into them because there are people who've been married longer. Okay. But everybody needs a coach. Everybody needs a coach. And whatever it is that you want to strive for, whatever you want to achieve, you are going to have to become a student of. You're going to have to become a student of. You want to be a wife, you're going to have to be a student of being a wife. You want to be a husband, you have to be the student of being a husband. You want to be a business person, you're going to have to become a student of that. You want to learn how to manage your money, you're going to have to learn become a student of money, like, money managing skills. Like yeah. Whatever you strive for, you are going to have to become a student of that thing. Okay. And then you need people to help you. Like you need to find good coaches, like good mentors, good role models, like to really help you. And I guess you submit to them, I guess, right? Because you can't do it by yourself. You truly, truly cannot do it by yourself. And sometimes when you try to do stuff by yourself, you're more likely to get frustrated. Like the younger lady we saw earlier, right? You're more likely to get frustrated because you're by yourself. And you don't have the wisdom of someone who's already been through it, who's been more successful to really help you and to guide you. Okay. So that's it, my peoples. I hope you enjoyed today's live. I hope you learned something. Mary has to go take a little bath, and I'm a little tired too. Okay. I gotta wash my hair. So hope you learned something. Hope you enjoyed this. It will be up. It's gonna stay up. So hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow. I have another video for y'all tomorrow. Maverick. We got lots of videos to make, don't we? Okay, we do. So, say bye-bye. Say bye. Say bye, everybody. Oh, you've been driving this whole time, child. Val is here, so your auntie's still here. Okay, so say bye-bye. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure y'all come back. He's so funny. This old man is so funny. Say bye. Bye, everyone. The whole live, you were just making all kinds of noise. Now that the live is over, now you're quiet. Maybe you're a little hater. He looks a little tired. You're gonna take a bath and go to sleep. Yes. Yes, we are. All right, you guys. Love y'all. Oh, Queen, you asked me a question earlier. Hold on. Okay. Oh my God, I'm glad you said something. If you're waiting on God to bring you your husband or wife, no, there's no waiting for God to bring you anything. Okay? It's not DoorDash. Okay. Can you also be dating? What do you mean by dating? Like, get to know people? I guess. I mean, how would you meet the person if you're not out there getting to know people? I feel like people are literally waiting for them to come, but they don't put themselves out there. I'm thinking, couch, right? So honestly, there's no waiting for God to bring you your husband or your wife. Yeah, but if you're actively seeking a husband or a wife, right? Don't you kind of have to date? I mean, dating, you mean like get to know people, right? So I would say yes. But I think to me, like, when you decide that you're ready for marriage, like you want to be married and stuff like that, I think you should work on like, God, if there's anything in me that would not make me a good wife or a good husband, help me to get rid of that, because I don't want to get married and my marriage fails because I was inflexible, or I wasn't forgiving, or I had a bad temper, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? I don't like dating apps, Queen. I don't like dating apps at all. At all. I think like the people you meet, you should try to meet them through friends and family. Like there needs to be a vetting process that actually involves other human beings that you trust. Right? Because if you meet somebody, if your friend hooks you up with someone, or if your mama hooks you up with someone, it's like they know you, they know what you like, and they know how you think, and they probably, if they know this person too, they probably got to know them, talk to them. They also, okay, I know what it is like, what what I'm saying. So I like the human part of it. Dating apps is like anybody can be anybody, and then who can vet you besides me, right? But I feel like marriage, because it's about family, it's about tradition and things like that. I think it's a lot better if it comes through people that you know. You know what I'm saying? Like them, like they just talk like, oh, they went to the same church, and the lady realized that they went to the same church. Oh, y'all really have to meet. Y'all go to the same church, right? So I don't know. Yeah, I trust that a lot better. Like I don't trust an algorithm to hook me up with a person. Like I'm like, no, not doing that. Like no. And people getting killed on these dating apps. Oh, I'm tired. Okay. But I'm like, your friends, your family, your church, your school, there are people all around you. Why do you need to go on a dating app? I'm so confused. Right? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, it should be, and I really feel like also like looking for a husband or wife, I feel like it should be a team thing. Like the whole family should be involved in it, not just you. So that way we know like we're picking the right person. No, but on a dating app, it's like, oh, I don't know. I just don't like them. I don't, because I'm like, nobody knows you. Like, who are you? Yeah, it's like gamifying love. And I'm like, that's very bizarre. I don't like that. I truly do not like that. You know? I do not like that at all. Because it feels like you're gamifying love. And it's something really, especially if you're like trying to be really serious, like, oh, I'm looking for like somebody who wants to marry me kind of stuff. I feel like that's just way too serious to relegate that to a dating app. Because I don't think people on dating apps are serious. I think most of them want to have sex. But the thing is, see, if you were introduced to someone through your friends, like by bias of your friends and stuff like that, I feel like the person is more likely to act right. Because if they act bad and you tell your friends like, oh, this guy you hooked me up with, right? Or you tell your sister, you tell your cousin, you tell your auntie, like, okay, this young man you hooked me up with, this is how he behaved, right? He might be shunned from the social circle. What? So I'm like, he has okay. So I'm like, he has more of an incentive, right, to do right by you, because if he doesn't do right by you, you'll go tell his friend. Then it's like, that's his social circle. It's like, he gonna act right because I'm sure his friends mean a lot to him. You know what I'm saying? But someone we don't know, he could be a straight up ass. You have no way of going to his social circle, like the people that he actually cares about, and actually ruin his reputation. Because reputation means a lot to people. So if I meet you on a dating app, I don't have access to your network. Right? But if I meet you through your friends and I know your friends and I'm also close to them, like if you do something bad, I'll just let them know. Like, oh, this is what your boy did. Then oh, what? Oh, no, he can't be trusted. And most people don't want to feel excluded. Like if they have a really tight friend group, that friend group usually means a lot to them. They don't want to be excluded, so they're going to act right. That's the way I look at it. But I'm not a fan of dating apps. Like I'm really not. And I'm like, what is this? I don't know. I just swipe left, swipe right. It's like you barely try. You just got to sit there and just go like this and go like that. Like, please. No. That's how I feel. Got the door. Okay. But we'll talk more. Yeah, I had started for a reason. I'm glad you said something because then I remembered, right? But don't worry, God is good. But like I said, when something goes wrong, like don't cry, don't be upset, don't get frustrated. Like, no, like, what do I need to do better? You keep working on it until you solve the problem. It'll come to you. Right? No worry, we'll have more videos on this whole marriage topic. Part of me wants to have like all types of like marriage videos, like, but I don't know. And then part of me wants to be messy and do politics. But I think I have another video on like marriage and stuff. I'll see. I think I have one more. Oh, it's this new show they have. Oh, yes, that one. It's the new show they have in Texas about real estate. But I'm trying to figure out how to do it because I don't want to get a copyright. Because it's with OWN. It's Carlos King. But the sisters in there, y'all gotta see how they behave. It's a lot. And one of them like, I'm like, you're gonna lose your husband. The way you're acting, I'm gonna show you real quick so you guys can start watching before I show you guys, right? Oh, what is that show? Oh my gosh, let me show you guys. Hold up. Oh, Family Empire. Okay. This one right here, right? You should see how some of these girls are behaving. I'm like, yeah, some of y'all, you're going to head straight for a divorce. You're doing, especially this one. This one right here. Oh, her husband can't stand her. Oh, hold on. What? Hold on. This one right here. So if you go to OWN, their YouTube channel, right? They have full episodes also. But this one right here, okay? Her husband cannot stand her. He can't stand her. So he works so when she goes to work, he sleeps. When she comes home, he goes to work. And I'm like, that's intentional. Like he picked the work schedule. So he works at night. He has a 12-hour shift. He works at night. So when she's asleep, he's at work. When he comes home, she goes to work. You know what I'm saying? But she's one of them alpha females. I'm like, girl, you might want to pipe down, right? And then one of her cousins, like, she's not that way. And they bully her husband. And I'm like, you need to tell your cousins to stop before they mess up your marriage, okay? So we'll have to watch that. But I'm probably have to record it. I don't know how to do it. I got to see how the other ones, like Family and Fiance. Yes. You haven't seen this one? It's a Carlos King production about. Mm-hmm. I have to see how I'm going to do that one. Because we got to binge watch. I think they have like 4 episodes, right? I think they have 4 episodes so far. Let me see the playlist. So they put up the first one, put up the second episode. 3rd episode. Okay. So far they put up 3 episodes. So we'll see. Maybe we have to watch all 3, and then if I get a strike, I'll just put it on Patreon, right? But these girls right here, I'm like, nah, they're not gonna stay married. Yeah, they're not gonna stay married. Then they try the other one who could stay married. They try to bully her and her husband, like this guy right here, this one. So he stopped coming to the office. I'm like, that's why the first husband does not work with his wife, because he could have worked with he could have worked with her on the business, but he chooses not to because he's like, no, I gotta keep my respect. This one was like, oh, I'm gonna go work with these ladies. When I tell you they walk all over him, I says, girl, you might want to tell your husband to stop doing this, because if this continues, your cousin gonna have you divorced. Okay, we might do that tomorrow though. I'll see. All right, y'all. But I love you. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. Okay. Love you so much. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Say bye-bye, Maverick. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye, my loves. I'll be back tomorrow.